Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. Hey, Johnny just having a seat. Welcome to the program. Great to have you. Last YouTube show of the week. Tomorrow is Rumble Friday, Rumble Link Friday. It all takes care of itself, and boy, could I use that this week. Excited for Rumble Friday, boy. Thank you also to Chris and Michael for starting us off this morning. 15 from Chris, 20 from Michael.
Thank you.
Let's take care of the ugly part and have ourselves a fun show today. 270 is the number. I want to thank this audience. I think I want to thank it for not just the fact that we I think brought this thing out once this week, but also the way we didn't bring it out yesterday. So we got about $80 into yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And the way we did that was the Aristococks and a couple of other people. It was really the ROTC crossover we have, and the Aristococks decided that they were going to go on the racial slur database and see how many of them they could sneak into super chats. Did I prompt this? No. Did I discourage it? Mightily. Did I take down the live chat replay for yesterday so none of you can confirm what I'm talking about right now? Yes,
Absolutely.
Of course I did. Of course I did. Did I monetize yesterday's episode?
Probably not.
No, didn't even try. Why have anyone look at it? So they went in and they went absolutely ham on the whole thing. And the beneficiary of that is the supporters of today's show. So thank you guys very much. 270 is our number. We love gifted memberships as we're about 30 or 40 away from that magic 600 number. Also, PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, love those as well. But Super Chats and Rumble Rants are also always welcome. Good morning, Rumble. MSO says W last night. I'll give you the W last night. We didn't have a number, per se. We didn't have a statistical number for a goal yesterday. I was wiped. I was beat. It was the last evening show of the week. I dragged my ass across the finish line. Not dragging my ass across the finish line as much this morning. I feel a little better. But I just went, you know what? Let's get these 2 hours in. Let's give away a VIP. Here was my thought process yesterday. I'm exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
I've been working all week. I'm, putting my 8-9 hours a day in. What a worker, this guy. And I'm tired. And if people are going to give us money for my exhausted effort tonight, let's at least give them something back. So we gave away one of these. We gave away a VIP. And I'm like, if we hit a certain number of these people,
we'll go extra.
We'll go extra. But between Rumble crashing, and I also have to ask, I know the radio audience loves it when Matt comes back. I'm worried the rest of the audience doesn't like Matt Day. I like doing shows with Matt. I like Matt as a guy. Matt's my friend. But if the audience doesn't like somebody, I got to listen to the audience. They're literally the paying customers. Like if there's a server of mine at a restaurant I own, and he's a friend of mine and I like him, but the customers go, yeah, not really so much with that guy. I got to be like, maybe you just hang out with us. You know, it's we're pals off the clock. But yeah, I have noticed those nights the numbers tank, and you know what an anxious fucking wreck I am.
Well,
when
it
it
is
comes
hunting
to
season.
when it comes to statistics, you can't hunt during the evening shows. There's no hunting.
All right, that's
during the evening shows. And so, yeah, I guess I could use the audience's opinion on that. Maybe they just miss April at night, and if April's not on there, they just go, piss on that. I don't want to watch it. We'll see. Your opinion's welcome. But, yes, we got through last night. That's how I would classify it. We got through it. We did watch the new Ghostbusters and Mean Girls trailers. I didn't have to do that.
There's a new Mean Girls movie.
No, there's not a new Mean Girls movie. That's just it. They're just making Mean Girls again.
But we have the movie.
Right. You know what we found out last night? It's 19 years old. We're old as shit.
Have they gotten so pervy in Hollywood now 19-year-old movies don't look good anymore? Like,
No,
we got to make them 5 or less.
They don't even fuck with 19-year-old movies, let alone 19-year-old girls. Yeah. So that's why Meryl Streep, by the way, never turned in Harvey Weinstein. He never wanted to touch her. She was like, what are you, of appropriate? What are you, age appropriate? Get out of here, witch. Enough of you. So we watched those yesterday. I'm not going to put the morning show audience through that. The Ghostbusters now are like Egon's family business. The daughter. Do you remember in Ghostbusters?
Partridge Family Ghostbusters.
Right, exactly. Come on, get happy. So do you remember when they put the proton packs on in the old Ghostbusters and they commented?
Yeah, they were heavy.
Oh, my God. They had to go up those stairs and they were about to die.
Right.
Don't worry. The little girl wears them just fine. It's
they weigh more than she does, technically.
Yeah, well, don't worry. She's apparently been doing squats, and she's really in great shape. They did finally make Paul Rudd a Ghostbuster, it looks like, which I've been waiting for forever. Do you just want to watch it?
Sure.
Okay, let's just watch the damn thing. They made Ghostbusters, what do they call it? Frozen Kingdom? Frozen Empire.
Because we have to copy Game of Thrones. Everything has to be frozen and evil.
Right. It can't just be like, oh, Ghostbusters. We can call it Ghostbusters 4. It's got to be Ghostbusters Marvel name.
It can't. Well, hey, if you want to steal a Marvel name, why don't you just go back to New York and call it Homecoming?
Yeah, there you go. Ghostbusters Homecoming. Ghostbusters Beyond World's End. Ghostbusters on Stranger Tides. I believe that's Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oops.
Ghostbusters Dead Men Tell No Tales.
Ghostbusters Bigger, Longer, and Uncut.
Ghostbusters Bogus Journey. Ghostbusters and the Return of the King. Ghostbusters The Empire Strikes Back.
Ghostbusters Revolutions.
Ghostbusters Reloaded. Ghostbusters, we never should have made this shit after Harold Ramis died. That's a scary title. Let's see what the audience thinks here. Then we'll go check that out. We'll go show Johnny the Ghostbusters trailer. Ugh. Phantom X says, Aaron, if you only have Matt on once every month or two, the audience isn't going to be able to get to know and like him. Milk him once a week for a month and see how it goes. First and last show. Okay, and then when we bomb, what am I supposed to do? This show is not at a point where it can just try shit out. This show is at a point where it just has to keep things steady as she goes. It's a quarter sitting on its edge on the table. We have to not touch the table and just go like this and go, okay, this is finally, after a year of insane money loss and struggles, this is working. This is like tentatively, okay, maybe it's finally stable. So we can't just go, you know what we should do? Experiment with another fat guy on the show. That's what people need. Mizzle T. Shizzle says, well, they have been updated and made lighter. It has been like 40 years. Duh. Oh, yeah, I'm sure the little girl, she built upon the proton pack technology. That's what it is.
Yeah, because wasn't most of the technology and stuff kind of invented by Egon? Like the character Egon?
Yeah, Egon and Ray created most of it.
Yeah, so one of the in the story, one of the creative people behind all the equipment they use is dead. So
Yes, he's dead. Literally
before
dead.
he died, he thought, you know what? I need to make an ultralight version in case my granddaughter decides to start slinging
Precisely.
protons.
Mike, they're coming up with names for the next Ghostbusters movie already. Ghostbusters Do Dallas.
Ooh.
Ghostbusters Stupid Patton Oswalt. Now, let me tell you, Patton Oswalt is in the narration of this movie. And I went, the new Egon. This would be perfect.
Right.
Patton would be a great Egon Spengler type character. Great. Nope, he's just a quirky desk clerk guy.
He literally played an Egon Spengler type character in the Blade movie.
Make him Egon.
Yeah, he would have worked perfectly.
Look, Paul Rudd. That's the worst part. These movies are so shittily written. It's not like you don't have the people. Paul Rudd, Patton Oswalt. Boom. You got half your Ghostbusters right there.
And then you can bring back all the old guys. You know, because what fun won't it be to see those Jerry?
Why don't you, go ahead, asshole. Make your jokes about things you don't think they should do and won't happen. Because you know what they say? Challenge accepted, John.
Don't tell me they do.
Mike Erb says Ghostbusters Do Dallas. Fauci's Pangolin, Ghostbusters Endgame. There you go.
Seems like that's what they're doing.
Yeah, Rexstart parody account. There you go. That's perfect. I was wondering why the name Frozen Empire bugged me so much. It's a fucking Frozen movie. You might as well have Elsa in this one. You know what the scariest part of a Ghostbusters movie is nowadays?
What?
The Sony logo coming up at the beginning.
I thought the fact they were making one.
That too. Ghostbusters Rise of the Machines. Ghostbusters Electric Boogaloo. Ghostbusters Naughty Stepsis. Might as well. Ghostbusters There Will Be Blood, says Hulkamasha Baby. Oh, don't worry, because in this one, when something really scary happens, you know how Egon was terrified beyond all rational thought?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, Paul Rudd just giggles.
Oh.
Because nothing creates a lot of tension and drama, and you should be afraid of this moment like a guy giggling.
Well, see, that was the thing about the movies is that, like, the moment that created the tension and the drama was always at least a little bit comical, and then the actors were the ones who were scared. So it was like, oh my God, they're scared. They're dealing with this. Like, oh, but it is still a little funny.
Right. Exactly.
So I guess, so what did they're like, ooh, we went uber hard on the effects so it looks scary, but then we have the people be like, ha, 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 funny.
Because you know what you want to do in a movie when you're creating tension?
Break it with the actors.
Right. Have one of the actors break the tension. That's a really good idea. Fuck, I hate movies. Okay, so here's Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, the teaser trailer. This movie's scary. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just the Sony logo. Hey, guys, we killed Spider-Man, we killed Ghostbusters, and we killed what was left of Adam Sandler's career. Welcome to Sony.
As an Xbox fan, I'm glad you're finally on this side of the fence, even if it's for the wrong reason.
Sony movies are shit. I don't like Sony movies. I'm still a PlayStation guy.
Well, nobody's perfect.
Nobody's perfect. Okay, so you know how you made that joke about like, and then what? You put the old Ghostbusters in there?
Yeah. No.
Just watch the trailer.
Like
whenever you have a smart-ass comment about a stupid thing they could do in the movie and it's totally a joke on your end, do me a favor, shut your mouth and just keep watching because you're going to hate yourself. Oh, the statue.
Oh, fuck, we did go back to New York.
Look, the Statue of Liberty, you know, the one that shattered into 3 pieces in the second movie.
I'm telling you, it's going to be another hot one out there. In fact, there are heat alerts in effect for New Jersey, feeling like 100 degrees.
Climate change, baby. Oh, everyone's having a good time at the beach. What could possibly go wrong? Spooky.
What is that?
Ghostbusters, the day after tomorrow.
Are you fucking shitting me? So we're starting with like a cataclysmic event? You know, the thing that we built to in the movie where it's like, hey, does it seem like something might be going on?
Remember when, like, at the beginning of Ghostbusters movies, like 45 minutes in, they would just be like exterminators. There would be just a little ghost possum equivalent kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they would just have to trap the little ghost possum and then we're done. And hey, here's your bill. And, you know, we're schlubby exterminators just, you know, doing our job. And then it would build up to, Ray, did you ever think that maybe all these things are happening because the dead are rising from the grave?
And then he's driving home. Oh, shit.
How about some music?
How about some music?
Yeah. See, yeah, because they were exterminators who got in over their head. That was the whole point. And then a painting tried to kill the whole city over a river of slime.
And steal their baby. It was just interesting.
Yeah. It wasn't like, and now a world cataclysmic weather event happens. We need a middle schooler to help us. Fuck this movie.
All right, I'm going to make one more joke, and if it is true, I might have to just... All right.
You should... Don't do it.
No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to tempt fate. Don't tell me they go the freaking route of like, oh, and we're doing a handheld camera and everything because it's all super realistic.
Okay, no. There you go.
All right.
At least you have that.
We didn't go the stupid... What is that movie's name? Oh, God.
Blair Witch Project?
No, the fucking...
Cloverfield?
There we go.
Yeah.
That sucked. I hated that movie. I got motion sick so much in that movie.
How about this? You said earlier that you don't feel the need at his advanced age for Bill Murray to be anywhere near Ghostbusters.
I don't think with what I've seen and heard he should be near films.
Yeah.
I think we've
Or
done
women.
enough. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I mean. But just saying overall, I'm like, we've done enough. How about you just step off and go, hey, it speaks for itself.
It's fine. I got an elderly couple and then weather. The weather.
Thank God we saw it through the eyeglasses of the black lady's sunglasses.
Look, ice daggers are coming out of the ground. You know, like ghosts. Ghosts do ice daggers.
The ghosts were cartoony and comical. I mean, yes, they were ghosts. That was the terrifying part.
Even the boss one still looked like Annie Lennox from the Eurythmics.
I mean, Jesus Christ, the first one you deal with just looks like a nice old lady, and then she goes super creepy on you for a second, and the dudes freak out and run out of the library screaming like little girls.
Right.
Like, that was I don't remember watching Ghostbusters and being like, oh, I'm afraid to turn off the lights. Like, it was never scary. They were scared of the situation. The comical part was the whole thing.
It was about starting a business and running a business and being exterminators and, getting in over your head. They were unlikely heroes. This one has to be like girl power, like the Star Wars chick, Daisy Ridley. It had to be like the Star Wars girl where, and the girl's going to save the day, and look at this cat. She's just a badass. The Ghostbusters weren't badass.
No.
They were schlubs.
The entire thing of the Ghostbusters was like, really? You those guys? They're fake. It's all, the whole thing's a scam. Remember how like their biggest haters were like, yeah, dude, they're just gassing people and giving them hallucinogenic trips with a laser show.
They're basically the Scarecrow, you know? Yeah, what was great about Ghostbusters was that they needed Arnold Schwarzenegger and they got Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
That was what made that movie awesome. But don't worry, the beach is freezing. Oh my God, it's a big ghost climate change wall. Oh my God, they killed an Arab cab driver. All right, so now Day After Tomorrow Part 2. So Jake Gyllenhaal and Dennis Quaid are going to be in this one? Drift racing.
For the first time in New York.
Hey, don't worry, dude. She's back. The little girl is back.
So they made a smaller proton pack just for her? Because, spoiler alert, that's not the same size as the rest of them.
Oh, and not only that, who made the smaller proton pack for her? The guy who made those is dead.
And I don't think he ever knew his granddaughter.
Oh, but he never met her. But don't worry, in the first movie they established she's a super smart middle school or high school kid, so she totally gets nuclear physics.
Get it, guys? Because, she kind of looks like she might be a lesbian, so she has to be intelligent.
Subatomic energy is her bag, man. Oh, no, this is atomic energy, isn't it? This is nuclear shit.
Well, actually, this is No, you're right. It's subatomic.
Subatomic.
We're dealing with protons because, again, literally the whole idea is that this thing is stripping off protons and slinging them as energy as a weapon.
But don't worry. She totally understands all of this and made proton packs.
So we did all of this to bring it into the modern day, but we didn't do the part where the government would totally not let you run around with a nuclear weapon on your back.
Walter Peck would not be okay with this.
History. People froze to death in the middle of July.
What is it?
The death chill.
Who was it? That's what's his name? Oh God.
Actor who I don't really care for, but
oh shit, he's in a lot of stuff though.
he's a
Kumail
nerdy guy.
Nanjiani.
Yeah, he's a big nerd.
Yeah.
The Death Show.
So we could wait. Hold on.
I would take Kumail Nanjiani as a Ghostbuster. We have Paul Rudd, Patton Oswalt, and Kumail Nanjiani.
We have the Ghostbusters. Whoever did this is a big Ghostbusters fan and is gaslighting the shit out of every other true Ghostbusters fan. I'm going to fill the movie with the perfect cast to rebuild the Ghostbusters, to launch it anew in today's modern age. But we're going to make it all about the little girl and say fuck the rest of these
And
guys.
then, can I throw you another name that doesn't even have to be a big name, and you can make it the fourth Ghostbuster?
Who?
Alan Tudyk, the guy who played Steve the Pirate in
fuck yeah.
Dodgeball.
No, I'd fuck with Alan Tudyk in this movie all day. He's a great actor. I love him.
Throw Alan Tudyk in the movie. Then you got Patton Oswalt, Paul Rudd, Kumail Nanjiani.
You technically have your diverse cast because you have, a ginger and an ethnicity.
An Indian guy or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what his. I don't know. He's.
A fat guy.
I always find him meh. So whatever.
And Patton's pretty much trans at this point, right? So you got a trans guy. He looks like a fat lesbian.
I mean, yeah.
It's perfect. Okay, if Sony goes, we need a girl, who do you get? You have to have a girl Ghostbuster. We need a girl. You got a little bit of money because we didn't go too big with Kumail Nanjiani, Patton Oswalt. We got to get rid of Alan Tudyk, or we can't have him in there. They said no. We got to have a girl.
You know what the sad part is the only couple I could think of. They already tapped for the movie when they did the girls one, so that's ruined that. So no.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking like maybe you could go with she might be too. It's weird to say she's too old now, but like a Scarlett Johansson, could you get her? That might be too big of a get.
That'd be too big of a get, and I don't know if I'd go with Scarlett Johansson. I mean, Winona Ryder. I mean,
Winona Ryder is a Ghostbuster?
I mean,
I don't hate it.
It would work, but it's just
Okay,
she's
you need a
little
black
old.
guy. You obviously they call Kevin Hart, right?
But what we had?
Kumail's Indian. I don't think he counts as black.
I don't know if you've seen, but he's not exactly white. I mean, how much?
Whatever you do, as long as they don't get Aziz Ansari, I don't give a fuck who you pick.
Why would you get Aziz Ansari?
Michael Che? Can we get Michael Che as a Ghostbuster?
I could stand to see Michael Che in this.
Hannibal Buress is a Ghostbuster.
That would be funny.
Hannibal Buress, Paul Rudd, Patton Oswalt, Kumail Nanjiani.
Hannibal Buress would be great for those moments where like, dude, we gotta do something. I'm not capable of actually speaking right now.
He would be a good Winston.
Yeah.
Because Winston was just a working class guy. He wasn't like a scientist or a doctor. He was like, look, I just need a paycheck.
Yeah.
The power to kill.
So he's a ghost, right? Because that looks like a skeleton.
That would be great if Bill Murray was a ghost, right? No, that Johnny, do those look like the lapels of a Ghostbusters jumpsuit? Oh, they don't? See, I thought they did.
It looks kind of like a trench coat. I hope to God they're not the lapels of a Ghostbusters jumpsuit.
You don't think that Winston and Peter Venkman being in the movie? We already saw Dan Aykroyd, so don't worry, they're all back. So that gun that Sony held to their head for the last 7 years is still loaded, apparently. Congratulations, guys.
He's only doing this because of a court order.
Right.
By fear itself. Your veins turn to rivers of ice. Your bones crack. And the last thing you see.
Don't worry, yeah. Patton Oswalt is just an elevator operator. The biggest dork in the world who would have been great as Ray Stantz or Egon Spengler. He's got an elevator to run. He can't be a Ghostbuster.
I can't believe.
And did you see that the mom was a Ghostbuster too? Because she totally knows how to do this.
Dude, she can't run a family. She's going to run a business.
She's the shittiest mom in the world. Actually, one of the few things I liked about the last movie was that she was just a piece of shit single mom who couldn't do a goddamn thing right. I liked that. That was the good part of the movie because I was like, this is believable. She's
People
shit.
are watching the movie. This isn't a good female character. It's true to life, cunt.
It's perfect. It's the only pure thing about this film. And the little girl, like, she does a good job. Like, she's a good actress. I don't blame the actors. They're just doing what they were given. But that whole concept of the character is stupid. Everyone who loves these movies is in their 30s to 60s now.
Yeah, but the argument is these movies aren't made for those people.
Then don't make it. Nobody
Right.
gives a shit.
Right. Make a new movie for the new people to have their own thing. You know what Ghostbusters was? It wasn't the thing that was made to be there for our
It wasn't for kids.
Not only was it not for kids, it was made for an audience. It wasn't made to replace something that some audience before had. It wasn't to fill a zone. So this idea that, no, we need to make the Ghostbusters for this generation today. No, you need to make the Ghostbusters equivalent.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be Ghostbusters. Do your own fucking thing.
As a matter of fact, it might help you if it wasn't Ghostbusters.
Yeah, if you didn't have any of that baggage bringing you down.
Your own tear ducts freezing up.
Raven Simone?
Like,
Or King Ezekiel from The Walking Dead. I couldn't figure. I always can't tell those two apart.
literally scared to death? So cool.
No.
Don't you love when they cut all the tense moments of Ghostbusters with someone being silly?
I really hope they're not. I really hope that wasn't an actual scene and it was just a fucked up cut. Because
Like Patton Oswalt was just doing an ad lib?
No. Like they're talking about something else, like say the equipment, and he's like, "It's so cool." Yeah. Like I really, really don't want to think in some universe they thought this is a great scene where they're talking like, and people are literally scared to death. I know, it's so cool.
Okay, but that was the 2016 Ghostbusters. Every time they would discuss something serious, it would be, oh, time for a wacky ad lib.
Right.
Time for you to make a poop or a queef joke.
Yeah, and I hate to be one of these people that relies on reality, but it seems to still be my crutch. Do we not remember how bad 2016 Ghostbusters went?
It was bad.
At the box office, overall reviews, most of the people that watched it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was.
So why would we take that as like, you know what we should do when we're making this movie? Let's take the piece of dog shit that failed so bad we bailed out of it and rebooted a reboot to die.
Yeah. Honestly, I was April turned on Bridesmaids the other day, and I was watching that movie, and I was always told, because I've seen it once or twice, and I was always told, hey, that's an example of women writing, putting together a movie, and it's pretty good. And I'm watching Bridesmaids, and I'm like, all this is just like women proving they're not funny by just doing shitty ad libs that don't help the movie or don't add to it. Kristen Wiig is one of the most uncomfortable. This may not be a popular opinion. She's one of the most uncomfortable people to watch in a movie.
I don't know.
It's uncomfortable ad lib after like everything she does is like this muttering, uncomfortable ad lib. I'm like, all right, I got the character. It's like I'm watching Church Lady do a 2-hour movie.
Right. I'll disagree with you only on the, like, I don't mind the character when it's in the right places, but it's a typecast. I'll give you that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean.
But
it's like, remember when people got sick of
I'd say Walk of Shame would be a better movie to go with.
But remember when people kind of got tired of Will Ferrell around kicking and screaming because everything he did was
yeah.
I can't watch Step Brothers because it's all just those two being gay. Like two really talented actors just being fucking dumb.
I think, I don't even remember how far I got into it, but yeah, I tapped out. I never finished it.
Step Brothers?
Yeah.
Thank God somebody agrees with me on Step Brothers. I feel like a crazy person when I shit on that movie.
I watched it for a little bit and I just went, no. And then I literally, like, what was it? We were somewhere around this scene where John C. Reilly is is getting with the dude's wife.
Oh, yeah.
And at some point by then I was just like, yeah, I don't.
It's a try-hard movie.
I just went, yeah, no, I'm done. I'll go play a video game or something.
It's one of those rare movies where I love everybody in it. Like John C. Reilly, I think is great. Talladega Nights is an incredible movie. It's really funny. But yeah, Step Brothers is it's too much of everything.
It's another movie where everything seems to be there if you would have just gone that last step, and then they fucked it right at the end.
Hey man, I got Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly for a movie. Oh, sounds great. Who else you got? I got Mary Steenburgen. Love Mary Steenburgen. I got Adam Scott. Adam Scott's one of the best supporting actors there are. That sounds great. What are they going to do? They're going to be 40 and retarded. Cool. Let me know how it turns out.
All right, so we got Patton Oswalt. We've got Paul Walker.
Yes!
We got Kalan Nanjian. But we got the kid from Stranger Things. Oh, the 11 chick? No. The side kid that everyone keeps hoping will die because he looks stupid and gay and he runs around like, oh, my girlfriend. And we're just like, can you just fucking eat a bullet already?
Oh, you mean Finn Wolfhard? Yeah, we've got Finn Wolfhard. Oh, cool. What kind of character does he play? We don't really do anything with him. He just kind of stands there looking drawn and gaunt and doesn't really know what's going on. Oh, that's cool. You're right. It's very much like Step Brothers, where you go, hey, man, Ghostbusters is coming back. Oh, shit. Yes, I love Ghostbusters. Who do you got? I got Paul Rudd. Dude,
we can do that.
If I were to start a new Peter Venkman, it would be Paul Rudd. That's great. That's awesome. Who else you got? Patton Oswalt. Oh, like the king of comedy dorks. This is going to be fucking, yes. Who else you got? I got Kumail Nanjiani. He's fantastic. He was
giant comic book nerd. That fits.
This is going to be great. So what are they doing? Just not being Ghostbusters. What? But who's a Ghostbuster? A little girl. So you just fuck it. So this is all, by the way, don't think that my crazy conspiracy brain doesn't go, I think this is communists trying to destroy things we love so they can reset the culture.
Why
Yes.
would you think that?
That's right. I'm saying that Ghostbusters Frozen Empire is a communist plot to destroy America. That's what I'm saying.
We want them to think of the little girl who's quasi-effeminate and not your love is drifting me higher. I don't know why they sound like Nazis, but...
Oh, look, Finn Wolfhard. Look, that's the face I want fighting my ghosts.
Oh, that's a perfect pause, though. By the way, I don't believe that this person physically has the ability to withstand what he's doing right now. Carrying that backpack and shooting that thing. Like, we were made to understand that the guys doing this were literally just like, oh, this is just a lot of work.
Taking everything I've got to operate.
Do you
this
remember
thing.
at the end of the movie when they roll that giant thing with the packs out and it's literally one guy is helping load the other because they can't just heft it on.
Right.
So I was like, all right, I'll lift it up. You get it on your shoulder. And yeah, I'm really sure prepubescent here is totally gonna pull it off. Has his balls dropped yet? I just honestly.
Does he have balls?
That's a good question.
Hollywood. He could be a gelding. Yeah, fuck yeah. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. Because we're out of shit to do. Okay, so ready? Tense moment. Scary ice ghost. I'm terrified beyond all rational thought, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Again, it's like you're watching fans of the movie living in the world for a minute. And they're just like, oh my God, we're doing Ghostbusters shit. Isn't this cool? And it's, no, you're in a situation where that's a ghost. And I don't know if I need to tell you this, guys. Like, for us, it's a movie and funny, dramatic moment.
Yeah.
For you, that bitch will fucking kill you and you're dead. Like, I mean, the whole idea that this is funny or this is nerdy awesome. No. That's the audience's part. You're living in a world dealing with ghosts killing you.
Yes. Skeezy says Oz is going to love this movie. Sadly, yes. Oz likes anything. If I called him right now and I said, Oz, what do you think about Ghostbusters Afterlife? He'd be like, oh, it's a good movie. Yeah, oh, man, that was good. But it wasn't. You just like Ghostbusters.
In defense of Oz, this is a movie that I will say you can get drunk and eat a Tostino's pizza to.
Yes, but you got to make it your own. You know?
Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, if you're doing a movie at home, ritz it up.
All right, here's what the audience had for us. Elizabeth Banks as a female Ghostbuster.
That I could work with. Again,
You're going to be disappointed how old she is now.
Elizabeth Banks?
Yeah. You got to remember, all the movies that you like her in were made 15 years ago.
Shit, even Walk of Shame? Wasn't she in that?
How long ago was Walk of Shame?
Fuck, I don't know, but that's one of my favorite. Like, that was one of the ones where I'm like, hey, dude, she can actually direct because she was behind the whole thing.
Soup Can says Jenna Ortega. No,
that's a she's big on Wednesday, and we gotta get Jenna Ortega.
Yeah. That's like bringing in Finn
fuck
Wolfhard.
you, SC Motorsports. You better be fucking with me.
He says Amy Schumer all the way.
I fucking hate you.
She could play the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
That could work.
Yeah. Zeke Kyle says Jeff Goldblum should be in it. That would be kind of bitching.
That would be interesting.
But again, kind of old.
Yeah, but it still works. All right, we got. All right, hear me. We've got. Ghosts.
He'd be a better Egon than Egon. If they got Jeff Goldblum, Harold Ramis should have went, I won't do the sequel.
I won't.
You guys can just have The Fly. It's totally. We're gonna take these proton packs and take them out. Take them down. Do your stuff. What'd you do to the ghost? Yeah, I gave it a cold. I gave it a virus. Aubrey Plaza. She's a little too weird, like a little too quirky for some reason. I don't yet. JJ says Melissa McCarthy. I don't hate that one.
I feel like we're. That's another one where I'm like, I see her too much.
Yeah. Is this one too old? Because I like Zeke Kyle's idea for our Black Ghostbuster, Ice Cube.
It's never too old for Ice Cube. If
I
he's
like
still alive
Ice
and
Cube
kicking.
as a Ghostbuster. He can almost be. He can be like, oh hell no, like he can be black ghetto Ice Cube as a Ghostbuster. Magic 8 Ball says Keanu C. Thompson. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Meghan Markle. Oh God, I hope the ghost killer. Jonathan Majors. I don't hate that one. Jack Black as a Ghostbuster. Dude, you don't want to see Jack Black.
No, Jack Black's done.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Jack Black went near that Star Wars shit, and I saw what he did there, and I'm afraid to watch Mandalorian.
That, and he looks like homeless Santa Claus now. Ugh. Not good. Not good. Jeremy with $2 says this new Ghostbusters makes 2016 Ghostbusters look good.
No, it doesn't.
I can't in good conscience go that far, but I understand his motivation. I just can't. I can't do it. You want to read that name?
I Major Cough.
Kicking and Screaming should have put Will Ferrell on a war crimes tribunal. Now I agree. Hobo says Adam Scott is such a crybaby liberal. But here's the thing. If you're going to not watch movies because the people in it are crybaby liberals, I got bad news. We're just watching John Voight movies. That's all we're doing. You want to, hey, it's John Voight and Rob Schneider in...
oh, wait, no, we have Clint Eastwood, but he doesn't really come out of his house much anymore.
But if we make him make a movie, he might die. And I don't want
Why
that on
isn't
my
Clint
conscience.
Eastwood a Ghostbuster?
Right.
Make your move, Slimer.
Who's going to become a ghost first? He just goes into the hospital in the ICU. He goes, who becomes a ghost first? Me or you? $2 from Los Federales says men with vasectomies are ghost busting. Men with vasectomies are the target audience for Ghostbusters, though. Balls Deep becoming a member for his 18th month. 18. Wonderful. Hobo Chili says, don't get me wrong, I still watch movies with him. I'm not one of those types. Well, yeah, you can't be one of those types, because if you were, again, you wouldn't be allowed to watch movies anymore. Roseanne Barr would make an amazing Ghostbuster. Be kind of fun.
I mean, it could be interesting, but she's old. I feel like she could be in it.
Yeah.
You know what she could be? She could be the new lady answering the phones. I forget the...
Janine.
Yeah, the new Janine.
Greasy N-word with $5 over on Rumble says Ghostbusters, the return of the Hollywood Grabbler's greed. Scary F-slurs. Greasy N-word with $2 says, I ain't afraid of no Weinstein, grape you in the ass Grabbler ghost. By the way, does anybody else have a haunting rectal pain? Greasy N-word with another $2 says, I heard you guys had fun with my manifesto last night. You have my PayPal. I expect to cut, you roasty loaf piggy zipper. I don't know what you're talking about. I do know all that's come in this morning. Thank you. Puts us at 260 for today. Thank you guys very much for contributing. We got a relatively low one today. So that's pretty cool. Keep contributing. We'll knock it out in no time. I thought the ghost was white. Rusty Grammer becoming a member for his 18th month says hashtag me too. Packer Backer says people always forget John C. Reilly was in Boogie Nights. I never forget that.
Yeah, but he did all right in Boogie Nights. Okay, that
right,
wasn't
great in Boogie Nights.
Again, this is an actor with some depth and some ability. You know, we're gonna have him just walk around and go "durr" with Will Ferrell. The whole movie, durr. Let's build a bunk bed out of our beds, durr.
Get it? We're retarded in 40. Queso Donkey and Ran Out of Thoughts both renewing their memberships for 18 months. Perfect day for you guys to start your first membership. Fried chicken, it works fine. Let's see if Menthols goes in the super chat. Confirm if it worked. Yes, it did. Me 3 says Ran Out of Thoughts. Slap My Ass Sally becoming a member.
Thank you.
For their 18th month. So there you go. Everybody become a member and gift memberships and get us back up to 600. Stevie J says, come on, guys, let's have a clean show today. No slurs and no funny stuff. Wait, what? Give me tips becoming a member for his 18th month. Thank you guys very, very much. Again, the number today is 260. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, and memberships. Appreciate it. Knock it down. End it early. Call it a day. So speaking of, greasy N-word brought up manifestos.
Okay.
And as far as by the way, I'm using this morning's Ghostbusters clip as the thing I'm clipping out of there we go. And then I'm not using the Mean Girls thing from yesterday. Greasy N-word brought up manifestos. Now, this is weird because I guess we have to tread lightly around this one because
That's a first.
YouTube and Facebook, and they're not letting you talk much about this manifesto thing. It's crazy because we've been telling them during all these mass shootings, don't show their picture, don't say their name,
Don't talk about their manifesto.
don't print the manifesto. And they do it because they're like, these guns are bad and we need to know all this shit. Okay, when it's a white guy, we need to do that. But apparently when it's a trans person who used gay slurs and racial slurs towards white people in their manifesto, and that's who they wanted to kill, well, now it's not appropriate to print the manifesto. Not only that, we have to actively block and restrict people who try to print it. So YouTube and Facebook have been doing that. Meanwhile, look, respect to Crowder. I mean, I don't like him. I really don't like Crowder. But he got a hold of this thing. Apparently, the police department got it to him, leaked it to him, and he released it.
Good
Otherwise,
for him.
this thing never would have saw the light of day. So Crowder getting a lot of rub off of this. But unfortunately, they
Make them mashed potatoes.
They kind of found out
Who did it?
And now I guess they're starting to punish him. Let's check in with Nashville. Now, this is one of those weird stories because I'm glad this came out so it could expose all the hypocrisy of the media and the culture and how full of shit they are. I like that kind of stuff. That sunlight, the best disinfectant and all that. But then also there's the second part of it where you're like, you want to complain about the officers being fired or investigated, but you're also like, well, I mean, they did break the rules of their job. That is something that costs you your gig when you do stuff like that.
Yeah, just the problem I'm having is the inequity, to use a term they love.
Yes.
Of
equity, very important.
Yeah.
Yes.
The inequity of the dispersion of justice in this. Because, again, how many times do we see people, getting in trouble for leaking the manifesto and the other events?
That's true, yeah. They just give you the manifesto.
Yeah,
and
they
the
don't even
other
have to
ones.
leak it. So
That's a good point. Yeah, when it's another person's manifesto, it's just given to the media and it's totally fine. But when it's Crowder and the trans shooter, then it's a leak and people need to pay with their jobs. You're right. That's total bullshit.
It seems a little hypocritical.
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 By the way, ran out of thoughts. Thank you for gifting a membership to Mark Stevens. Sid Seraph says, love me some members. Oh, don't we all? And Big Earn becoming a member for his 18th month. I Made Jerk Off and Stevie both saying, and Hobo Chili Recipe all saying the same thing. Watch it. Wouldn't that be funny if the cops leaked it to Crowder, but when they did it as a little sense of humor, they went, hey, Steven, fucking watch it. Are you wearing your glove? Put on your gloves and then handle his manifesto.
Is this how you honor the husband?
Yes, Crowder. Is this how you honor the husband? So this is the latest we have from the Metro Nashville Police
Heavy
Department.
consequences are likely in store for whomever Metro Police determined to be the leaker of the Covenant shooter's writings. After photos of the journal pages made national headlines Monday, outraged Covenant parents said they spoke directly to MNPD.
Metro has assured me that this is a felony.
Wow.
The person who did this will be brought to justice. They will be arrested. And that absolutely has to happen.
So, again, when it's a white shooter and he shoots up like a synagogue or a black church or something like that, we need to know exactly why they did it. We need to know what made them tick. We need to look out for the warning signs so we can make sure this never happens again.
No more guns. Watch your angry white men.
And here's Anders Breivik. Remember the Norwegian or Swedish shooter or whatever? They released his manifesto, the whole thing. Got to get it out there so these angry white men can be held to account. But then when we have a trans shooter and all that, well, then all of a sudden they will be held to account and this will be a felony. I mean, the media and the liberals who run these fucking shithole failed states, they're more angry at the guys leaking the manifesto than they are the shooter.
Yeah.
The shooter, they're making all kinds of excuses. Let's not talk about it. Hush, hush. This isn't a mass shooting we really want to discuss. Kind of like when a Muslim shot up the Pulse nightclub. We don't really want to talk about the gay, religious part of this. It's not really where
and we certainly don't want to talk about the group of people that are going, you know what? I'm proud of the shooter, and more of this stuff will happen unless we get what we want. And it's
right.
Like, oh, wow, that's not scary at all.
So in this one, they're mad at the cops who leaked the manifesto to inform people that, oh, surprise, surprise, this person's dramatically mentally ill and snapped and killed a bunch of people. That's
the other thing, too. Like, you guys, I understand why you don't want out there. It's not really a good look. You have a trans person who was white, who apparently hated the hell out of these white F slurs.
Gay F slurs, yeah. I mean, it seemed like a little bit of projection.
Or just at the very least, a little bit of not so balanced.
No.
Conservative podcaster Steven Crowder, who released the documents on his show, tweeting out today, the powers that be are more concerned about finding the leaker than they are about the contents of Audrey Hale's anti-white manifesto.
Right.
Yeah.
That's also known as a fact. I'm sorry you haven't seen any of those recently and you forgot what they look like.
Stop being so shitty at your job. Here's where I'm mad at the cops and the media. Stop making me take Crowder's side on shit.
Yeah, stop making him look good.
Yes.
That is an incredibly low bar to get over.
You guys can't even reach Crowder level, and I find that upsetting.
You know what? I think the local news needs to start eating more fucking potatoes.
Baked potatoes.
Whatever.
Let's be very clear.
Just take his route. Try something.
Sometimes Steven wants a potato.
Interview with Fox 17.
Go walk Steven's dog.
Crowder said a source passed along a text thread with the photos to his investigative team. He says that text exchange involved an MMPD officer.
They reverse searched the phone number, authenticated that source number 2 was in fact on the scene of the crime.
Crowder saying he never paid the source for any of the information or leaked photos.
There's no payment.
Kind of a dick. I mean, the guy's losing his job. You could throw him a 5-figure number, you know?
Well, I think even if there was payment, this is covering for him. And
are you saying Crowder would be dishonest?
What?
Nor does.
By the way, that chest surgery he had totally was not cosmetic surgery to make him look more like a man. He had to have it done. It was medically necessary or he would die.
Yeah, medically necessary.
Yeah. It's not that he had a weak chest and he wanted to surgically change it.
To look more alpha male.
Yeah. It's not what he's doing.
Discussion of money exchanging hands.
We asked Crowder what motivated his source to reveal the passages, now the subject of an ongoing legal battle.
I can tell you their exact words.
The Jews did it. No, whoa, why would you say something like that?
They're controlling the narrative.
Because it's the right thing to do.
A very different viewpoint from Covenant parents and families.
Isn't that the crazy thing? They're like, oh, they released it because it's the right thing to do. It's only the right thing to do because the media's been doing the wrong thing for so long. In a perfect world, what these cops did is the wrong thing to do.
Right.
We shouldn't be publishing these manifestos. We shouldn't be putting this stuff out there. It only helps create copycats. We know this to be a fact. So you shouldn't put them out there. But the fact that you put them out there when it fits your narrative and then you don't when it doesn't, that exposes a weakness and a manipulation in you that I think people ought to be aware of, as many as possible. So if you had been doing most of the media's problems are self-inflicted.
What?
This wouldn't be an issue if you wouldn't fuck up all the time. You keep printing these fucking manifestos. And then when Crowder goes, oh, hey, you missed one, they're like, no, we didn't miss it. That one just goes against who we want to demonize.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. They keep, again, using the news media as a way to, like, push a narrative as opposed to doing what their actual job is. If they would just stick to their actual job and just report the news.
Just give us the facts.
You are a viper.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. What did Randy Orton have to do with this? I hear voices in my head. They counsel me. Oh, my God. This guy got RKO'd right after this press conference.
You're a member of the law enforcement community.
No, I'm not. You got the wrong guy.
And you have released evidence that was gathered in our most vulnerable moment.
And that's something we only do when it fits our narrative.
It's something we only do when a cisgender white male says the N-word. God! What is wrong with you people? We only do this when the whites are doing it. And guys. And it's against black people. Mick Marshall says when it's a white shooter that could be portrayed in any way, shape, or form as right-wing, then it's openly given to the media.
Right.
Right.
Because then we sit there and go, oh, these evil MAGA people. Everyone that goes against the narrative is a right-wing conspiracy theorist. And every time someone who could be portrayed as a right-winger is a horrible person, like, oh, look how bad all these right-wing conspiracy people are.
Yeah. Papa Dan says this is hilarious to watch because it's being painted out like the shooter is still the victim of all this. We're all so fucked. Right. They care more about punishing the person who leaked the thing that they always print than they do demonizing the shooter for doing what they did.
They keep saying, the families are so upset that this got out. Why? Why would you care? I'm sorry. I have bigger fish to fry. Like the fact that my kid is dead and it doesn't matter what the psycho who killed him thought. They put that shit on paper or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change. You know what doesn't bring my kid back? Putting these writings out or keeping them in. I could give two shits.
Balls Deep, thank you for gifting a membership to Bailey Smith. Appreciate it. I Major Cough with $2 says finding the leaker of Roe v. Wade decision. Crickets. Yeah.
Yeah, where's the leaker for that?
They even knew. They were like, oh, yeah, it was some clerk in some judge's office. And like, well, did they go to prison? No, we just disciplined them.
We just told them, hey, you're really making the Supreme Court look bad and people are getting correct.
Sorry.
It's good.
Had to. I should actually do 6 more of them. How have we done a Crowder story and we haven't played that 9,000 times yet?
I have it on my board.
Leaking the Roe v. Wade decision literally put people in physical danger.
Yeah.
And
Supreme
they were like,
Court justices' lives were put at risk.
Yeah. And they were like, well, it does go to what we want politically, so go easy on them. Hey, we found out that this person is... I thought the media loved a good murder based on bigotry story. I thought if it was a hate crime that they wanted... If it bleeds, it leads. But apparently this one...
So wait a minute.
So
we're to understand this police officer leaking this information to the media. That's a horrible, horrible crime. But Snowden is a victim that's being wrongfully forced to live in Russia because we're calling.
He
out
tried
all
to tell
he
tried to tell the American people what their government's doing to them.
Yeah.
And now he has to go live in Russia, where they have all sorts of, it's a real free place. Stoned Malone says you publish a manifesto, straight to jail. You overcook chicken, straight to jail. Okay.
I feel like one of those things isn't as severe as the other. But
Right. I mean, I would much rather someone release my manifesto than overcook my chicken. By the way, 255 is the number for today. If you feel like chipping in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Thank you guys for everything thus far. So, yes, we have 7 Nashville police officers so far that have been punished for this leak. 7 of them so far. God damn, man. Sucks. Well, we've got a lot more stuff to get to today. Notably, the Minnesota Supreme Court ruled on whether or not Donald Trump should be removed from the state ballot for president in 2024. Whether he should not. Now, remember, Trump's not even on the ballot yet.
Nope.
There's no ballot.
I love how much work we're going through to stop this guy from running for president. And at every point, they're like, oh, it's because he's a bad, evil dude. And like, oh, it has nothing to do with the look like he's going to win by a landslide with how bad you fucked things up in the last 3 years alone.
And not only that, but like the group that brought this case forward was called like the Free Speech Project. And their whole thing is trying to stop a guy from running for president. Because he said, and their whole reason was, it's his language before January 6th. Wait, so you're telling me that this guy's speech, you want to take away his right to run for president because he said bad things. What's your name again so I can write it down? We're the Free Speech Project. Oh. What's the matter? Oh, nothing. I'm just choking on irony. Sorry about that.
Breaking news tonight, the Minnesota Supreme Court has dismissed the case on Donald Trump's ballot eligibility in Minnesota.
Wow, no way. You're kidding. You mean the Minnesota Supreme Court didn't take a former president and unilaterally remove him from the ballot, which would fly in the face of hundreds of years of precedent and legal findings. Wow, that's amazing.
And the one thing I love, though, is that this free speech group is that they're not partisan at all.
Right, they're just for free speech.
Right.
By stopping a guy from running for president who's been president before.
Let's go straight to Randy Meyer in the Live Center for details on what happened this afternoon.
Let's
Randy?
do that.
Kelsey, it happened, as you know, just in the last hour and a half or so. That court ruling to dismiss the lawsuit that aimed to remove the former president from the ballot here in Minnesota. So this means that Donald Trump will stay on the ballot in our state as he seeks another run at president.
There's no, guys, you're freaking out about this guy. You're showing your hand so much how terrified you are of this man. There's no ballot yet. They haven't had a single caucus or a primary. There's no ballot, thus no ballot for him to be on. You're front lashing this whole thing and going, we got to stop it before it even starts. That makes you look guilty.
As hell.
Yes. And then after all these things fail, like let's say he doesn't get convicted, he doesn't go to jail in any of these criminal cases, and then he runs for president. All you're doing is handing him the victimhood trophy, the persecution trophy, and he can carry that cross on his back during the election.
And he has no problem doing that.
No, not at all. You tried to stop me with everything you've got. You've tried to lock me in jail. You tried to take me off the ballot, and I'm still standing. And by the way, the people who like him are not going to eat that up at all.
Nope. They're not going to love that every little bit.
This is 2016 all over again, where it's like, you guys just try, like, are you just fucking with us and you're actually trying to get him elected? Like, you secretly like him?
I think, honestly, I don't know about the Republicans or what the Republicans and the Democrats, but I think the news agencies are. CNN is well aware that, like, guys, we're eating it hand over fist. We need evil man Trump back.
It's the Ted Koppel thing where he was like, he's been very, very good for baseball. Fucking old cunt. I like him, though.
Now, just last week, justices heard arguments to keep Trump off.
Boy, the news loves just having drones for no reason, don't they? Like, that is so a shot you could have taken from a guy standing on that street corner.
Nope, but we paid for this drone.
Get that drone set up.
8 ballots in 2024 over his alleged role in the January 6th Capitol attack. Justices
I love that
were
too.
skeptical
Alleged.
then on whether states should decide if Trump appears on the ballot. In fact, Chief Justice Natalie Hudson's suggesting that decision should come from Congress.
Eugene Debs ran for president from his jail cell. I think Trump can run for president because he said, well, you know, maybe this election was horseshit.
Were arguing Trump should be disqualified and kept off the state's March 5th primary because a clause in the 14th Amendment bars anyone from office who swore an oath to uphold the Constitution and then engaged in insurrection against
So the Democratic Party is all completely, like, kicked out then, right? Like,
yeah.
You're well aware that they're the ones that had a lot of the control in the January 6th stuff. So if Trump's associated with it is enough for him, then I feel like...
Well, how about the Palestine supporters who... I got another one. It's fine. How about all the Palestine supporters this weekend that ran into the Capitol and did... That's not an insurrection, though, because it was...
Because, again, they're a minority.
Yeah.
And it doesn't fit the narrative.
It's fine, then.
There's also the matter of how to define insurrection and whether or not Donald Trump was part of one or not. We have much more on this on Fox9.com, and we'll continue to follow it throughout the evening.
Yeah. They tried. They gave it a shot. I mean, we kind of knew they would fail.
Mm-hmm.
But still, like, when it comes to Trump, there's always that thing in the back of my head where I go, they're going to try to pull some kind of fuckery.
The thing that, like, and I'm not a Donald Trump fan. I'm still not, but God, I'm getting pushed really aggressively towards that camp with everything happening. Because I'm sitting there watching this. They're like, oh, he's Hitler. Like, Hillary literally went on The View and called
We got
him,
that a little later today, yeah.
So anyways, they're demonizing this man so much and going through all this shit. And I'm like, you guys realize when he got elected last time, and again, wasn't in favor, didn't vote for him, but when he got elected last time, I heard from all you guys, he's not going to give up power. He's not going to do this. And then when January 6th happened, this is Trump not giving up power. He didn't hold on to power 1 second longer than he was supposed to.
No, and all he did was he whined and bitched when they took it away, when they took it away from him.
Yeah.
He just complained until the other guy got in there. There's nothing illegal about complaining and bitching until the other guy gets in there.
Please tell me you have the...
Al Gore didn't let that one election go until like January.
Yeah, and like I said, the funny part is with the Hillary one, Joy Behar literally does the most hypocritical thing in the world in that whole thing.
The Hitler thing? I haven't listened to it yet. We're going to watch it a
We'll
little
talk
bit
about
later.
that later then.
Charlie letting you know, Johnny, regarding the partial release of the Nashville school shooters manifesto, Johnny's inequity of dispersion of justice comment was very insightful. Charlie thinks you're smart.
Oh, shit. I don't need that. I don't need that. I had to actually think about that to prove I'm not smart. So there.
Crystal says a good female Ghostbuster, in my opinion, would be Amy Bruni from Kindred Spirits.
Do not know that one.
I don't know an Amy Bruni. Let's take a look. I do not know this man. Oh wait, no, that's True Grit, not. I don't know her.
I
don't want her to be a Ghostbuster though. No thanks. I'm good.
Kind of has a Chrissy Mayer look. Why don't you just go get Chrissy Mayer?
Just go get Chrissy. Yeah, she'll be fine. She'll do a great job. Trump should switch and run on the Democratic ballot and watch everyone's brains explode and still win, says SC Motorsports. Yeah, I'm sure they'd let him.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll totally let him run as a Dem. They won't let Kennedy run. I'm sure.
Right.
I'm sure they'll let Trump do it.
They don't even want to let the most liberal guy they have run, let alone Trump. They don't want Bernie Sanders. They didn't want Bernie Sanders to run in the last 2 elections. They kept trying to bend that guy over and butt fuck him, and he wouldn't take a hint. But he would take some lake houses.
Yeah,
of course.
He's a Sanders. He'll take some money.
Also, as we move on here in the program today, Rutrow, you know how we had that Democratic representative yesterday talking about like how black Democratic representative saying like black people don't understand how civics works, and the only reason they're not happy with the Democrats is because they're running on emotion and they don't really know how shit goes.
Right, that thing that sounds incredibly racist, but
yeah.
Go ahead.
It's some people would say that this is a red flag for them, that they're, losing a key part of their demographic. And it's not because of anything that's actually happening. It's again because they just don't understand it. Like this immigration stuff that's going on. These dum-dums just don't get it. I Made Your Cough with $2 says there's a new hero in town, Kenneth Darlington. Sad Boy wrote Kennedy. There you go.
We caught one.
The Chicago City Council meeting recently ran amok because black people were really pissed off about all the illegal immigrants that are ending up in their sanctuary city. And I imagine if you're a Democrat and you watch this, you're going, oh, shit, what are we going to do? I forgot. We kept playing to a group of people that when it comes to other races can be kind of bucky and prejudiced. Now we've flooded their neighbor. Well, poor black people are the ones who get hurt by illegal immigration right away the most.
Yeah.
Because low-wage jobs in the inner city are taken up by illegals.
Yeah, and all of the services that all of the social services and the programs that all these people really, really love that the government gave them because, hey, man, those golden handcuffs feel good, don't they? But now all of a sudden you got a whole lot more hands reaching for those handcuffs. So the handcuffs can't go as far. I guess we're going to have to do some more cutting of the programs, deciding who's in more severe need.
You know what does make me feel bad for black people, though, I will say? For inner city, like, impoverished black people, it makes me feel bad that their only alternative is the Republican Party. It's like, guys, I got bad news.
They don't give a shit about you either.
You're going to go from people actively trying to hold you down to people not giving a shit whether you live or die. Look, you're about to find out how great the two-party system is. But this is the Chicago City Council meeting. And it's good to see the eyes start opening. It's good to see people start to, put 2 and 2 together. I don't know if this goes anywhere, but it sure is fun to watch.
They'll still vote.
First at 4, no sanctuary from trouble. There's chaos at City Hall as protesters take over the meeting about Chicago's status as a sanctuary city. Good afternoon.
But doesn't look like a lot of white protesters in there.
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but Chicago is not really the the whitest city in the world.
I'm just saying that, whenever there's complaints about illegal immigration, it's always, these white cisgender conservatives and all that. I don't know. I'm not seeing a lot of Republican voters showing up protesting illegal immigration.
Well, it's because they're using their white privilege to stay behind the scenes.
Oh, that's nice.
They bought all those black people.
I'm Anthony Ponce.
And I'm Natalie Bomke. It is the big story of the day. Explosive outbursts shutting down a
I was going to say, Emily Bumpkeys, plural, ma'am. Excuse me.
council meeting.
Tempers are still flaring as we speak this afternoon. Dane Placko was in the chambers a little earlier, joins us now with the latest on this ongoing debate. Dane.
Yeah, guys, this was reminiscent of the council wars back in the 1980s. Hundreds of...
You're old.
Back in the 1980s, and I was there.
Yes.
Loud and
I was 61 years old.
Angry protesters filling the city council gallery, forcing aldermen to pull the plug on a public meeting.
Oh, well, that's good. You know, you'd hate to have spirited debate inside a city council meeting from citizens who are concerned about the way their city's being run. You should probably just shut it down once that happens.
Yeah, I mean, those are only the people that voted you into office, so you should totally just be like, uh-oh, they don't like what we're doing. Turn it off.
Should we hear them out? They seem really pissed about the decisions we're making, and they think that we're leading the city down the wrong path. Should we listen to them? Now, why don't we all just leave? In no way will that breed resentment and anger towards us as leaders.
Of course they're pissed off at us. They're dumb black people who don't understand how the world works.
Yeah, try that shit with them standing right there. Go.
Yeah, go tell them it's their reality is their perception.
Yeah. Listen, y'all, we tired of all these fucking illegals coming in here and taking work and taking up space and everything else. Oh, that's just because you're black and you don't know how things work. Oh, well, ain't that a bitch?
Okay, let's clear the room, Sergeant in Arms. Please clear the room. Clear the...
Black people getting away with using words for Latinos and white people sitting there going, God, I wish I could talk like that.
If I could call them, I would be so happy.
This was a meeting of the City Council Rules Committee, which was about to take up debate over a proposal to let Chicagoans decide whether Chicago should remain a sanctuary city. Welcome.
So they were having a discussion about illegal immigration, and there were people in there who wanted to protest the illegal immigration. I could see you making them disperse if they were protesting like eminent domain.
Right.
But they were actually there for the reason you guys were having this conversation.
And I mean, it's not like they were being unruly and not letting anyone talk. They were just filling the room. It really seems like you wanted to have a discussion, but as soon as someone showed up to have the part of the discussion you don't actually want to talk about, you're like, well, never mind.
Yeah, we're going to fuck off. Thanks.
Coming to migrants by putting that question onto a referendum on next spring's election ballot. But the meeting devolved into chaos after hundreds of protesters, mostly African Americans, packed the city council gallery.
Notice how quick he said that?
Mostly African Americans.
Yeah.
No reason to talk about why they might not be happy about this.
It's fun to watch the whole plan kind of start to crack a little. I'm not going to say fall apart because it's not falling apart. Like their plan is still working great, but for them, I should say. But to see the cracks start to form and them not seeing it coming first and just watching black people go, we hate the way you're doing this shit. This is garbage. And them going, no, wait, you're supposed to be dumb and just do whatever we say. Why are you arguing with us? Just trust me. It's good for us. It's like if the neuralizer stopped working in Men in Black.
Well, they were already having trouble, the Democrats, with trying to reconcile everybody with, you know, the latest group that they're trying to bring in and prop up. And they're
right.
Like, hey, man, we're not really cool with all of this stuff. That's not really... No, but shit, you're supposed to go along with this. So now that this is getting on top of it, I'm like, you guys really... this snowball is picking up size and speed.
And then they think bringing in all these illegals is going to pump up the voter numbers in the future. But it's like, okay, keep pushing the LGBTQ shit, and you're going to find out how culturally conservative...
Those
third world
are.
Latinos are. Yeah. You think Americans who don't want trans people to play sports with women are bad? Wait until Latinos who didn't go to universities that taught them how to be woke start talking.
Yeah.
And you start understanding what they're saying about their personal feelings on the matter. It's going to make us suburban whiteys look like, progressives.
You think we're hateful because of our deep Christian values? Wait till their Catholic ones start talking.
Oh, and by the way, they're not like our Catholics. They actually believe the shit. Like they bought in.
They would have brought the stone Jesus statue with them if they could carry the fucking thing.
And began
use it as a ladder to climb the wall when they build it.
There you go.
Shouting down the
Christ the
aldermen.
Redeemer.
They're angry after a special city council meeting on the migrant question was canceled last week when Mayor Brandon Johnson's floor leader, Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa, tried to prevent a quorum by discouraging aldermen from entering the chamber, including a confrontation with longtime alderwoman Emma Mitz. Well, after about a half hour, today's meeting was suspended and the crowd cleared.
So they're trying really hard to not have this discussion about immigration because they know they don't have a leg to stand on. They know they don't have an argument. They've screwed things up really bad, and they're just going, can we just stay away from the people and not talk to them about it?
I mean, they seem really pissed about this. How about if we close the doors? They'll go away, right?
Yeah, what book did they read on how to handle this? What would Marie Antoinette do?
Oh, man.
It's going to work great. Yo, I be Robespierre, motherfucker.
But not before some aldermen blame the mayor and Sanctuary City supporters of causing the chaos by trying to block the referendum.
Do you, as a resident of the city of Chicago, believe that we should remain a sanctuary city? It's a simple question.
That's why you're seeing the chaos in this city, because you're trying to silence a voice of certain people that just want to be heard.
Remember before black people started hating liberal politics, all liberals would tell you what did we need in the political space?
Black voices.
Yes, exactly. We need more black voices. Black voices is what we need. Oh, black voices hate Latino immigration. Yeah, is there any way we could shut up all these yammering black people? They're going, it's like, wait, I thought we needed more black voices. They have something to say. Yeah, but they don't have anything we want to hear.
Yeah, but those are the uppity black voices. I need the black voices that, do what I tell them
I need the ones that when I give them a treat and pat them on the head, say exactly what I need them to say.
I need my porch black voices.
Wow, Democrats, 160 years after slavery, still can't quite let it go, can they?
Nope.
Debate on the Sanctuary City referendum will continue on Thursday when the Rules Committee continues the meeting that was suspended today. No word yet on whether any special rules or security will be in place for that meeting.
I got news for you. There's going to be rules, and it's going to be black people can't talk unless they like immigration.
And there's going to be security.
There's going to be security. Any black person that wants to voice an honest opinion will have to be asked to leave.
Now, after the gallery was cleared today, the regular city council meeting was held as scheduled and was peaceful.
Yeah, after they got rid of all the people that disagreed with them. After Kristallnacht, things in Germany really seemed to calm down a little bit.
Again, this is the weird thing that, this is the part that pisses me off. It's like socialism is taking over, and a lot of people are like, no, you get it. As long as everyone who doesn't agree isn't allowed to speak, everything's fine. Like, no, that's not how it works. It's not what we're doing here.
Fake an eclipse so they disperse, says Johnny 1.0. Chartering a bus from Texas is the best spent money in the history of politics, says Stevie J. Right. Texas showing New York and Chicago what they've been dealing with for decades, and it only taking a few months for those cities to go, I can't fucking stand this.
And they get a fraction of what those things, that's the part that pisses me off the most. These people are like, we can't handle this, we can't take this. Like, take what they're getting.
Right, exactly.
Fucking dicks.
Greasy N-word with $2 says, great new Ghostbusters, Daphne Zuniga. Oh, she would be a wonderful Ghostbuster. I think that's a great idea. Thank you guys very much for the $2. 255 away from today's number. This is a very doable thing today, guys. Contribute to the show. Throw something in that PayPal and Venmo. Show this show a little love. And keep it funded. Keep it going. This is our last goal of the week. Rumble Link Friday tends to take care of itself. So let's knock this one out. Make us happy. And make sure that Steel Toe survives another week. Thank you so much for what you do. Let's everybody get together. Don't wait for a whale. Everybody get together and hammer this thing out. We'll do a half hour of overtime today. You are on the right track. So did you see any of the Republican debate from last night?
No, I I was ready to tap out of a lot of stuff after yesterday's show was done. I was like, I'm going to just hang out with my kid and call it a day.
So yesterday, they had a Republican debate. Rumble aired it, and guess what?
Rumble went down.
Our Rumble stream crashed. It was, just one of those damn things. What do you do? By the way, thank you, Rumble, for the 300-plus people today. We appreciate that. Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody hit like on Rumble. Their algorithm actually rewards likes. YouTube's does as well, but we have one of those channels that they think we're naughty and bad, so they don't reward it as much. But your thumbs up and your likes do matter over on YouTube. So everyone go on a like break right now. Like and membership break and a subscription break. Go ahead and do that for us now. But especially on Rumble, where things are trending upwards, keep it moving. Vivek Ramaswamy was part of the debate last night.
Right.
And I think he's pretty much the number 2 now. The problem with these Republican debates is it's all just pretend debates because the guy who's leading everyone by multiples of
isn't even
2
there.
or 3. Yeah, he's not even there. He's not even showing up for these. He's like, why should I? I've got like 60% of the support.
I don't need to bother talking to these people.
Right. I don't need to. My rivals are falling off one after the other. I think Christie's done, Pence is done. One other guy dropped out last week.
DeSantis is going to be going soon, I imagine.
Yeah, DeSantis, boy, you talk about a guy who fell from grace. He's getting his asshole kicked.
Like, I don't know if you were, I think you and I were both on the same page with this, where it's like, dude, fucking just sit down and let Donald Trump do whatever the fuck he's going to do.
See, I actually thought this year would be his year with Trump being charged and the COVID stuff. I thought if he waits 4 years, I think he's kind of screwed either way. If he waited 4 years, the bloom would be off the DeSantis rose because his whole thing was the pandemic, the pandemic, the pandemic.
Right.
But it's just...
There's a no-win situation.
Right, and he had to come after Trump if he wanted to win. And as soon as he went after Trump, all the Trump people that liked him did not break for him.
No.
They rolled over him. So Vivek Ramaswamy was in the debate last night and just decided to shit on everybody. Like, just decided to take a flamethrower and go, the rest of you can all fucking drop out and I'll take on Trump myself. He was going after the moderators. He was going after Nikki Haley. He was going after Ron DeSantis. I mean, it was just a decimation by Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, here he is talking about the moderators in last night's debate. Now, it was an NBC debate, so if you're a Republican, going after the NBC moderators that's a champ move right there, because Republicans hate NBC. But here's where it went.
And frankly, look, the people there cheering for losing in the Republican Party. Think about who's moderating this debate. This should be Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk. We'd have 10 times the viewership, asking questions that GOP primary voters actually care about and bringing more people into our party.
Okay, now, first of all, that's a fun, phrase to say. It should be these 3 guys. Except for Tucker Carlson, none of them have any journalistic chops whatsoever.
I'll say Tucker and Rogan I would stand behind being...
I'll tell you why I wouldn't stand behind Rogan, because here's how Rogan interviews people. Hey, what do you think of this controversial issue? And then they give their take, and whether he agrees with it or not, he goes, oh, okay, yeah, I see, yeah. Like, Joe Rogan just kind of... And I know he sometimes argues with his guests, he does, but a lot of the time it's just go along to get along, Joe.
Right.
Joe's great if you're talking to a hiker, a hunter, a wrestler, an actor, a comedian.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Joe would kind of get run over by a politician.
I see where you're saying that. I get where you get that. But I'm saying if he's in that situation, and I don't know how this would go or not, but I'm saying I'm hoping he would realize that that's more of a be aggressive situation. I'm saying as a guy like Joe Rogan himself, he knows, martial arts and stuff. He's very physically fit.
He could choke the shit out of him.
He can fuck people up. He's one of these people, he's like, he doesn't need to establish his dominance. He's confident in who he is, so he just kind of just goes along to get along to avoid confrontation.
Personally, I think once you've got Tucker Carlson for a debate moderator, you don't really need anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, Tucker's a good enough one.
No.
You think the Democrats, and we've got Kristen Welker here, do you think the Democrats would actually hire Greg Gutfeld to host a Democratic debate? They wouldn't do it. And so the fact of the matter is, Kristen, I'm going to use this time because this is actually about you in the media and the corrupt media establishment. Ask you, the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that you pushed on this network for years, was that real or was that Hillary Clinton made up disinformation? Answer the question. Go.
Mr.
Oh, fuck. It's being cunty.
Answer the question. Go.
Remember, Republicans like cunty. Now, the only thing is I watch this and I'm like, oh, yeah, he's really getting after it. And I'm like, he could do this same rant, and if Trump is on stage, Trump just says one boogerhead type childish insult, and everything that guy just did goes out the window.
Yeah, but I'll say this, out of everyone else that's there.
Don't get so hot, chocolate man. You'll start melting. Look, everyone, the chocolate man is running.
This is how we get our country back. We need accountability because this media rigged the 2016 election. They rigged the 2020 election with the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
and they're going to rig this election.
Your time is up.
Accountability.
Let me turn to Governor Christie. Why
Sir, you've been shitting on us for a solid minute straight. Why don't I move on to somebody else? It's getting really uncomfortable in here for us, and the crowd seems to really be loving what you're throwing out there. So
why don't we just move on?
Why don't we talk about something more comfortable? Israel and Palestine. Why don't we discuss this one? So then I guess Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy got into it last night. I don't know why. I mean, if I were Vivek Ramaswamy, I'd just repeat that line from the movie. I just go, I don't know why I'm talking to you. I don't talk to dead men. What's that from? Where he goes, I ain't dead yet.
Oh, fuck, I don't know.
Is that a TV show or a movie? He goes, I don't know why I'm even talking to you. I don't talk to dead men. I ain't dead yet.
I think that's a movie.
Is it? God damn it, what movie is that? I ain't dead yet. Shit in my mouth.
Well, I want to laugh at why Nikki Haley didn't answer your question, which is about looking at families in the eye. In the last debate, she made fun of me for actually joining TikTok while her own daughter was actually using the app for a long time. So you might want to take care of your family first.
That wasn't very nice.
Oh.
Vivek, that was not very nice. I don't really... You know what? I don't dislike that guy, but that's a shitbag move.
I'll tell you what that is. That's a Trump move.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a Trump move.
This guy, you're saying that this guy's using Nikki Haley as a sparring partner for Trump.
I'm just saying he's doing the Trump dance. He's going at these people kind of the way Trump would. And I'll be honest, it seemed like the audience responded to it.
Yeah. And Ron DeSantis is in the middle going, can I just go back and be governor, please?
I just want to go back to where people like me and think I'm like a quasi-god and just... Oh, no.
My daughter, out of your voice. Adult daughter. The next generation of Americans are using it. And that's actually the point. You have her supporters propping her up. That's fine. Here's the truth.
You're just
the easy answer.
You're just scum.
Yeah, and that sounds like something you say when you have a debate point to stand on.
That does sound like you're having a debate with your girlfriend. You're just scum. Okay, fair enough. Now
I'll tell you what Nikki Haley just did. She just gave that dude a whole shit ton of mail votes. Because he said, like, look, I'm explaining. No, they're propping her up, and that's great. But look, this is just the fact. This is reality. You're just scum. Holy fuck, I'm voting for him.
Donald Trump called all his advisors, and he went, I need to put out some kind of statement that shits on women. Why, sir? Vivek Ramaswamy's stealing my thunder.
He's here. He's harking my brand.
Can I accuse a woman of being on her period again? That would help. It did really well last time.
I'm telling you what he's...
Can I call Anderson Cooper a trans? No? Okay.
If this is what happens, and it would be a brilliant idea, Vivek's going to be vice president. He's going to...
might be.
Here's what Vivek's doing. He's beating the shit out of the entire field, so he's the last one standing, and Donald Trump just goes... How about I throw you the VP? And he goes, yeah.
You're saying he's peacock feathering for Trump.
Yeah.
He's
twerking
at him going, what do you think, Don?
What do you think?
What do you think? So then Vivek Ramaswamy decided that he would go after Nikki Haley on foreign policy.
Uh-oh.
And apparently he decided to make Nikki his little project.
Uh-oh.
for this debate.
Fact of the matter is the Republican Party is not that much better. You have the likes of Nikki Haley, who stepped down from her time at the UN. Bankrupt or in debt was her family. Then she becomes a military contractor. She joins the board of Boeing and otherwise, and is now a multimillionaire. So I think that that's wrong when Republicans do it or Democrats do it. That's the choice we face. Do you want a leader from a different generation who's going to put this country first, or do you want Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels?
All right.
Oh my God, I want to vote for him.
Really is a piece of shit.
Dude, but I love what he's saying.
But isn't he like an IMF guy and a pharmaceutical
probably.
guy?
Yeah, he's probably every bit of a show. But like I said, it's what he's saying that's getting the... he's peacocking for the VP.
He's gamering right now.
Yeah.
He's being a gamer.
Mr. Ron.
He's going to call Ron DeSantis the N-word soon.
He is sack tapping these bitches.
We've got 2 of them on stage.
Ramaswamy, thank you. Senator Scott. Yes, Senator.
So you got Tim Scott. So this is all that's left. Tim Scott, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, and Vivek Ramaswamy.
But I thought Christie already dropped.
I thought he did too. You know what he's not dropping?
Wait.
He
showed up because there was free food.
He was like, I was going to end my campaign.
They promised him there was punch and pie. He ain't turning that down.
I was going to end my campaign, but you guys said that you've got Jets Pizza here? Well, I hope it's deep dish.
Shit.
So, okay, who's going to be out of all these? Is the VP on stage right now?
I'm guessing the VP's on stage.
I'm guessing one of these two.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Tim Scott or Vivek Ramaswamy. Trump's going to insulate himself against the whole racist thing. He's like, look, I've got a chocolate bunny. My little chocolate bunny. You can't call me racist. I don't hate black people. Look at my little chocolate prince. He's over there. If anything should happen to me, the country goes dark. If you catch my drift.
Dude, plus that would be great for the VP debates where you have, Biden's lovely little box checker come walking in to do her usual word salad bullshit. Like, if Vivek's ripping up these people, I'd love to see him go at her.
Yeah. Stevie J says, I love how Vivek got interrupted by NBC the moment he says they lied about the Hunter Biden laptop story. Well, yeah, that makes it uncomfortable for them because their whole gimmick is they want to accuse Trump of interfering with elections.
And it's really bad when you point out that they did.
Right. They took a story that was 1,000% true.
And hid it.
Called it Russian disinformation. Not just hid it, but actively lied about it.
And they took a story that they either knew was false or, I'm sorry, a lot of us could smell was false, and pushed it like it was true no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody says she almost went full Will Smith on his ass. Yeah, she was like, keep my family's name out of your mouth. I was waiting for her to slap him.
That would have done her a few kind of points and favors, but it also, again, speaks to Vivek's point. He pissed her off because he pointed out, you don't know what's going on with your own family. You're making fun of me for being on TikTok. Your daughter's on TikTok. Guess who I'm reaching? The younger voters, bitch.
He gets her to snap, and he's like, well, my daughter's a retard. Like, oh, damn it. Can't do
my
that.
My daughter's a woman. She's already got one foot on the wrong side of the fence.
Excuse me, guys. Is anyone else getting hungry? Chris, we're done soon, okay? Just relax. Why are you here? There's a billionaire who supports me. He's probably laundering money through my campaign, so I got to stay here a little bit longer. That's probably DeSantis's thing, too. DeSantis is like, yeah, this has been a bust. I'm not having fun. I want to get the fuck out of here. But the billionaire who supports me needs to throw a few more shekels at my campaign so it can come out clean on the other end.
And I get my little stipend, so,
yeah. That is true about Nikki Haley, though. She left government work because her family had no money, and then, like, Raytheon or somebody gave her a gig. Millions of dollars.
Really, really weird.
Yeah. Matt Fields, becoming a member for his 9th month, says, I hope Joe Biden wins again. We have to start over. Oh, that's certainly a good way to do it. Ozymandias says, Vivek finished the night by saying, we all know Biden's not running. Dems just let us know who is already. Well, that's the last card they have left to play.
Well,
we're not telling you card.
I'm pretty sure that fucking Newsom.
Oh, if it's anyone, it's going to be Newsom. You think they're going to run, what's her name? Kamala Harris?
God, no.
She can't put together a sentence any better than Biden can.
The best thing in this whole situation, I'm like, I'd love to see Kamala Harris go up against Vivek Ramaswamy, because literally he'll just talk her into certain, and she can't go, it's racist, it's hateful. The only thing she'll have is, he's being a big mean man, I'm just an innocent little woman.
Here's what they can do. They can go, what's your criticism of Vivek? And they go, he's an asshole. And they go, all right, that checks out. He is kind of a dick.
Like I said, you put him on, like, with the way he's peacocking, as you said.
Yeah.
You kind of put him on Trump's ticket, and congratulations, you've got the asshole ticket. Like, it's
Keith Sartell throws this one out there. Clinton will run again. She's been on TV.
God, I hope not.
She's been promoting. I don't know if they can use Newsom. A new poll came out. He's got his lowest approval ratings in California that he's ever had.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is everyone that supports him doesn't live in California. Like, that's the thing. Everyone's like, Gavin Newsom does such a great job. Have you seen California? Why does that matter?
Right. Well, it's just the only evidence we have of any kind of, authority that he's ever had in running.
But have you
anything.
seen his, like, look at his pictures. Look at him in the, like, when you see photos of, doesn't he look great?
Yeah, he looks great. Yeah, for a guy who tried to sell me a couch a couple weeks ago. I mean, yeah, if that's what you're looking for.
It turns out there was a fucking jizz stain on it.
Just like California. Is this, we've got more Vivek. He also shit on the Republican chairwoman last night.
Good God.
Just had a flamethrower spinning in circles.
Why should you be the nominee and not the former president?
I think there's something deeper going on in the Republican Party here, and I am upset about what happened last night. We've become a party of losers at the end of the day. It was a cancer in the Republican establishment. Let's speak the truth. I mean, since Ronna McDaniel took over as chairwoman of the RNC in 2017, we have lost 2018, 2020, 2022, no red wave that never came. We got trounced last night in 2023. And I think that we have to have accountability in our party. For that matter, Ron, if you want to...
Yeah, it's almost like there are operatives within your own party that are working hard to keep a Democratic majority, even though the entire country wants change. It's almost like your country... It's almost like your party is in a work with the Democratic Party to make this look as real as possible, but the outcome is already decided. Strange. There's part of me that doesn't like these guys that shit all over these parties and then run for them.
But at the same rate, like, I agree with that, but you don't get to run if you're not part of the two-party system.
That's true. Yeah.
It's really, really interesting.
I mean, look, they're going to fuck a Kennedy. I mean, not that our country's ever hesitated.
Wait a minute. What do you mean we're gonna? We're like, hey, guess what we got to do again?
Hey.
Happy days are back again.
Hey, CIA, I know you've been fucking up a lot of this cover-up intelligence shit, but you guys think you could put a hole in a Kennedy? Why don't you ask Steph Curry if he can hit a three-pointer for you? I mean, what do we do best? He's like Renaud de Chatillon in Kingdom of Heaven. He's like, give me a war. That is what I do.
I thought you were pissed at me, with that whole thing about one of our guys going in front of Congress going, hey, for the past, umpteen years, I've been going all over the world, assaulting women sexually, taking videos and photos, all on the government dime. Hey, how you doing?
You think you could hurt a Kennedy? Could I ever?
I'll put a hole in him with my dick.
A kitchen, a convertible, a river. I mean, we really can take care of them anywhere.
I'll put a hole in his back. Gay sex.
Stage tonight, you want to look the GOP voters in the eye and tell them you resign. I will yield my time to you. And frankly, look, the people there cheering for losing in the Republican Party. Think about who's moderating this debate. This should...
Okay, and then there's the clip that we saw the first time. So he wasn't just shitting on the moderators. He was shitting on his own party. He went to town on Zelensky last night too.
Ukraine is not a paragon of democracy. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties. It has consolidated all media into one state TV media arm. That's not democracy.
I got it from watching you, Dad.
Yeah, guess what the fucking government and the FCC are doing right now with your internet?
Right. Guess what? Hey, they've banned 11 parties. Guess what? In this country, only 2 get to have a say. It's not like... I love how we criticize other countries where they're like, oh, yeah, they banned 11 parties. It's like, Yeah, they're just doing what we do, but just openly and honestly. We silence them and backdoor them and cut off access to ballots, whereas they just go, look, we'll fucking throw you in jail if you talk.
Look, we take one party and go, no, they're two.
Yes, exactly. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Democratic. It has threatened not to hold elections this year unless the U.S. forks over more money. That is not democratic. It has celebrated a Nazi in its ranks, the comedian in cargo pants, a man called Zelensky.
Comedian in cargo
He's
pants.
taking Trump's fucking cue cards. He's fucking burning on these people while he's making his point. Like I said, I'm sorry. He might be if he's a WEF plant, like I'm sorry, they're gonna win.
Right. Yeah, the World Economic Forum's
They've
taken
realized how gullible we are.
Yeah.
Like, all right, feed the hamsters some sugar. They'll never stop.
Give me sugar.
Doing it in their own ranks. That is not democratic. More fact.
Oh, my lucky stars, a Negro.
That's
Jesus, what is that from?
A blast from the past.
Okay, because I was gonna say it really sounds like Matt.
Facts for you that you won't hear from the mainstream in either party or the mainstream media. The regions of Ukraine that are occupied by Russia right now in the Donbass, Luhansk, Donetsk, these are Russian-speaking regions that have not even been part of Ukraine since 2014, that other people probably couldn't name those provinces for you. Those are the hard facts. And so to frame this as some kind of...
Yeah, actually, the places that Russia's fighting in right now are places that the majority of the people there want to be Russian.
Yeah.
Like, we're paying Ukraine a shitload of money so they can go fight Russia in a place where the people are rooting for Russia. That's this whole thing.
Well, you know,
remember when we were told that if we didn't give them a shitload of money, they'd be in Ukraine, they'd seize the city, and it's like, no, really, they just are going into this place that wants to be Russian.
Well, you know, we have to do it, you know, for democracy, because this is a government that, you know, overthrew the duly elected government and doesn't want to hold elections. So, again, democracy.
Apparently, Vivek got into it with the RNC chairwoman that he was just shitting on after the
looks
debate.
like he's speaking now to Ronna McDaniel. Can't make her out exactly, but it looks like they may be having the exchange. Look, this was a big debate. Vivek came out here. He attacked the moderators. He attacked the media.
He's like, look, when I said you should be stepping down and you should be leaving, I meant like tonight, bitch. Like
I literally, I was giving you the invitation to do it gracefully on the stage, like right now, in front of the camera.
No offense, you suck shit at your job.
He attacked the RNC for setting up this debate the way it was. And for a lot of the debate, he was on the attack. It was Vivek, first the rest of the room. When we look at the rest of the candidates and who received a lot of that incoming, we start with Nikki Haley. It then goes to Governor Ron DeSantis, who was center stage, of course, the hometown hero, if you will, in his state of Florida. And then Vivek in third place.
Yeah, like that doesn't look like they're having a nice conversation. He looks pretty animated.
Yeah. I'm sorry. If he's a work, he's a really good work.
Right, yeah. Ambassador Nikki Haley was enriched by America's foreign wars, called her...
a Joe Biden thing?
Yeah,
or not
Biden, Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney.
I'm just looking to see if we've got the rest of this. This is him shitting on Joe Biden. I almost don't want to hear him shit on Joe Biden. That's almost tame compared to the other stuff we've played.
I also want to close with one message to the Democrat Party. End this farce that Joe Biden is going to be your nominee. We know he's not even the president of the United States. He's a puppet for the managerial class.
Is that the closest you can get to saying Jews in a debate?
We know who you mean.
What do you mean, managerial class? I don't know what that means. Do you mean George Soros? Do you mean Klaus Schwab?
Fucking Ice Cube's just in the back of the room.
Ice Cube's going, man. Ice Cube's like, I feel you, brother.
I know what you mean.
You my dark-skinned brother. We're going to be all right.
So have the guts to step up and be honest about who you're actually going to put up. So
like Ice Cube will use the word tribe when he talks about shit. He'll be like, yeah, there's a tribe in Hollywood that they want you. If you ain't down with that tribe, then they don't let you be in. It's like, oh, yeah? I don't really ever hear people use the word tribe anymore. What do you...
We can have an honest debate. Biden should step aside, end his candidacy now, so we can see whether it's Newsom or Michelle Obama or whoever else.
All right,
just
Mr.
tell us the
Ramaswamy,
truth so we can have an honest debate.
Michelle Obama actually would be the only thing I would see that would have any hope of anything. But I'm grossed out by all of the, what was it? The AI bill came out recently, and then the original report was, well, Joe Biden saw the new Mission Impossible movie. He's like, we got to do something about this AI, and they thought, oh, that looks really bad for us. Our president's influenced by movies alone. We should do. You know what? We'll let it come out publicly that a lot of this was handled behind the scenes by by Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Oops.
I'm looking to see if he had. I think they're all kind of playing similar clips from the Vivek Ramaswamy thing.
Yeah.
They asked the GOP chairwoman about Vivek.
Good.
Good to see you. The debate is over. 5 candidates this time. A smaller field. Was there anything tonight that was not discussed that you think candidates should have put out there?
I think they did a great job tonight. I really liked the format of them
How'd
getting
Vivek
a minute
do?
and a half to answer questions. I think we didn't have the interruptions we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
I think anybody watching tonight walked away and said, I know where the Republican stands on key issues, and we contrasted very well with Joe Biden.
Well, President Joe Biden certainly was.
Well, I can see why you suck.
Yeah, right. Boy, I tell you, I've never seen such an inspiring leader in all my life. I'd follow her into hell. She sucks.
Jesus Christ, ma'am. So we're not going to address the elephant in the room, which is...
No, she's our GOP chairwoman.
Oh, that's a donkey?
No.
Number of emails for opposition research, and would disagree with that, of course. There were allegations that were thrown on the stage by one of the candidates in particular, arguing that
The dark-skinned one. No, not that dark-skinned one. The more mocha, not the dark chocolate.
the Republican Party has a culture of losing.
I'm sorry, us Republicans still don't know how to talk to dark-skinned people. We're working on it.
Look, that one is dark, and that one's milk.
All right, I need to come up with nicknames for the both of you. You're my mocha latte. You're my chocolate bunny. Which one of you wants the job? We're going to have tryouts. Make it quick.
Specifically, Vivek Ramaswamy called for you to resign. Would you like to respond to that?
I'm going to focus on beating Joe Biden. I wish that's what all the candidates did. I'm not running for president. I'm very proud of the fact that under my tenure, we won back the House. We now are getting investigations.
It sounds like a mom hosting a book club. Like, this is the least inspiring person I've ever seen.
I'm very proud that under my tenure, we won back the House. Yeah, I'm not going to address any of the points that he made where we've been continually losing elections overall.
Right. Won back the House. The economy was in the dog shitter. Biden was a total fuck up. And you won the House back by like 0.8% of a vote in Colorado that Lauren Boebert kept her seat, a seat she probably wouldn't have kept if she had jerked a guy off in a theater 6 months earlier.
Yeah, and by the way, you're currently in a neck-and-neck race with a nurse who runs a side business as a porn star, okay?
In fairness, she lost.
Oh, they came in and they finally counted it? She lost?
The one who had the OnlyFans where she was fucking the boyfriend or the husband or whatever? Yeah, she lost.
All right. It was just, it was a lot closer than I think it should have been.
Right. Hey, we caught you fucking on videotape. I still think we can pull this one out.
I also, as Michigan chair for the first time in 30 years, won a state that Democrats hadn't been in. I'm very proud of the fact that we're going to have staff in 15 states heading into 2024. But, you know, I'll leave other people to attack Republicans. I'm going to focus on Democrats. I will say
that was a fucking super passive-aggressive, like, here's all the good shit I've done that retard didn't say, but I'm not going to talk shit about him. No offense. I just feel like a job for this, you need a dude. You need a dude or you need a ball-busting bitch, like an Ann Coulter type.
Yeah, this passive-aggressive... I'm sorry. Soccer mom needs to go home.
Yeah. All she's doing is making me agree with Vivek Ramaswamy.
The more she talks, the more I'm like, you were just supposed to bring the orange slices, bitch. That's your one task.
Honestly, it was 7-layer taco dip, and you fucked it up. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Thank you very much to Semper Reloaded for $4.99. Says Ghostbusters 2024. Hear me out. Patton Oswalt, Seth Rogen, Aziz Ansari, and Seth Green for comedic timing. I don't want Aziz Ansari anywhere near it. Seth Rogen maybe 10, 15 years ago, but not now.
And Seth Green, no.
Yeah, I don't like it. I like Patton Oswalt because he's a dork. I like him for Ghostbusters.
Seth Green, I like Seth Green, but I feel he's better as a voice actor than an actual actor because he's a tiny person. Would
you take Dax Shepard as a Ghostbuster?
Fuck yeah.
Would you? Okay.
Dude, I love Let's Go to Prison. I think Dak Shepard could be an awesome Ghostbuster.
Okay, so maybe Dak. 245 away from today's goal. Thank you. I made your cough with $2. I love that name. Says, speaking of OnlyFans, thoughts on Alex Stein torching Mayor? He didn't torch Chrissy, did he?
I thought he was going after...
You have a clip of that? I know he was going after Brandy Love, and he was being kind of obnoxious. And
because she does porn or whatever?
Look, I know that there's a big disconnect between, like, people who never leave the internet and people who go outside in real life, and I tend to be that latter group. I don't think Alex Stein really torched Brandy Love. I like Alex, but I thought he came off as try-hard and obnoxious, and it was kind of cringe, and... She just, like, they were all, like, being holy rollers and, like, super Christian about people who do porn and OnlyFans. And it's like, who gives a fuck?
It doesn't affect you unless you choose it to.
Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, he says, sorry, torching Simcast. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I don't think he said anything bad about Chrissy. Although he accused her of kicking him off the show, and she didn't. She put him in the backstage area of the, what's that thing called? StreamYard? StreamYard. And then he left and then claimed he got kicked off. But I thought that kind of came off as like trying too hard to start a conflict. And that's like the third time Alex has done that on Simcast. He did it to April once because he wouldn't do it to me. And then he and I talked it out and it was fine. He did it to Brittany Venti, although Brittany Venti was being cunty in that whole thing.
Yeah, Brittany,
too.
I thought, kind of started that one.
Yeah, so you have... Yeah, Alex has done that 3 times now. I can tell you this. And did he kind of do it to Nick Rekieta when Rekieta was on with April that time? I can't remember.
I don't know. I didn't see that one.
I can't remember if if April's awake right now. April, did he kind of throw some shade at Rekieta as well? Or no, I don't remember. But yeah, he has a habit of just going on and just blah, 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 and not letting anybody talk. And he kind of breaks down into that troll thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where he goes, where he's like, oh, and now you're mad and you're triggered. And Brandy Love's literally sitting there and going, I'm not upset at all. Like, when people are trolling, they have that need
to get you upset. And
there's that over-shouting thing because you're insecure and you don't want the other person to talk, or you want to control the conversation. Like, when I'm fucking with somebody on the phones here, I'll just talk over them because I know it bugs them.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just kind of, it's like it's a dominance thing. But then when you do the, oh, and you're mad, that's you kind of hoping they're getting mad because you haven't really made points. You're just trying to rattle the person. And if you don't rattle them, you're going to look like you're going to look like a dipshit, unfortunately. Mr. Q says Alex Jones has that Star Wars girl, and they talked about it last night. Didn't seem like a big deal. No, like I said, it's weird. It was a weird deal. The whole thing. I Major Cough says, Brandy Love made my right bicep stronger. God bless. God bless. I don't get the whole, like, being big against porn thing. Like, porn to me just seems like one of those things where if you don't like it,
don't watch it.
It's really easy to avoid. You have to actively go to it.
Yeah, porn isn't one of those things where it comes and finds you. Like, you don't walk down the street and some guy's like, hey man, I got this film you want to jerk to. Like, that's not gonna happen.
Magic 8 Ball says you need to get Alex in the ring. I would look, you know me. I'm gonna go sparring again tonight. I went on Tuesday. I'm gonna go today. I love boxing. I would get in the ring with absolutely anybody. I think it's fun. I think it's a good time. I think
as soon as I have a wheelchair.
You and Quadfather, huh?
Yeah.
Get him in there, the wheelchair match.
It's going to be hard for either of us to connect because you have to have a reach that gets over the chair.
The wheels almost have to be touching, and you have to
I'm thinking what we might have to do, we might have to have like a weird, like we each sit like kind of side by side, like kind of side off.
Yeah. No, you can't really hate anyone after you spar with them. Like, there's a respect that kind of comes with it. So, yeah, Alex, absolutely. I do know I talked to Stevie Lou. Stevie Lou wants to train for about another 6 months, and then he'd like to put something together with me, and I say, absolutely, that would be great. But I guess now I was texting with fucking Stevie Lou yesterday, and he told me that he and Mike Harrington are trying to set up a fight. And honestly, the way Stevie Lou was against Ryan Katsu Rivera, if he continues to be strong with that jab and learns to, throw a little right or straight right behind it, I think he could beat Mike Harrington. So I would be very interested to see that fight. He goes, oh, look, he goes, between all of us, he said, we're getting like a small little heavyweight internet YouTube division going. I go, yeah, winner of all of us gets Sam Hyde.
So it's like your own little fight club.
Yeah, exactly. Just a bunch of us gays on the internet fighting each other. Mad Comic says Stein seems like the classic right-wing pump up the new popular kid strategy. I don't know. One thing about him is he does admit he's like, I'm a troll. So there is that. Like, he is. If you book Alex on your show, there's a level of trolling you have to expect.
That's I won't say a character, but it's his brand or whatever. It's what he does.
I think a lot of people want the eyeballs that Alex brings.
But they don't want Alex.
Right. But then, and I can relate to that because in radio, I heard that from Minneapolis a lot. I heard from Minneapolis, hey, radio stations want you. They just don't want what comes with you. They don't, right? They want someone who's you. And they're like, you understand the part you don't want is what makes me the thing you want.
Right. You guys need to kind of reconcile that.
Yeah, you guys need to figure that, learn the difference between we have a problem and you have a problem. But his behavior on Simpcast, that's what he does. I mean, it's sort of in a way on you for inviting him. If you don't want him to behave that way.
If you didn't expect that, who did you think you were getting?
Right. I think you want the attention that Alex. It's like if you book Gavin McInnes on your show and he says something quasi-racist, and you're like, "Oh, Gavin, why would you have me on your show?" If you didn't, if you didn't want any offensive things said on your program, it's fucking Gavin McInnes, for God's sake. Thank you very much, Semper Reloaded, for the $4.99. $2.45 is the number today. If you guys would like to, we're about $20 into today's goal. If you guys want to contribute. It's the last one we have, the last one of the week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, gifted memberships, Rumble rants. Throw a couple bucks at Steel Toe and help us keep our heads above water. This next article is fucking brilliant. Everyone take a like break. We're between stories. Everyone hit thumbs up on Rumble. Everyone hit thumbs up on YouTube. We got off to a good start today. Kissing 700. Really appreciate it. But hit like, hit subscribe, throw a couple bucks, knock out the goal. We won't even have to worry about it today. This next article might be the richest thing I've read in a long time. You might need a little milk. You might need, just a little something to get that richness down, to really stomach it. You might need something a little extra. Vox.com.
Okay.
Great website. I mean,
sure.
If you want insightful commentary, you got to go to Vox.com. I mean, just really the smartest guys in the room.
Mm-hmm.
They wrote an article.
Amazed they found the keyboard.
They wrote an article on inflation. And, they came up with a take that the rest of us just simply don't have, and that none of us ever really thought of. And that is, the problem is not inflation. It's the prices.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'll put it up on the screen so everyone can say it. Vox.com. Written by Emily Stewart. The problem isn't inflation, it's prices.
Emily, you're doing women a disservice because you're making them look stupid. I just want you to know that.
This is what happens when you let women know, hey, your right to vote will never be in danger. All right, well, I've got a hot take for you in that case.
She's got to be attractive, right? There's no way that someone lets this slide.
Yeah, if you're stupid and ugly, I'm going to be really mad. I mean, she's not bad. She's not bad.
I mean,
for a liberal blogger, I mean, that's pretty good. We got a grade on a curve.
She's not bad for Gollum with a wig. I mean, just...
Remember when she would tell stories from that table and then you'd watch Bordello of Blood? She put a wig on so she looks a little better.
I always enjoyed her laugh.
I didn't know Yoda laughed like that. The problem isn't inflation, it's prices. I don't even want to read the article. I want to read that headline 9,000 times in a row. Because I guarantee she didn't read that headline twice. Because if she would have went, hold on a minute.
Wait,
I'm just looking at the title I came up with. Does that look retarded to anybody else? By the way, also, it's a good way to find out they don't have editors at Vox.com. They must have gotten rid of those a long time ago, because anyone who's allowed to write an article that says, guys, hear me out. The problem is not inflation.
It's the prices.
The prices are too high. Omega Treads Gaming Channel just writes, gold. Hobo says only 8.5 and above gets away with that stupidity. Dude, we haven't even gotten into the article yet. Gray Duckling just says, hey, let's hear her out. Sad Boy gifting a membership to Semper Reloaded. Thank you very much, Sad Boy. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. I'm leaving the internet forever now, says Yeti. Magic 8 Ball, pure genius.
Right.
Toastmaster, she's saying that companies are raising prices ahead of the pace of inflation. But it's because they know the inflation's coming. So they're raising their prices to get ahead of it. It's still the same fucking thing. Mad Comics says it's a liberal blogger wants to blame evil Walmart. That's a new take.
Right. Yeah. The problem is all these companies and wanting to have any sort of profit margin.
Let's go ahead and check out. You know what? Let's hear her out. Emily Stewart covers business and economics for Vox and writes.
Jesus.
She writes a blog about how ordinary people are being squeezed under capitalism. Yeah, we should really have a lot more socialism and communism. You know who doesn't get hurt under the weight of that? Poor people.
Yeah, if you look at all those communist and socialist countries, those are people who are super happy. By the way, isn't our government the one saying that the reason all of these Chinese people are coming in through our southern border is because they're fleeing communist China?
Yeah. I mean, that's a funny way of saying setting up secret spy rings. But
I mean, yeah, again, it's just either A, we're already selling the country to them, or B, we're trying to become them when everyone wants to leave.
Why are they coming across the border with Halliburtons full of cash? I don't understand. And why do they have real estate magazines?
Why are they all 18 to 25 males in peak physical condition? Weird.
Yeah. All seem ready for a fight.
I want to see just one fat Chinese lady come across the border. Just one.
Now, Emily Stewart writes her article. Now, again, we've been making fun of her. Maybe she's got a really good take.
Right. We could be dicks.
Life in 2023 means being in a constant state of sticker shock. You walk out of the grocery store feeling like you're not really sure what happened, but somehow your normal fare ran you $50 more than you swear it should have. Now, the reason for that, of course, is because it did.
It did.
Did Diet Coke always cost that much?
No.
Or eggs? No. Maybe you've been putting off buying that new car and the hope prices go back to where they were pre-pandemic, but you're starting to feel like the wait is awfully long, and interest rates are a bitch too now. Or the morning after a post-work happy hour, you're left scratching your head. You swear you had 2 glasses of wine, but by the size of your credit card receipt makes you wonder if it wasn't 4. How expensive everything is today is a top theme of conversation. The whole situation can be infuriating. By the by, another complaint I have about women. When you're writing articles, do me a big favor. Get to the fucking point. We get it. Shit's expensive. You don't have to give me 4 examples. We drink wine. We get Diet Coke. We get egg. No, we got it. Shit's expensive. Can we start the story now?
Why is it women and old people just have to fucking talk all day?
It's like women write an article about the Ukraine war, and they're like, I woke up early on a Thursday morning when there was still dew on the window, and as I stirred my Earl Grey tea and got my avocado toast ready, I thought to myself, where will we watch news today? In the bedroom? Will we watch it in the living room where my freshly sewn tie blanket is waiting for me to snuggle with my cat Dexter? It's infuriating the way they start articles. The root of what's going on here can feel obvious. Blame inflation, which picked up in mid-2021 and throughout 2022. But that isn't really the issue anymore. At least not at the current rate, because inflation is coming down. The actual problem here is prices. No, you see, Emily, inflation is not coming down. You've put yourself in the political bubble so long, you believe they're bullshit. See, Emily Stewart is what we call a useful idiot. There are people in economics and politics who know they're full of shit, but they're putting out talking points.
Right.
And then they have really stupid people who have the vanity of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And they buy into it and write it in a blog and go, hey, look at the new hot take I have. Inflation is not going down. The rate of growth of inflation
has decreased.
Inflation's
still going up.
Right. If inflation was at 4.6% last year in this quarter, and it goes to, it's now 4%, that's still not good. But they say, oh no, inflation is going down. No, it's not. The number is still up from the year before. It's just not up at the same percentage rate as it was the year before. They're not going up nearly as much as they were in, say, the middle of last year.
Yes, again, we just talked about why that happened.
But they're by and large not declining in mass either. Oh, so it's almost like they're following inflation. Inflation isn't growing the way it was last year, but it's not coming down either. God damn. And in most cases, they won't go back to where they were in the before times. Hey, thank you. All your anti-capitalism shit worked really great in bringing that inflation down. Just get the government more involved. Capitalism is for duty heads.
Yeah, socialism is what brings prices down.
Now, inflation in the U.S. is falling relatively quickly compared to all of our other peer countries. And we have the strongest growth out of the recession. I thought there was no recession.
It's weird how we went from there is no recession and this is all transitory and everything to, oh, no, we're killing it coming out of the recession.
Yeah, it's funny. It wasn't a recession until we were growing out of a recession. That's fun. That's Felicia Wong, president and CEO of the Roosevelt Institute, a progressive think tank. That really kind of is an oxymoron, but okay. But people just want falling inflation numbers. They actually want deflation. Yeah, weird, right? When inflation goes up by 8% a couple of years ago, we want it to go back down by 8%. What a bunch of shitbags we are.
That's us asking for things to go back to the way they were in the before times.
She says deflation probably isn't in the cards, and the rub is we don't want it to be. Higher prices might just be the sort of thing we've all got to get used to.
See, the problem is you need to go to camp and retrain the way you think. It's not that the problem is the world. The problem is you don't like the world.
You see, the problem is, you dumb fucking plebs, is that you just have to get used to shit costing so much that you rack up more credit card debt. God, it's like you guys don't get shit. The truth is we're never going back to how things were in 2019. No, you're right. Your friends, the Chinese and Joe Biden, made sure that we'd never do that because things in 2019 were, what's that word?
Good.
Good. Thank you. They were good. We won't be returning to the office at the same levels. We'll never hear Corona and only think of beer. And that night on the town is going to cost us more than it did before. Two things are true in the United States today. Ready for this?
Uh-huh.
The economy is good and people hate it.
Bullshit.
Do you know what people don't hate?
What?
Good economies.
Yeah.
Do you know who decides if the economy is good or not?
The people.
The people.
I heard this lady, and granted, she's saying that all of these people were too dumb to know what's good for them. But she did say, and this is something I will agree with, perception is reality. None of us perceive this economy as good. Because the reality is.
But here's what she does. She surrounds herself with pie charts and graphs and numbers, and she goes, oh, well, look, by these numbers that these liberal economists released and handpicked and cherry-picked and everything else, the economy looks like it's doing great. Meanwhile, a guy who had, $1,500 extra at the end of the month 2-3 years ago now has $200. Actually, that he has wiggle room.
It's closer to 150
at the end of the month.
No, literally, those numbers are pretty close.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Poll after poll shows that many Americans think the economy is in the gutter. Wow, it's almost like they're living in it.
Yeah.
And that it's getting worse. That's even though the labor market is robust and those jobs are great. Yeah, it's awesome. Hey, look, everybody's getting jobs that paid the same they did 3 years ago. Meanwhile, they're paying 10% more, 20% more for the shit they have to buy with that money. I don't understand why these Americans don't get how great the economy is.
Don't they understand how awesome these jobs are? Jobs were horrible a couple of years ago. Nobody was working.
Paul Krugman put out an article or put out a graph on Twitter that said, look at how much inflation is coming down. He took out houses, cars, and groceries.
So what were you counting on the prices coming down? Cell phones? What the fuck?
I don't know. But they release shit like that, and this Emily Stewart grabs it for Vox and goes, see, my side's doing a good job. God damn, man. Not to now, that's even though the labor market is robust, economic growth is strong. We looked at the job numbers from this past month. We lost jobs in manufacturing. We lost jobs in the service industry. We lost jobs that make shit. We gained jobs in low-level healthcare gigs and government jobs, which is welfare. That costs us money. So, no, the job situation is not good. We lost 30,000 jobs in industry.
The only way the job situation is good is if you compare it to the time when the government didn't let people work.
That's the thing. Biden's like, look at all my job numbers. It's like, yeah, that's because once you became president and Trump was gone, you let
people go back to work.
Let everybody work again. Hey, look, I killed 1 million people per year for the last 6 years. Oh my God, that's horrible. Yeah, but I stopped doing it 3 years ago. We've saved 3 million lives. But no, you were murdering people.
We could have saved a lot more if you weren't allowed to be here.
Not to mention that the recession many economists have been predicting for over a year hasn't materialized. Sweetheart, 2 things. 1, we already had one. You guys just refused to call it that.
No, she just did call it that. We came out of our recession.
Right, you just said we came out of one. And number 2, that recession that people are saying is coming, it hasn't materialized. Give it a minute.
It's been fucking me in the ass for the last year and a half, bitch.
Why do people say the economy is bad even when it's good?
The call's coming from inside the house.
I would love a good final solution. Can we put them in camp?
Jesus Christ. This is fucking terrible.
Because the pussy ain't shit.
I'm glad that person was like, no, you guys, they have a point. Read the article. Really do. They got a big one here.
Why do people say the economy is bad even when it's good? I don't know. Maybe because it's not good for them. I'm spitballing. Maybe I'm just a tard. Is a question dogging economists, journalists, and the White House, which would very much like to convince people otherwise. No shit. It's almost like you're coming at this from a biased perspective. I don't pretend to have all the answers here.
I don't think you have any.
You're being mighty presumptuous, ma'am. But I think one thing is quite clear. Your colon looks good from your field of view right now. People really do not like paying more for stuff than they used to.
Sweet Jesus, why the fuck has this profit been held from us for so long? She has all the answers.
Ma'am, you know when they really don't like paying the same amount for stuff? When they're not getting paid anymore for what they're doing.
Yeah.
That tends to kind of drain them. I know you like to deal in graphs and charts and numbers, but you've shown the comprehensive abilities of a second grader. So let me break this down for you like you're 8. When people have the same amount of money and the stuff they have to buy is more expensive, that makes them feel like shit and thus perceive the economy as bad. So when 100,000 government jobs are added in a month, the person who's making the same amount of money and paying more for shit doesn't give a fuck how those numbers look. They do not care. And by the way,
not now, Charles.
In June 1920, that doesn't mean American consumers aren't still spending. They are, but they're mad about it.
Right, because none of us have enough money to go around.
Hey, person who's angry about all the money you're spending, why aren't you happier about the economy? You just answered it with the first part. In June of 2022, consumer prices were up by 9.1% from the year before, hitting a 40-year high that summer. In September 2023, they were up 3.7% over the previous 12 months. Okay, so she looks at that and goes, wow, we're doing great. No, ma'am. They're up 3.7% from the 9.1% they were up a year ago.
So overall, for most of us,
about 13%.
Yeah. I'm just saying, we just...
to quote George Carlin, this shit is moving, Ruth. The Federal Reserve's inflation target is 2% over the long term. So in other words, we're still 1.7% higher than what we need to be to have a healthy economy. And we're 3.7% up from the record high that we were at. Hey, the water levels went up 9 feet on your farm last year. Yeah, we're drowning. We're underwater. Why are you bitching? They were only up 3 feet this year. But from the 9 feet.
We're still drowning.
God damn it, she is stupid. I'm guessing single, studio apartment. None of this shit affects her.
The only relationship she has is with a cat, and that's because it relies on her for food.
Yes, and will eat her face if she ever drops dead from her, let's just say, side effect.
But he loves
from the
me.
thing she probably got.
But he loves me.
In other words, maybe that's what it is. They all got that particular medical procedure done, and they're trying to give us all the same heart attack that they're going to have.
Or they're just trying to do anything they can to distract themselves because they're worried if they think about it too hard, they'll make it happen.
Right. In other words, prices aren't going up nearly as fast as they were before, but the cost landscape still stings. Yeah, ma'am, that's called inflation.
Do you realize how you are literally explaining to yourself how, like, I don't know, why are people so upset? You just laid out point by point.
By the way, she did about 10 or 15 more paragraphs. I was scrolling. We're going to go ahead and tap out there. I'm actually getting chest cramps.
I'm getting agita.
I'm getting a murmur from all of this shit.
I can feel a tumor growing in me.
SH says, I was going to apply for a job that my neighbor is retiring from this month. They dropped the hours, so it's 2 hours under full time, so no mandatory benefits. I can't understand why these people are bitching about the rising prices.
Yeah, and I don't understand. It's weird that that job would suddenly do something to cut the benefits. Like they're trying to cut costs or something. Like things are more expensive for them.
Right.
Weird.
Why aren't these people more thankful?
I mean, it's such a ball-busting gangbusters economy. Why are we not all happy?
I Major Cough says, why are the people putting us in guillotines? They're not starving that much more than last week. Emily Stewart. That article was just perfect.
Someday she's going to go outside and realize her world is an illusion.
Yes. Boys and girls, we are 2:45 away from today's goal and about 50 minutes away from me making that a main focus of today's program. So please feel free to contribute. We had a very small goal today. We're only $25 into it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. I will shut the fuck up about it and only mention it when you contribute. But let's make those a little less few and far between. Guys, I have bad news. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are mad.
About what? With each other?
Just pissed. They're just pissed in general. Well, somebody, Cartoon criticized them again. So they have to vocalize how mad they are about the cartoon characters. That made them upset.
Fuck them.
Right? I mean, and it's so clearly, by the way, the thing about Meghan Markle is she's not actually mad at the cartoon. She just sees it as an opportunity to get her name in print and have an opinion and blab off and say whatever the fuck she wants. Her greatest crime is not realizing that, especially with her, a little bit goes a long way. She wants to jump in there and just inundate you with words the minute her name comes up.
Yeah, but the thing is the only reason she's here is because she literally grifted a dude.
Yeah. And a guy that actually used to be pretty cool.
Yeah. She literally took one of the coolest, like, royal family members that we knew of in the world, and she ruined him in real time in front of us.
You actually made, what's the other? You made William the cool one, you bitch. Like, what?
All of us were like, Harry's going to take over. Things are going to be awesome. The king is back, baby. And then Meghan Markle's like, I'll show him my vagina. And we went, oh, fuck.
Greasy N-word with $2 over on Rumble says, let Emily cook. No, really, get in the kitchen, you absolutely retarded cunt. Maybe we should let her cook.
No, we shouldn't. She'll burn the whole thing down.
And then tell us it's not as burnt as it was last time. What are you bitching about? Oh, man. Well, thank you, guys. I appreciate that $2. Let's everybody jump in and knock that number down so we make a little money today. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are reportedly less than impressed with the recent Family Guy episode. that mocked the runaway royals. By the way, leave it to Seth MacFarlane to jump in late on the fucking joke that's hack at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we've already done it like on our show. South Park did a couple episodes. Way to really get in after all of us have left. Like, hey, I found a corpse. Cool.
Yeah, Seth MacFarlane, I feel like, watches everyone else make fun of something and then go, okay, now I'll take a shot at it now that I've watched everyone else be brave.
And I'll do their joke.
Yeah, or I can either do their joke or a really, really safe, nonsensical one. Like, to me, Seth MacFarlane is below, like, Matt Groening even at the... Well, Matt Groening is getting really, like, woke as fuck with his Apu and Homer's not choking Bart anymore. Not that I think that that's a plague on our country, but it's just the reason he's doing it is so obvious and nauseating.
I got to appeal to this group because, you know, abuse.
But Family Guy, to me, has always been a distant third in the animated shows because, again, it's just kind of safe.
I liked it for a while, but it had a moment and then it left. It's not like South Park where I'm always like, oh, and then they do something once in a while. We're like, I got to go check that out.
Yeah. Like South Park does shit where they still, even after all these years, make you go, holy shit, they really went with that, huh?
I want to go watch that one.
Yeah. Where they made Cartman a black woman and then had Kathleen Kennedy go, all right, we're making that movie. Put a chick in it and make it lame and gay.
I'm sorry. It's awesome. We have to go see this.
So Family Guy made fun of Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. I will take back everything I said about Family Guy just now if we watch this clip.
And it's hilarious.
And it's really, really good and hard-hitting.
Oh, we got an ad first.
No, here we go. Here's we don't have... It said it was going to be an ad first, but it's not. Here's the clip from Family Guy.
Sir, your millions from Netflix for no one knows what.
Put it with the rest of them.
Babe, time to do our daily $250,000 sponsored Instagram post for Del Taco.
I shouldn't have left the made-up nonsense.
That wasn't even a joke. That's just called facts.
That was dreadful. Did Seth, look, I can understand someone just being worth more money than they'll ever be able to spend in 3 generations, just going, fuck it, throw slop out there for him. But at that point, why don't you give it up and let somebody else take over? Yeah. Prince Harry and he's never been good at social commentary. He's always been good at like random Monty Python weird type of shit.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever it came to like any kind of social commentary, it was always like really easy.
Yeah, because the big things that really stuck with like Family Guy were always when they'd break into like the weird, wacky like song and dance kind of stuff. That's the stuff you'd remember. I kind of feel like the rest of it is just.
Right.
What's the South Park thing? They just take shit and they throw it at a board in a formula.
No, it was the South Park thing. The Family Guy writer's room is actually a giant aquarium full of manatees.
Oh.
And they're all pushing random balls together.
Oh, okay.
And so...
Yeah, but I remember there was just like a formula to it. It's like one of these balls, one of those balls, and then a cultural reference. And then that...
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeti Flyer says, Kathleen Kennedy got to Seth MacFarlane. Yeah. Make it animated and make it lame and gay. And he did.
He did.
He did. Silo Full of Tortillas says, does he even write anymore? That's a good question. I don't know. Egg Picker says, Seth hasn't been in the writing room of Family Guy for 4+ years. It's his team. Their Trump episode was shitty too. Well, okay. Well, that explains a lot then.
He's busy trying to make his comedic Star Wars ripoff, or did that fail already?
Orville or whatever it was.
God, that was...
Like I've always found everything about him to be really obvious. Like the Meghan Markle Harry stuff, those weren't even jokes. That was just, that's what they did. We all know they didn't do anything for Netflix. They gave him a shitload of money and cut him loose.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. And then I should have never left the made up nonsense. Oh, get it? The royal family is silly. Oof. Like it's really, it's not even that it's not funny. It's the lack of effort that went into it. That it would be fun. I would actually gain respect for Meghan Markle if, like, by responding to this, she went, I have to be honest, this is the least effective jokes I've ever heard about us ever in my life, and didn't really bother me at all.
Yeah, if she came out going, the problem is that this was actually made because it's pointless. Like, then I'd be like, shit, now I agree with her.
Sources, but of course, Sources close to the Duke and Duchess of Sussex claim that the pair have labeled the Savage episode as an outrageous slur.
Well, this is a lady who says the minute you don't agree with her, it's because she's black.
That's true, yeah. And the minute you call her black, she's white. The couple found themselves the butt of a joke in a recent episode of the series in which their money-hungry ways were mercilessly mocked by the animated show. I don't know, that seems pretty merciful to me.
Yeah, they literally had a butler saying, here's your millions from Netflix for doing nothing.
Right.
Which they did.
Hey, do you like wordy jokes with obvious punchlines? Check out Family Guy. The pair who quit royal life in 2020 have, but you know what I love about them? Quit royal life in 2020, but constantly reference it to get themselves more gigs.
Yeah, they quit royal life after they were run out of their own country.
Yes. Have been feeling like, quote, they're not being taken seriously enough by people. You were an actress on a USA Network show. He was just born a rich kid. What do you want us to take seriously?
Your big start was showcasing suitcases on Let's Make a Deal.
How dare you? It was Deal or No Deal.
Whatever.
You piece of shit. That's because she's black. You don't respect her role as a suitcase opener. I was on a USA Network show, and I opened suitcases for Howie Mandel. I've got this weird feeling people aren't taking me seriously. Oh, people don't say that about you as long as you know. Now, Meghan said she won't be humiliated like this and is desperate for a solution. They're in full panic mode. Full panic mode? You won. Did you see that Family Guy clip? It was shit. All you had to do. You know who does? You know who's really good at handling stuff like this? Donald Trump. Because when they do an episode, when somebody does an episode making fun of him and they make fun of it.
He doesn't even talk about it.
Or what he does, he goes, I saw it. It was terrible. That's why the ratings in that show are falling apart. That's why that show's going nowhere. That's why they're probably looking to cancel it. Like he just.
That's why they're talking about me. They're reaching for numbers. It's a sad grasp.
You're just shitting on them. And then she goes, no. Like, have you not met people? Like she goes, no, this is mean and I don't like it. It makes me angry. I'm like, oh, that's a good way to get them to stop.
Yeah. For all of us that literally hate you for the fact that that you are allowed to just continue to do this crap, because that's the part that bothers me the most, is you still get people coming up to you going, oh, let's make a deal, even though we've seen how bad you are at this. Like, oh, this will never work out for us, but how about we throw you money?
The audience is actually saying Orville is pretty good. They're letting you know it's pretty. Have you seen it? No, me neither. Yeti Flyer says, the only authentic thing I like what Seth did was the Ted movies, and I think Mark was in charge of that. No, I don't think Seth wrote Ted, did he? I thought he was just the voice.
I know he's the voice of Ted, but
who wrote?
I thought he wrote the first one.
Yeah, Alex Sulkin, Wesley Wild, and Seth MacFarlane. So he did write it. Who wrote Ted 2? Seth MacFarlane, Alex Sulkin, Wesley Wild. Yeah, so they wrote all of those. Okay. But it is a very Seth MacFarlane idea. Hey, let's get a bear and make him say the F word.
You know, it's an adult who never grew up walking around with an animated bear who's way too adult.
I liked it when it was. I liked it better when it was Bobcat Goldthwait's idea in Happily Ever After. When he was the bunny.
Yeah,
remember?
Dude, fuck. Oh my god.
Yeah. I Made Jerk Off with $10 says you can describe both Harry and Meghan by only using the letters Eggener. For example, Harry is a ginger. Now let's do Meghan. Okay, fine. I'll do it. Meghan is a woman, therefore she has an Eggener.
Several, in fact.
There. How's that? Thank you very much, buddy. That puts us 240 away from today. We started at 270. So let's go ahead. Everybody jump in. Throw a little something in the Venmo and the PayPal. Let's get that goal knocked out. It is the last goal we'll have to knock out this week, so we do appreciate you guys contributing to the show. We're about it's weird because it has been a rough week. I think we must have been getting bailed out by whales a lot this week because I know a lot. Like the first 3 hours of the show this week have been fucking brutal. But you guys are a great audience, and you always come through in the clutch, so we do appreciate that. But let's not make it a whale day today. Let's have everybody throwing in some gifted memberships, some Venmos, some PayPals. Appreciate it. Then I don't have to be called such a beggar, which is always nice. So Prince Harry and Meghan Markle not happy with the Family Guy episode.
That's cool. A lot of people aren't happy with how you took money and then did nothing.
Yeah, They don't really like that part either. By the way, about 600 of you in this watching this show right now, which is great. Go ahead and hit thumbs up, hit subscribe. We appreciate it. SH says, oh, I liked that show. Kind of like Married with Children, but with a smart daughter and a talking stuffed animal. Yeah, Nikki Cox was in it. Not Gilbert Godfrey. Bobcat Goldthwait was actually a pretty good show. I don't think it went that long though, and I think wasn't it like a WB or UPN show? So it
was not widely seen.
KF Sage with $5 says slur-free Thursday. Oh well, you're no fun. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for the little run we're on there. 2:35 away from today. We appreciate it. Go ahead and kick in. Egg Picker says, open this, please, over on Rumble. It's a Seth MacFarlane tweet. Pictured here are some of the incredible members of the Family Guy team this morning. Back in 2010, I was 1 foot out the door gearing up for Ted with no sense yet of the future of the animated series without me. I needn't have worried. The amazing team of writers, artists, actors, assistants, associates, production staff, etc. were already steering the ship without me, and they're still doing it today. So he hasn't written Family Guy for 13 years? Wow, you know what? Maybe I owe him an apology. Maybe he was the good one.
Maybe he was the thing that made it work.
Yeah, and ever since he let the manatees take over, it sucked ass. Okay.
Oh, and they're all on strike.
Yeah, it's from August. It's a proud of you for striking and standing up for yourself kind of a post. Okay. So he's been gone writing that. He hasn't written that show for that long. No, wow, you know what? That makes, Yeti Flyer says it in the chat. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because that joke, quote unquote, that we played, that was so uninspired and just lazy.
And not even a joke.
Right. It was just kind of what they did. Let's continue on here. We have this next story is definitely a he said, she said out of Wink News. I think that's Florida, but I could be wrong. There's a family, there's a mother and her kids who attacked a man in a wheelchair, and they've been arrested for it, for assault of a disabled person.
I'm on their side, but go ahead.
The spin here is that the family is insisting that he's faking it and actually stalking them. And I must say, that is a ballsy defense. You can hate these people all you want. You can think they're terrible, but it takes a sack.
It does.
To accuse. This is like seeing the GoFundMe for the person with cancer and going, they're faking.
They're faking it.
It takes balls to be the first person to go, that gimp can walk.
I got to say, as someone who's been accused of being able to walk before, I don't know if it takes balls or not, but there's certainly a growing number of people with them.
No, it's SH. It's Wink News, not Twink News. He says Twink News, Aaron. You're on your personal bookmarks again.
Uh-oh, someone's watching fat people.
They actually doused him in gasoline and lit a match, and because they said he was a liar, liar, pants on fire.
Just start shooting at his feet and watch him dance.
Right. You know what you do? You kick him as hard as you can in the shin. That's how you find out. Yeah, you didn't have to beat the fuck out of him. I mean, really, just put him in an ankle lock and see if he taps. Then you'll know he has sensation.
No, officer, I swear, you hit him with a taser, and he will dance like it's literally his last chance.
You're like Gordy and Freddie Got Fingered. You're just sitting there whacking away at the crippled person's legs with a kendo stick. All right, let's see what happened. Here's what I say in this story. Let's hear him out.
Innocent till proven guilty.
Yeah.
People savagely beat a man in a wheelchair, but there are questions now about whether the victim sparked the attack.
Holy shit, they might actually be right. These fucking psychos that beat the shit out of this guy. Now, okay, if they end up being right, they are in a way vindicated. But still, jumping a guy is a pretty drastic move and beating the shit out of him, wheelchair or no wheelchair. It's just that if you're right about the wheelchair thing, it does take some of the sting off.
Well, I gotta say, people cut way too much slack for handicapped people in general. Just like a minute, like, oh, you do no wrong, you're handicapped, God already punished you. Like, no, that I can still be a dick.
Right. Watch me.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Lois Tomey.
I'm Chris Safadi. The assault in question was all caught on camera.
But I told
a pipe attack. Holy shit.
All right, so you screamed a racial expletive at them, and he comes out with a pipe.
This is why I don't scream racial epithets at people.
Look, I'm sorry, man, but you should never put yourself in a situation where you have to rely on fight or flight when you don't have flight, and fight is going to be really difficult from your position.
And, Johnny, if I may be the criticizer of the other group, the fuck are you doing just driving around with a pipe?
Well, you heard he was a racial expletive.
Oh, well, then in that case.
I did. The Lee County Sheriff's Office arrested Evelyn Rodriguez.
Hey, bro, could you hold the camera steady? We're trying to see this guy beat the fuck out of you with a pipe.
And
what horrible camera work. Could you turn it sideways?
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, I realize you're getting your ass beat, but landscape mode, dude.
Right.
Come on.
Your legs are the thing that don't work, not your hands. Turn that son bitch sideways.
Jason Chavez and Jonathan Gonzalez, but the trio's family says there's more to this story, and they say they are, in fact, the victims fighting back in self-defense here. In the past,
you know, usually when you grab a pipe and beat a man sitting down with it, you can't really call yourself the victim fighting back.
Look,
you can be a person defending yourself, but you can't go victim fighting back.
I'm a victim of self-defense. You were in a vehicle. He was in a wheelchair. You literally could have just drove away.
I mean, I hit him with a pipe. I didn't run him over. Well, got me there.
Last hour, Wink News reporter Michael.
Your witness.
Dude, you know what you should do? Challenge the guy to a race. Meet at the lights and see who gets to the next set first.
Right. Anything but a thumb war, because they say when two appendages don't work, the others get stronger.
Oh, fuck.
So never challenge Johnny to a thumb war. You'll walk away with a broken hand.
Hudak obtained this security footage from a neighbor. Look in the circle. A security camera recorded the same attack from a different angle, and the family claims it shows the man in the chair, the wheelchair.
Oh, he stood up. Did you see that?
Yeah.
The guy in the wheelchair stood up when oh, you're fucked, you idiot. When the guy came toward him with a pipe, he stood up out of his wheelchair. I'm not saying you deserve to be beaten with a pipe, but you definitely gave yourself away.
I'm not trying to defend this guy, but I will say medical professionals and therapists and pretty much everyone in my medical side is trying to convince me to, embrace the wheelchair.
Yeah.
Go more places in the wheelchair. And I always tell them, I'm like, no, because the minute I have to stand for something, you don't need that wheelchair. And people are like, oh, when would that ever happen? Who would ever think? Apparently, I'll get my ass fucking beat.
Do you think you'd be able to get rid of the walker or crutches if we just ran at you with a pipe? Maybe it's like a Forrest Gump thing. Like
you just have to scare me into it?
Yeah, and then you start running and the music would play and just the walker would go shattering everywhere.
See, but that'll be weird is like you come at me with the pipe, but then April's going to be in the corner and go, he's got magic legs.
I come at you with a pipe and you fall down and I get confused. I'm like, well, shit, I guess I have to beat him with the pipe now. It's kind of backfired. But watch him stand up. Watch this. He's sitting in the wheelchair.
Look in the circle. A security camera recorded the same attack.
Out comes the guy out of the truck holding the pipe.
From a different angle, and the family...
Oh, he popped up quick.
He almost kipped up. Wha-bam. Like he was in Mortal Kombat.
Wheelchair, get up and walk. Michael joins us now live from Lehigh Acres.
Oh, Lord, it's a miracle.
What else he's uncovered tonight?
This guy's a lying
Yeah, guys,
piece of
the
shit.
fight happened right at the end of this driveway where I am standing right now. The family says that man was begging for a confrontation. That's why he was recording with his cell phone before the attack actually happened. What he did not know and what the Lee County Sheriff's Office deputies did not ask for was...
Bro, don't bring wheels to a pipe fight.
Video from the security camera at the house that's right next to where the fight happened. It's hard to see, but the owner told me that camera recorded the whole fight, including when the man in the wheelchair got up and walked.
What did he call him? Do we have the... I'm guessing N-word.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
Guy looks Latino, though.
I did.
Oh, no, he's black. That was just the light shining in his eyes that made him look a little more Latino. That was a black dude. So you're sitting in a wheelchair yelling the N-word at a black guy. I'm not saying you deserved the pipe attack. I'm just saying I can't really fault the guy for coming at you.
again, too many people cut too much slack. Oh, you're in a wheelchair. You have this problem. So people in those positions will feel like, oh, I can get away with stuff. And if you're a grade A piece of shit, you're going to just use that ticket to the end of the day.
How about the fact that he was in the wheelchair and he used it as an excuse to call someone the N-word scot-free? What a great use of a wheelchair.
Yeah, but then the minute he was, put to, trial for his beliefs, so to speak, he's up out of the chair like, I'm sorry, forgive me, man.
When the Lee County Sheriff's Office saw this video, and as you see, of a man riding an electric wheelchair, a woman getting out of a passing Jeep.
That's a woman? That's a brawlic bitch. Holy shit.
Ride or die.
They did not hesitate to condemn the woman and her sons for a violent attack on a wheelchair-bound victim. But a different angle tells a different story, which is why it's crucial to get all the angles. I went door knocking around the area where the fight happened.
So wait, he got up, walked around, picked something up, then sat back down in the wheelchair? What an act of God.
I ran into a woman named Shelley who says she had proof that what the man and the sheriff's office was claiming was all wrong. Watch. The sheriff's office called him wheelchair bound, but in the video, you see him stand up out of the chair, fight 3 people, run back onto the grass, pick something up, walk over to the wheelchair, and then stand up next to the wheelchair. Is he
Okay, so yeah, this guy is totally faking.
He was literally bouncing. Those legs had some spring in them.
See, like, I could stand up out of my wheelchair, but I ain't going to walk. I take a step, I'm going right back down.
I think I saw him Ollie shuffle at the end.
Disabled.
No. When he came looking for her that I seen him, he was standing perfectly fine on his 2 legs. He was not disabled or in a wheelchair.
I also went to Evelyn.
But he gonna be disabled after I be done with my pipe.
I mean, yeah, at least you have the chair already.
He need that wheelchair now.
Rodriguez's house, and you know who I met? Her teenage daughters. They say the man's targeted their family for more than a month, that he would knock on their door asking them to wake up their mother, and that he showed up a couple weeks ago and slashed 3 of the tires on this car.
What a fucking dick.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, can we make that wheelchair necessary now?
And can we make the pipe attack like a regularly scheduled thing?
Yeah, let them make the wheelchair necessary.
Yeah, a little discipline, please. So this is a guy who, again, thank you, Ronald Reagan, because this is a guy that just needs to be locked away.
Yeah, this
He's
is someone with a
psycho.
problem.
Yeah.
Which you can see are slashed in this video that I took. The family told me they believe that's why the guy in the wheelchair had his camera recording in the first place, because he figured Rodriguez would retaliate. And they also say that is why you actually hear Evelyn say,
Oh, why you break my car? Oh, shit.
It is important to note that none of what the family says is corroborated by the Lee County Sheriff's Office, and attacking a man is a crime. That's why
I mean, does it really have to be corroborated by the sheriff's office? I mean,
I just
shit.
saw the footage where this man, praise be to Jesus, stood up out of that wheelchair.
I just saw a man get his ability to walk back. How amazing.
Ah, the Holy Spirit of a metal pipe.
Rodriguez and her 2 sons, Jonathan Gonzalez and Jason Chavez, sit behind bars, but they're currently charged with abuse of a disabled person. Moms and sons are expected to be in court in the morning. I will be there. I'll let you know if the second video makes an immediate...
Straighten that fucking light fixture. It's bothering the shit out of me. This is a tough one because I'm glad that guy got hit with a pipe for being an absolute mentally ill cunt. But at the same time, people do have to be punished for just walking up to people and beating the shit out of them with a pipe.
I don't know. From what it seems like, this guy deserves the beating the shit out of with the pipe.
He does. But, I mean, yeah, just walking around piping people.
I don't think they were walking around piping people. I think they were carrying the pipe because of this dude.
Because he slashed their tires. No, I get that part. But I still don't think the law allows you to go beat the shit out of a guy because the day before he slashed your tires.
What was the law doing about the guy slashing their tires?
Nothing. They thought he was disabled.
Right. Again, this is why...
He turned out to be remarkably abled.
Yeah, this is why I said people shouldn't give disabled people so much slack. A real disabled person won't be that big of a dick. But people will take advantage if they think, oh, I get I get a little leeway.
Right. Well,
Turns out I can touch the choir boys if I just become the preacher.
name 12,000 times that's ever happened. And it doesn't count unless you can find that many. My God 69 with $5. Thank you very much. We appreciate the $5. Let's keep a little run going here. 2:30 away from knocking out today's final goal of the week. Over 600 of you hanging out with us today. We appreciate that. Almost 700 of you. Make sure you're hitting like. It keeps more people coming in. Hit subscribe. We appreciate it. 2:30 is today's number. If you feel so inclined to become a subscriber on Rumble or a member on YouTube, we do appreciate that as well. Did you see? Now you're a gaming guy.
Yep.
So you're familiar with Boogie 2988, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Boogie was a really big YouTuber 5 years ago.
I mean,
5 years ago, he's pretty big.
Yeah.
He's got about 4 million subscribers.
So he's still bigger than a lot of them.
But apparently he's undergone like terrible financial problems. And he weighs like 800 pounds. Well, not 800 pounds, but he's really big. He's morbidly obese.
Boogie's a biggie.
And he has a lot of health problems because of it. He's been divorced. Apparently he's selling off all his collectibles, so on and so forth. So this guy decided to make a documentary about him.
Mm-hmm.
It's less than 1 hour documentary. It's pretty easy to watch. I watched it. It's fucking tragic. And it's one of those tragic documentaries where you're watching, and you know my thoughts on the morbidly obese.
You made your problem?
I'm watching it, and I'm going, everything you're telling me is things I should feel bad for you. Like, you are in a dark, miserable, shitty place.
Right.
But if I ignore my impulse and I look into the situation, you are someone who is the very definition of being held accountable for your actions.
Yeah.
He made $400,000 on YouTube 1 year. And then he started living his life as though he was only ever going to make $400,000 on YouTube every year for the rest of his life.
Oops.
He has completely fucked himself. He got, what is it, lap band surgery to lose weight?
Yeah, didn't he do it more than once?
Blew right through it. I don't even think they'll do it for this guy anymore. So I'm watching this, and the guy takes like nothing. He's like, oh, I'm not getting a real job because I'm a YouTuber. It's like, yeah, but you're underwater. You're not paying your bill. That's what we always say. Look, if we don't hit our goals for long enough, like, yeah, obviously I'll have to, go get a real world job.
I'm remarkably close to being like, hey, taxi dispatcher again.
Right. Shit like that. But he goes, no, absolutely not. I'm a famous YouTuber. He said something so internet-y, it made me cringe during this documentary. He goes, he said something like, I have 4 million subscribers. I'm not getting a job. And I'm going, that's a very internet guy thing to say, because 4 million subscribers doesn't make you a dime.
No.
People have to watch you.
They have to be you have to be making money off of those subscribers somehow.
Yeah.
To
watch the interview. Deleted scene on his YouTube channel shows his mentality. So we're going to watch a couple of these. This is the clip I had. Thank you, Egg Picker. This is the same exact one. So they hooked Boogie up with a job interview. And he went, not a job interview, but like a job recruiter, like to do mock interviews and get him ready. Before we watch that, I just want to show you the beginning of this documentary, just to show you where he's at. It starts, there's a lot of this shit is him in the bathtub.
Why?
And like washing himself.
I don't know if I should talk about this, Mike, but I'm going to. There was one girl that I dated. She liked a lot of childish things. She liked rubber ducks. That's why I have some of these rubber ducks. And one of my favorite memories with her.
Yeah, it's called The Dark Sad Life of Boogie 2988. I want to give the channel credit here. It's Mike Klum. It's got about 2 million views. And it's doing better every day because it had 1.1 yesterday when I was watching it. So it's doing very well. Mike Klum is the channel. It's called The Dark Sad Life of Boogie 2988. And a lot of this is in the bathtub. And you look at him and you just go, why are you complaining at me? Why are you trying to play a victim in all this? You
made this situation.
And you refuse to take accountability for yourself. You refuse to do anything to better your station in life. You refuse to do anything that changes, that fixes any of this. You just full steam ahead with what hasn't been working.
You refuse to acknowledge that donut is what got you here, and you keep eating it.
He keeps talking about how bad how bad his money situation is and how he doesn't have enough money to pay his bills, and he's selling his magic cards and pinball machines and to make ends meet and shit like that, because he's making like $3,000 a month on YouTube. And
I could live very well off of $3,000 a month.
There you go. He refuses to change anything, refuses to find other ways to make income. But then also he goes to Magic every week and plays with he plays Magic. He buys pizza for everybody every week. He's door dashing. He's, doing all of this shit. You're like,
so you're making your problem.
Yes. This documentary does a very good job, in my opinion, of showing this guy as an attempted sympathetic figure, but then the documentary reminds you every once in a while, this guy is not someone to have sympathy for. He's done everything to himself.
Is us sitting in this tub, her playing with rubber ducks as I washed her, and then when we got out, I took her to bed. One of the best nights of my life, Mike. Happened right here.
That sounds fucked up.
That is... Yeah. Oh, in 2019, Boogie had $750,000 in savings. Now, I want to point out something. In this documentary, because we're not going to play this whole thing. We're going to play a couple minutes worth here. He owes like 200 some odd grand on his house. That means he blew through $750,000 in savings and never once thought to get the mortgage off his back so he maybe wouldn't need so much money every month.
So the house would at least be relatively paid for.
Right. You just have property taxes and insurance.
Which, by any other metric, is very manageable.
Couple $100 a month, yeah. He's now facing bankruptcy and foreclosure.
Yeah, so when it comes to financial approach...
See, this is why he can't be felt sorry for. You're facing foreclosure, you're in debt up to your eyeballs, you don't have any money, and your fat ass is just lying in a bathtub, staring at your phone.
Talking about how you really remember the good times with the rubber ducks.
Right. Yeah, he doesn't want to change. He wants to whine and complain and be a victim that all this stuff is going wrong with him, but he doesn't want to do anything different. I'm here to tell you, I don't think DDP could fix this motherfucker. I don't think he could take Boogie into the accountability crib. If he could, it would be DDP's greatest work. Forget Jake the Snake Roberts. Forget all the people he's gotten clean. If he could make Boogie not the saddest, most miserable piece of shit who deserves everything bad that's happening to him, that would be DDP's greatest accomplishment.
I don't fucking know what I'm doing. Money comes in, money goes out. For the longest time, my ex-wife handled that shit, but then I got divorced. I don't know where my money is. I don't know what it's doing. The only thing I've ever done with it is I threw it into crypto and then lost a shitload of it.
So he threw $750,000 into crypto and lost $600. And he's lying in a fucking bubble bath. And people are like, oh, isn't this sad? Isn't this? No, this is vengeance. This is justice. This is righteous. Sit there and whine and complain. Oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. It's been years this has been going on. Figure it out. Oh, I don't know how to do the thing. Well, you better learn. Otherwise, you know what? Just go ahead and slip beneath that bathtub and let the rest be handled by the Lord.
Holy shit. I can't believe that I've been dealing with, like, seriously dark, depressive thoughts the last few weeks. I just needed to watch this.
You should. You should watch the Boogie documentary.
I'm going to have to when I go home. Because this is fucking pathetic.
Right.
I have legit problems that I have to overcome every day just to go through my normal day like a normal person. You literally are sitting there going, I don't know what to do about my life. I got a fucking idea. Get out of the goddamn tub.
You know, maybe he should take Al Pacino's advice. Holy Father, Holy Father. The man says to the Pope, you know what he says? He says to the Pope, Holy Father, help me. I do not know what to do. I do not believe anymore. You know what the Pope says to him? Fake it. Well, I couldn't fake it anymore. Underrated goddamn cocksucking movie.
Well, I mean,
underrated.
Once again, another movie that's really amazing because all it is an hour and a half of Al Pacino going, oh, look, scenery. I'm going to chew on it for a while.
Oh, you see that bar?
Shame on you! Do you do your job? No! 27 years, neck deep in shit! You got me. Hand in the cookie jar.
Every line in that movie is just the caricature of what Al Pacino's perceived as.
Yep.
There's everything. If you want to see, there's 2,000.
Look at how wrinkly his he's just been soaking in that bath. Staring at how much money he doesn't have instead of getting his ass on YouTube, making good content, or going and finding ways to make more money or selling a pinball machine. No, he just wants to sit and get all wrinkly fingered in the tub while he sits there at 600 pounds, not doing shit about his health.
I really want this person living on the street.
$2,758 in my bank account right now, and let's see if mortgages come out yet. So tomorrow, when they take mortgage out, I'll have about $700 to live off of until the 20th when I get paid again from YouTube. So I'm just going to live off of $700, and I'll probably sell some cards along the way and use that money to make ends meet as well.
Okay, good, because you're like 50 years old. You don't need your kitty cards anymore.
I don't fucking feel bad for you. I have to survive off of $700 or less after I get done paying my bills all the fucking time.
Right. Now, see, to me, if you're in your 40s or 50s and you don't have children, I don't think he has children. You don't need your magic
You're telling
cards.
me he ain't slaying the puss?
No, I don't think so. Well, they get to that, too, and how much of his money he spent on hookers. You're really not going to feel sorry.
Oh, you are fucking kidding me.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, fuck this guy to the end of the earth.
Even if you didn't know who Boogie was before, I highly recommend this documentary. This Mike Klum guy did a great job. But if you don't have children, sell all of your fucking magic cards. A nerd this big, he's probably sitting on tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I mean, some of the cards, you're talking Magic, you've got cards that are taken out of print. You've got cards that are no longer involved in the game, and those are highly collectible. You get the foil rare release cards and shit. You can have a lot of money sitting in Magic the Gathering.
He says he's been playing for 30 years.
If he's holding on to some seriously rare cards from back in the day and stuff, yeah, he could have.
Sell them all. Go to, or even do a consignment thing. Take them to a place and they'll give you 85% of whatever they take in. They'll take 15 and they'll sell them in bulk for you. And you could probably, like you said, you could make 10, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on your Magic cards. You see in his room, he's got a dozen pinball machines. Sell them.
You don't need that shit.
Right. Although the pinball machine, at least he'll be standing up.
Well, like I said, you don't need that. You're not going to play it.
I have a credit card with them that I owe $600 on. And on top of that,
you know how many people are watching this right now going, if I had a credit card that only had $600 on it, I would be so happy.
$163,000 on my house. I think my net worth is zero. Once you pull the equity out of the house, get rid of the house debt, sell off all my collectibles, and
wait a minute. That's not how money works. If you have $105,000 in home equity, then you don't have home debt. When you sell the house, you sell it for $270,000. You pay off your $165,000. They give you, after fees and license, everything else, the equity that's left over.
Right.
So you don't get home equity is part of your worth.
Well, as he already explained,
he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, we've added up, I guess, roughly $30,000 in collectibles.
Okay, so $30,000 in his. So you got your crypto at 30, you got your collectibles at 30. So that's 60 grand. That would buy you a year to figure your shit out.
Yeah, but he's not gonna.
No, he's not going to.
my debts, I think that puts me at $0. Shit. I'm worthless.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's fair.
Look, only one I feel bad for in this situation are the two fucking dogs. They can't leave.
Don't worry, they don't have a lot of meat on their bones. I think they're safe.
Well.
Grab
the bar. You need the bar, right?
No, you grab that bar. That's being ripped right off the wall. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Oh, I thought that was there as an actual.
I think that's a towel rack.
Oh.
Yeah, that's coming down, brother, along with the wall. See, this is what makes me not feel sorry for this guy. You put yourself there.
I don't feel bad for this person having trouble getting out of this tub.
No.
No.
Despite a gastric bypass, Boogie continues to struggle with his weight. Look at that.
That's like me getting out of the tub.
He's attempting to save the $20,000 to remove the excess skin.
Sell your fucking collectibles. You could do that and still have 40 grand left.
But my best feature, this is the one the ladies love. I call it my meat apron. I have 2 meat curtains. There's a second one.
Oh!
I have 2 glorious.
He's just a self-loathing, self-pitying fat man who doesn't want to change. Hey, go watch the whole documentary.
Are you trying to make me puke?
Yeah, kind of, a little bit.
Oh.
Go watch the whole documentary. It's really well done. The guy does a good job, but don't feel sorry for this fucking guy. Please, whatever you do, don't feel sorry for him.
Grossed out.
Hobo Chili with $4.99 says, every day Aaron stares in the mirror with queso cascading down his fat chin, thinking to himself, is today the day I'll wash my mouth out with buckshot? That's Hobo, I'm here to tell you, that wasn't very nice, sir. That wasn't very nice.
Remarkably accurate, but
a touch indelicate, but fair. No, they do they show that he spent I think he said $150,000 on hookers. I think.
So again, your financial problem is entirely you not understanding that you have to, budget.
Right. That's exactly what it is. And then he spends the whole documentary complaining, almost like this is shit that's being done to him. He's the least sympathetic person, because I caught myself feeling some sympathy for him during the documentary, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. You got this fat. You won't help yourself. Then he bitches about his health problems like he didn't do it. I mean, it's infuriating.
They held you down and they face fucked you with those Doritos over and over again.
So I want to show you a little bit of the job interview clip. It's really bad.
A little bit about your background and where you think you want to go with the.
He doesn't take any of this seriously, by the way. So he's got all these problems, all these money issues. He's morbidly obese. And the way he treats this mock job interview is just, it's like, you know what? You fucking deserve it.
Experience that you already have.
YouTube was a lot easier for me because I got to set my own hours. I don't know if I can.
Let's go right to it.
And so you are here today because you are seeking employment.
Yeah.
You're seeking out new work opportunities.
Absolutely.
Tell me a little bit about your background and where you think you want to go with the experience that you already have.
I did work at a small gaming store back in 2006, 2007. Around 2000, I washed dishes in a Mexican restaurant, but the owner of that business has been deported.
So all that's fine.
Right, yeah, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares.
Let's put this into a short version. You have no actual real world experience. You have no actual job experience.
And you have no people skill. Like, again, I criticize people who live on Reddit and Discord and 4chan and YouTube and shit like that and don't go outside. But, this is what you all become. I've got news for you. The longer, you just become Boogie eventually. You can't talk to people without being incredibly autistic and awkward. You don't know what you should or shouldn't say. And real people look at you and go, because when you're on the internet, people go, oh, this guy fucking ball break or whatever. But people in the real world look at you and they just go,
that's sad.
You're a fucking pathetic worm. You're really.
This is not going as well as you think it is.
And it's fine to be self-employed. So tell me a little bit about your current self-employment. What is your most current experience? What do you do?
So I've been making online video for about 17 years. I was one of the original YouTubers to really kind of blow up.
And I can tell you this right now. No employer gives a fuck.
No employer gives a fuck. But on his end, you really want to talk about what do you have job experience? Well, I'm really good at being an entertainer. I've been entertaining it on. It's how you present it too.
Yeah.
I was one of the first YouTubers to really blow up. Yeah, and where are all the other YouTubers who blow up right now? Where are they?
Well, and I've got news for you. You know what the real world thinks of that? They think it's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
Like that's why we always say, like, all these podcasters are like, we're in podcast wars, this and that. Everyone thinks you're a fucking joke in the real world. Everything thinks we're a fucking joke. In the
Right.
world, as they should. We've always said we're in purgatory. We're serving our time until we can get back into legitimate broadcasting, because this is a joke. Like, this is not respectable. Same thing with Boogie here. I was one of the original YouTubers. The real world Boogie thinks that's pathetic.
And by the way, it's really hard to really embrace you. I was one of the original YouTubers. Yeah, the rest of them all went on and did other shit. How did you fuck it up?
Right. Philip DeFranco, I think, is still doing okay.
Yeah.
Ethan Klein's still doing okay.
Shtick has been about, like, pretending to get angry about video games.
I do a character voice like this. You sons of bitches, I can't believe you ruined Diablo 3. This is my favorite game, you know.
Okay, so you just said everything you do online is fake now?
Sir, this is Pfizer.
The kids liked it. And then I got married. Then I got a divorce 5 years later. And
You don't need to share all of this shit at a job interview. This is like, this comes off as like trauma dumping. People go, I'm not hiring this guy. He's a fucking mess.
Everything is someone else's fault, but he brings all the problems with him.
That's just it. You know what? You should watch this documentary because you just nailed it in that statement. He causes all of his own problems and then brings them along with them like he doesn't know where they came from.
And it's all because of other people.
Yes.
He kind of completely and utterly lost my mind. I also got bariatric surgery, so I lost my major coping mechanism, which is food. And now I kind of need to transition into, honestly, anything, because I'll likely lose my house in the next 6 months if I don't
So anything you got.
find gainful employment.
Are you currently doing any YouTube stuff? Is that still
Yes,
something you're
that is
doing
still-
and you're going to
I do
continue
mostly
to
commentary.
do it?
Yeah, I mostly do commentary videos now. I am disabled, recognized by the state of Arkansas, but also the United States government. There's that. Now, the
I
downside.
hate you! I hate you people! I'm disabled! I have a horrible problem! I couldn't put down the fucking fork! I am so sick of this shit! Do you know how much I wish that 1 ounce of this was because I had a control issue? Do you know how much I wish that my fucking legs were all my problem? No! Oh, I'm disabled! Fuck you! Sorry. I'm a Christian.
Sacre bleu, no! I said, what in the world is this?
Sorry, he hit a nerve.
Holy crap.
225 away. If that isn't enough to knock it out, fire away, boys and girls.
I think I'm going to
That is
start
like-
sweating.
I think you're going to pop a blood vessel.
No, I already did that.
Oh.
It's in my eye.
Extremely depressed. So there's.
You're saying you wish your MS was as controllable as
Yeah,
not-
I wish I had a fraction of fucking control of this. Like, every time people are like, oh, well, have you tried doing this? Have you tried doing... Do you know how much shit I have tried, still try, to fucking deal with this crap? And then she's like, oh, well, I'm disabled. Yeah, you're real disabled. Because, you know, all those times at the buffet were like, hey, extra plate of nachos. And you're like, well, don't mind if I do. That's not disabled. That's you with a control problem.
You disabled yourself.
Yeah, you disabled yourself.
You disabled yourself. They don't show it in this clip, but at the end of this, he leaves the documentary guy a text voice message where he says, yeah, I've decided I'm not getting a real job. I'm a fucking YouTuber with 4 million subscribers. So that's what I do. So he goes and he does this for the documentary. And then again, in true I'm a victim fashion, goes, no, fuck that. I'm just going to keep doing what I always do, but I want to keep bitching. It's almost like he wants these things to bitch about so he can, I don't know, feel like something's been done to him rather than he just failed.
He's stealing DSP's bit. He's like, oh, guys, I really need that money. The bill's coming in.
Yeah.
It's on you to provide for my lifestyle.
Oh, he said he got 10 grand for that fight with Wings of Redemption. And in the documentary, he goes, oh, but I spent it all.
On what?
He says the training and everything else. I don't know how you spend 10 grand on training. Honestly, I get paid from the gym that I help at, but I also pay to go to the gym. It's not.
Yeah, but you're not.
No
one's shelling out 10 grand to get you ready for a fight.
But what I'm saying is, if I train for 6 months, that's $600 of training at that gym. You buy gloves and everything else. That's even if you buy good gloves and you buy all the equipment, everything. That's maybe $300. And then your hotel, maybe $1,500. Your flight, $1,000. If you spend more than $4,000 or $5,000 on everything for that fight, if you don't go home with at least $4 or $5 grand in your pocket, you're a lunatic. You've done something terribly wrong.
The pre and post fight ladies really
you need to drain your balls. I get it.
Some mental health issues that we bring to the table. And then physically, I am morbidly obese. I have no references, no work history, and no education. And when you Google my name, you might see rumors that I beat my ex-wife and I am also a pedophile, but that could.
This is why you need to have, I don't care how badass you think you are on the internet, you have to have a tether to the real world. You have to have some kind of thing that holds you accountable in the real world so that when all of this goes crash and burn and you don't save a fucking dime and you need to go back out, you can still figure shit out. Number one, if they ask you in that job interview, are you going to keep doing the YouTube shit if you get this job? You go, no, I'm done. That's what I've always said. If I have to get a job, I'm not going to keep doing this and fucking get in trouble and ruin my gig.
Yeah.
You out of your mind? Absolutely not.
Sacre bleu, no!
But he's sitting there, and if they asked him, would you keep doing the YouTube thing? He's like, oh, yeah, I have 4 million subscribers. Well, then they're not going to hire you. If they're like, oh, if we Google you, it'll say all this pedophile shit, and you're not going to stop doing the things that made them say that you're a pedophile and shit on the internet, we're not hiring you.
Plus, I really... Do you not realize how sad this is? You went into a job interview. I have no references. I have no experience. I have no training. I have no education.
Right.
What do you have?
Right. Could you give me some of your skills?
Would be an issue for employers that would research me. So if we can find someone who won't Google me, that would be good.
Well, that's difficult. I mean,
well, you know what Patrick Melton did? He bought a service because he's got so much bad shit about him out on the internet. He bought a service to scrub and continuously scrub. You keep paying these people to scrub everything about you off the internet, blur your house off Google Maps, delist all your addresses, all of this other shit. So while guys like him and Boogie, they're about the same size, while they want to like criticize other people, do all this other shit, they hide behind services they've paid because they're chicken shits in real life. Again, this is where you need to touch grass. Otherwise, you lose all perspective. You don't want to be like Boogie or Melton or these other guys. It's a dark, bad road.
Well, for Boogie, I think the touching grass would have at least been good on the exercise.
A little bit.
The bending and the stretching.
And he makes more money than Patrick does, so there's that.
I can't submit your resume to a client and then request that they don't Google.
And then physically, I'm easily injured. Like I injured myself coming here today. I twisted my ankle. And then...
At what point is this a sign from God that maybe you're not meant to be here?
But again, he pitches it like it's not his fault. Oh, I'm easily injured. Well, you eat too much.
You have a weight problem.
Yeah.
Is not great because of the depression and stuff. So I mean, I do have some.
Again, the word
pretty big
trauma
references.
dumping
King
just
Shark,
comes to mind.
This would be like if I went to an interview like, look,
word,
man, I got a lot of problems and I deal with a lot of shit. And I'll be honest, I'll smile to your face and do a good job. But then when I go home, I often think about how good does that gun taste? So, I mean, there's some days where is he late or is he dead? I mean, that's a game we can play.
Did you hear what he just said? He goes, one of my references could be Keemstar. So an internet guy.
Someone that nobody will take seriously.
Not only nobody will take seriously, but if you're in the real world, nobody knows who that is. No. You have to be pretty tapped into the internet to know who Keemstar is. This lady doesn't know who that is. A guy who's running a bank doesn't know who Keemstar is. It's a very
They may have
niche
seen a
world.
video, but they don't fucking know him.
Kid behind a camera. Kid behind a camera. McJuggernuggets might. I worked with him. I had owned a small company with him. He's a big guy.
Okay.
Like this lady doesn't know who the fuck these losers are.
And by the way, these references mean nothing because if the people don't know who they are, who cares if they vouch for you?
Right.
Great grandpa Charles Green, but
So you do have
dead.
some people that you could reach out to and call upon to give an example of what their experience was working with you.
Yeah, I can't say that it would be a glowing review, but it would be a review. Should mention I'm also a felon.
Okay. What's the nature of your felony?
Aggravated assault.
How old is it?
About 2 years.
Okay. So
He went out his front door at someone who was outside his home, and he fired his gun in the air towards them. Because he's a fucking idiot.
This is someone who's not, I'm sorry, I hate to say this, but, and it's not, I hate to give him this benefit.
Yeah.
It's not entirely his fault.
Uh-oh.
Society has built a place where we have too many people, they're too soft to live. Okay? And this is an example. This man is too soft to live.
Somebody in the chat said that they're like, it's not a real interview next. No, it's a mock interview. They're doing a mock. We said that at the beginning. They're doing a mock interview.
And she's a recruiter. So the idea is this is a practice interview that she's going to get a sense of who she can pair him with.
Right. And right now, boy, that lady has her work cut out for her. McLuck says, this is getting sad. Yeah. I mean, we got to cut it off there because, I mean, this thing, look, it doesn't get better.
Jesus.
Like, that documentary is, it's a rough one. It's a rough watch, but it's entertaining for sure. Nebo said this Walmart would hire this guy on the spot.
Yeah, dude, you're 100% door greeter material.
Yeah. Boys and girls, 225 is the number. We are into the last hour of the last YouTube show. So let's hit that 225 and call it a success this week. I would really appreciate that. If you can throw a couple bucks at your favorite show, we are a listener donation supported program. So if you could throw a few bucks at that PayPal, Venmo, or or Streamlabs link, or throw some super chats or memberships or whatever at us, we'd really appreciate it because so we don't end up like Boogie.
Yeah,
essentially.
Well, I don't think we can afford to eat like him.
Unlike Boogie, I will go and get a job as soon as it's just that, you see, broadcasting has been my dream job forever. And I've made a living for doing it for 17 years. So I am going to, as they say, fight until the bitter end. But, keep us hanging in there. 225 away. MSO says, I got this. I hope so. Or no, I hope not. No, not you. I don't want you to get this, you piece of shit. Absolutely not. You son of a bitch. Concrete Pete says, last YouTube show, you go get a job or something? Yeah, I'm going to come work with you, Concrete Pete. I can drop some pipes. As you know. What? Wait, huh? No, last YouTube show for the week. Tomorrow is Rumble Friday, and that usually takes care of itself, so thank you guys very much. If you'd like to contribute to the program, now is the time, so we don't have to make this a beggy last 45 minutes of the program. Let's open up those 7 o'clock hour stories, and while we do that, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's, great place to go on Saturday nights. They've got live music every Saturday on the Fireball stage, as well as a great place to go and watch the games, play some pool, play some darts, have a few drinks with your friends, grab a pizza. All in all, just a great place to hang out, party, catch the games on Sunday, on Saturday, or hang out all night during the live music. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, the best dive bar in central Minnesota. Great place to go if all you're looking for is good drinks and a great time. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care, quicker than anybody when it comes to picking you up. It's, God damn, man, your car goes in the ditch, it stalls out, you get in an accident, whatever happens to your vehicle, I've never had anyone get there quicker than All Care Towing. So if you're in central Minnesota, if you're part of the home base here for Steel Tow, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's midlandarmory.com. Go to midlandarmory.com, order your next firearm or accessory from Midland. Or if you have any questions about becoming a firearm owner or any of the products they have, contact Derek and Tracy at the website, midlandarmory.com. Or if you're in the area, go check them out in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's Midland Armory. Use the promo code SteelToe and get yourself a great discount today. That's midlandarmory.com for Midland Armory in downtown Foley. SH says, I wanted to be a truck driver when I was in elementary school. It turns out I was not a good driver, so I gave up that dream. Well, I tell you what, I wanted to be a broadcaster, but as the 225 left today goes, obviously I'm not. It's all becoming I'm not as good as I think I am, apparently. Let's get to this Hillary Clinton thing. You guys get us down to 0. I'm having a good time today. I will say that. I enjoyed today's show. Let's make all of those metrics match up. So Hillary Clinton was on The View yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Robin. Hillary was on The View yesterday, and of course they had to ask her about the Ali to her Frazier,
right?
Donald Trump, and she could not help herself. I mean, there's something about this I kind of respect and appreciate. You know, when someone, it's the same reason I respect Daniel Day-Lewis. When he starts filming a movie, he gets in character, and he stays in character. And with Hillary Clinton, when she starts talking about Trump, there is a name she cannot help but bring up. If Trump's name comes up, this guy's name has to come up too. And
Bill Clinton.
Close. And I believe the reason she's able to stay in this character so well is because she's not acting. The View decided to ask her about her favorite, Donald Trump, and this is what she had to say.
People would get legitimately elected, and then they would try to do away with elections and do away with opposition and do away with a free press.
Right. So, for example,
what Zelensky's doing.
Right, yeah, exactly. The guy we're giving billions of dollars to. Or if you need an example closer to home, maybe there would be a guy who won an election and you didn't like that. So you rigged things in a way that would make sure you would get the most votes and win the next election. And then when you got him out of power, you tried everything you could to try to throw him in prison and keep him off the ballot and make sure he never got to run for president again, right? That would be like one of those evil, terrible things that somebody would do in the United States. I just really wish I could give you guys an example of that happening in this country, but we're just so goddamn star-spangled awesome.
Thankfully, we don't have anything like that happening now.
Thank God. Your lips to God's ears.
And you could see it in countries where, well, Hitler was duly elected. That's right. Right? And so all of a sudden, somebody with those tendencies, those dictatorial, authoritarian tendencies would be like, oh, okay, we're going to shut this down. We're going to throw these people in jail. And,
just to flatten the curve.
They didn't usually telegraph that. Trump is telling us what he intends to do. We need to listen.
And that's my job. She can't help herself. When it comes to Trump, there's got to be a Hitler reference in there.
Yeah, but the problem I have with this is right now we're dealing with an actual administration that wants to create a government news agency and government information network known as the internet. Because, you know, the one thing we love about China is how controlled their internet is.
Right, we love that.
So why don't we do that here?
Yeah, I mean, we have an administration that thinks internet censorship's an awesome idea.
Mm-hmm.
We have a government here that wants to use the FCC to control just about everything. And then we go, oh, guys, we can't have that Trump get in there. I mean, he'll be just like Hitler. Oh, you mean like, he'll censor people's speech and not let them say certain things. And if they do, it'll get them on some kind of a list where they...
Like, I know it's a joke and we're having fun, but at a certain point, I'm like, this shit is where I'm like, no, that's what you fuckers are doing, and I'm sick and tired of you acting like, this guy's the devil. You're burning the house down, asshole.
You can't elect him. Look at what'll happen. I mean, we've had 4 years of him. We've had 3 years of what you guys want to do. I think
the next person to tell me, sorry to interrupt, but the next person to tell me Donald Trump is Hitler, I'm like, well, we've had 3 years of Joe Hitler, so can we get Don Hitler in?
I guess Don Hitler has to come in. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5. Thank you, buddy. We need a lot more of these. If Aaron becomes a trucker, he can have all the bread and queso he wanted. Thanks, pal.
Yeah, you'll go from collecting tips to collecting dips.
Thank you. 220 is the number. It's the last one of the week. I'd really appreciate hammering that thing out. 220 is the number. Everyone jump aboard. And let's do this thing. Boca Bradley says the FBI and CIA are basically the SS under Hitler. They're a little more sophisticated. The SS was a little more jackbooted and just come in and throwing their weight around, where the CIA goes, hey, can we talk you guys into doing our dirty work for us? That'd be really swell.
It'd be awesome if you weren't allowed to share this information we don't like.
Yeah, exactly. So Hillary Clinton gets Trump brought up, and when first of all, you don't think that she just completely gets rock hard as soon as they bring Donald Trump up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she loves
It's the only thing that keeps her relevant. But the part I was talking about that was hypocritical, there's a later part in that interview, or maybe it was earlier before that clip, but Joy Behar looks at her and she's like, you won the popular vote. And you know what? I don't care what anyone says. You won the election. You know, the same thing that Donald Trump and everyone who says Donald Trump won the election is a treasonous traitor.
Right. Wait a minute. I thought that was election denial, and I thought that was insurrection. I thought that was...
That's right there. There it is.
Is this the clip?
Yep, the Blaze clipped it.
All right.
Well, I think that your loss to Trump.
No, that's Hillary being duelected. We need Joy Behar. Is this the whole thing? No, this isn't the one. It's literally, I think it's the beginning of the interview where Joy's talking to her.
Oh, okay.
Someone has it clipped. If it's in this one, it might be further down.
Nope. We don't. Well, you know what? Twitter will have it.
Twitter will have it. It was a clip of Joy Behar talking to Hillary.
Basically denying being an election denier? Is that what she was doing?
Quintessentially saying that even though the election results didn't air out that way, she believes that Hillary won no matter what anyone says.
Hamas is consistently broken. Okay, so she's simping for Israel in this one.
The view there.
Electing Trump would be the end of our country
again, it's
as
Joy
we know
Behar
it.
Was right at the beginning.
Hitler, there's the Hitler. Everyone's clipping the Hitler thing.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's somewhere in the beginning of it, but she starts out saying how I thought you won the election and I would never, no matter what anyone says, you won as far as I'm concerned. And it's just like, yeah, but remember where anyone who says that who believes in Trump is a traitor.
Right, yeah. If you say that I think you really won the election and you should have been the real president, if you say that about Hillary Clinton, that is totally fine.
Yeah, you're just, just a person.
If you say that about Donald Trump,
you're a treasonist.
You're an insurrectionist, for sure. 220 boys and girls, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Let's make this thing go. We're busting out the offering plate in about a half hour and change. We talked about this earlier today with the guy who was in the wheelchair, and they came out with a pipe, and he got up and started jumping around like Muhammad Ali.
Mm-hmm.
It's always tough to be the person who calls someone out for faking something because you're taking a genuine risk if you're wrong.
Right.
It's kind of when Ace Ventura starts pulling at Einhorn's wig and shit, and you're like, uh-oh, this is starting to feel a little warm in here. Well, there's a couple of other items that are difficult to call out. One of them is like faking cancer. The other one is running the fake GoFundMes. Either you set it up for someone who really does have problems, but they never gave you the authority to do it.
Right.
Or you just made something up so that you could go on a vacation or something like that. But in a shocking turn of events, a Florida man who had previously garnered public sympathy through a GoFundMe campaign following his spouse's murder. You've already read the headline, so I can't ask you to guess. Started a GoFundMe after his wife was murdered. And who wouldn't want to contribute to that, right? Poor guy.
Yeah, you lost your wife. It's sad.
I agree with Gino Bisconti on this, though. Why don't you have fucking life insurance? You shouldn't need a GoFundMe if you're especially at 55 years old.
Yeah, your partner is going to die.
Right. You've got to have some kind of life insurance so you can pay your bills afterwards. But anyway, he got a GoFundMe after and garnered a bunch of public sympathy after his spouse was murdered. Problem is, this week, he was arrested for murdering his wife. I mean, you talk about a money-making scheme. If only he could have gotten away with it, he would have been rolling in it. Are you kidding? By the way, the sociopath you have to be to do the crying, to promote the GoFundMe, to be humble as people are telling you, oh, we're praying for you and we love you. Just the amount of disassociative abilities you have to play into all that while knowing you murdered this person is like, that's the kind of shit that scares me.
I mean, how much money are we talking?
Well, let's see. He had a life insurance payout of $330,000. Well, wait a minute. Then you don't get a GoFundMe.
I'm actually on this guy's side. He didn't want to leave any money on the table.
He only made $2,200 on the GoFundMe. People really must not have given a shit about his dead wife. Must have really hated that broad. Because, again,
I feel like a lot of people on the internet sympathized with him. Like, I get why you care.
Yeah, right. So now Herbert Swilly, a 55-year-old handyman, now faces accusations of committing a heinous crime with a potential financial motive. The authorities allege that Swilly doused his spouse. That's by the way, one of my favorite board games growing up.
Is it Dosed?
Oh, dosed his spouse. Oh, it's so much more fun if he doused his spouse.
Yeah. In Spaff.
The authorities allege that Swilly dosed his spouse, Timothy Smith. Oh, okay. Butthole surfers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Timothy Smith, 59, with an excessive amount of diphenhydramine, a common ingredient found in allergy meds like Benadryl and sleep aids like ZQuil. To make matters even more gruesome, they claim that he subsequently strangled Smith so violently that he broke his neck.
Someone needs to come to terms with the fact that they actually like the vagina.
Yeah, maybe it's one of those things where you're just angry that he made you gay and you really just want to go back to pussy. I mean, this feels like this could have been covered in a text message rather than a murder.
I don't mean to speak out of turn here, guys, but just again, this shows in every relationship there has to be give and take. Sometimes you have to take. If you're only the giver, you're going to get strangled in your sleep.
Well, and not only that, I think there's also an element to this story that we're not appreciating, which is this man could have just simply broken up with this dude. I don't know if you know anything about gay guys, but in terms of sexuality, they tend to bounce back real quick. And plus, you break up with your gay husband. He's like, you know what? It sucks that my marriage failed, but 8-somes are back on the table again. And boy, did I miss just being sweaty and covered in jizz.
Yeah, but I mean, then you're talking about like $350,000 you're letting out the door.
And you know what? That's a good point. He walks out with the life insurance policy.
Let me just tell you,
shit.
You can get blown just as well after you collect the money.
However, the most startling revelation was the possibility of a significant financial gain for Swilly as he stood to receive a life insurance payout amounting to $333,000. Authorities further assert that Swilly staged the crime scene, concealed crucial evidence, and initially pretended to cooperate with the investigation. It is believed that the murder occurred when Swilly discovered that Smith intended to leave him. Well, then let him go.
Oh,
you're good.
no.
You're free. By the way, Aristocock says clip that. I'm hoping nobody clips it.
You've been taking that D for so long, and then you found out it's going to leave you. You're like, I'll be damned if I don't get paid for all the pounding.
Now I feel bad. Now we're finding out that this is just a poor guy who had a broken heart.
Or at the very least, just a broken rectum.
He broke my heart, so I broke his neck. SH says, I'm sad. Blow me. That guy. Yeah. Don't clip that either. That would be a terrible thing. So this guy decided that if this guy was going to leave him, he would instead break his neck because that would apparently cause a lot less problems for this dude than simply going through a divorce.
Downside, you're going to get arrested. Upside, whole lot of gay sex.
Lot of gay sex. Oh, guys love sympathy, Dick. It's wonderful. Thank you very much to Coltrane. Says, here's some shot in the arm. I want a couple free video links tomorrow. This $20 is worth the chocolate bunny Vivek laugh. No fucking deer out here. So this has been entertaining. Thank you for the $10, Coltrane. We appreciate that. Guys, everyone follow Coltrane's lead. We got to get going here. This is our last one of the week. We can do this thing. 210 is the number, and we have about a half hour before I rattle this offering plate and see if we can make this business whole for another week, which that's kind of where we're at now. Just week to week, goal to goal, white knuckling it, and just hoping we can stay in business here. MSO says the sweet smell of a win. Deprive MSO of a victory today. There's a link right there in the chat. You can just look right in the YouTube chat or the Rumble chat. You can click it yourself, and you can chip in towards that goal. And if we knock it out and get to 0, we do 30 minutes extra at 10 o'clock. We do an extra 30 minutes of overtime. It's just me trying to keep my employees and keep my broadcasting career going. 210 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Thank you very, very much. Bureau of Prison. Oh, yeah, the Ghislane Maxwell story. I forgot about this. So she's, this is kind of like the Boogie thing where I don't know if they're trying to garner up sympathy for somebody, but there's no sympathy for Ghislane Maxwell. Which, by the way, that black book seemed to disappear. That's wild. Ghislane Maxwell, by the way, if you don't know, is the person who was the right-hand woman, the madam for Jeffrey Epstein. She's serving a very peculiar prison sentence. She's serving 20 years in prison for trafficking underage girls.
Wow.
And do you know who she was convicted of trafficking those underage girls to?
Who?
Nobody.
So wait a minute. So she committed a crime with nobody?
No.
It's weird. So she's going to jail for her part in a crime.
Yeah.
But
No,
there was
yeah.
no crime.
No. There's no crime. She didn't traffic the girls to anyone. By the way, I want to address this because this is a question I get a lot. You ain't getting my money says if you had to get a full-time job, wouldn't you just do your show at night? No. I'd be too bitter about it. It'd be too much of a defeat. It's a failure. Like if I had to go get a full-time job, I'm leaning into that and making it my full career. And I'm going to become the best at that. I don't do this because, it's a little side hobby. This is what I went to school for. This is my profession. And if I wash out of it, then I'm going to leave it behind and be done with it and start a new chapter. But so far, we're still doing okay. Like this thing is still hanging in there. So let's knock it out. But you ain't getting my money. There's the, if you can't accept that explanation, I don't know what to tell you. It seems pretty reasonable.
I got to use the restroom.
So Ghislane Maxwell is serving a 20-year sentence for trafficking underage girls to nobody. And in that trafficking underage girls to nobody, she got a deal where she goes to a minimum security prison, FCI Tallahassee. Well, they've actually been releasing some photos and some videos of what the condition of this prison is. And again, I don't know if this news story is meant to like garner sympathy for Ghislane Maxwell, but I was absolutely tickled to hear about this. Because you usually hear 20 years in a low-security prison. You're like, oh, she's going to Club Fed, and it's just a rich people's jail, and who's going to give a shit? Well, the low-security Florida lockup where sex trafficker Ghislane Maxwell is serving her 20-year sentence for pimping girls for Jeffrey Epstein might not be quite so cushy after all. Prison inspectors uncovered rotting food, yes, rodent infestations, and walls smeared with filth during an unannounced visit to the prison in May. The ceilings and windows of all 5 housing units were found to be in such dire need of repair that inmates had resorted to using pads to plug leaks. They were literally just taking female pads and putting them on the leaks, which, very ingenuitive for these ladies. I mean, very absorbent, those pads. It's the roof had a heavy flow. But I love the fact that she's in this minimum security prison and everyone goes, this is just a Club Fed. This is just an easy deal for her. Nope. Apparently it's full of mold and shit and rotting food and all that stuff. Good. Because I can only imagine what the conditions were that the girls that she trafficked lived in. You want to smell some of these old WEF guys' balls? Really? The life they had to live? Yeah, you know what? You can eat some rotting bread for a minute or two. I'm totally fine with it. Officials from the DOJ's Office of the Inspector General also blasted bosses for failing to stem the flow of contraband, including cigarettes, vapes, opioids, and synthetic cannabis substitutes, K2 and spice. Their grim findings are detailed in a scathing report that rates the beleaguered federal facility housing 846 women and 294 men in a small satellite facility as, quote, high risk. Okay, so hear me out. While we're on the topic of releasing reports, while we're on the topic of releasing information about all these things, any chance you could come out with that black book? Any chance you could finally tell us maybe who? I've got an idea. Maybe Ghislane Maxwell will start naming names if the prison standards are so bad she just feels like dying anyway. So if she names the names, they'll go and kill her, and she's like, I don't give a shit. I'm patching my roof with maxi pads at this point. Go ahead and kill me. I don't care. But as far as that, I mean, I never thought they would release the black book. And I know it's one of those, well, yeah, what did you expect moments?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's like, could you stop? We all know what's going on here. Could you at least, how about this compromise? Could you at the very least go, We don't want you to know what's in that black book. You know you're never fucking seeing it because it's going to be disastrous for people associated with us, so stop asking. I would be okay with that. But it's the whole just ignoring it and like, what? We're done. She's in prison.
You can't see the names that's in the black book because they're all the people that are in charge of everything. It'd look really, really bad if we pointed out that they're all buying underage prostitutes.
Exactly. By the way, 195 away from today's goal. Gray Duckling with $20 says behind in chat. But this is for Johnny's rant. I honestly thought we were going to clear out today's goal when Johnny went on his boogie rant. But,
yeah, I started unloading there. I was like, this better finish it off because I don't know if I'm done after.
You guys are fucking desensitized.
I almost took a nap in the bathroom. Like, whew, cool down.
You ain't getting my money says, thanks for the honesty. You ain't getting my money. You got to know one thing about this program. You can say whatever you want, but it's an honest fucking show. Unlike other podcasts that are just kind of gimmicks. We are very open and honest about this show.
Yeah, I'm totally gay.
Anonymous donation. Now shut the fuck up, says Anonymous with $10. Matthew with $5. Thank you very much, buddy. Another 15.
There we go.
All right, guys, we're starting 180 away. 180 away. The lower it gets, the less the begging. 20 minutes away from bringing this thing out, unless you guys want to knock out 180 before that moment. We appreciate it. There you go. Queso Donkey says maybe Crowder can get copies.
Maybe at this point, that'd be another win for him.
Laws are probably in that book, says Omega Dreads. Aristocock says it's almost like powerful people don't want that book released.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you guys want us to know who these girls were trafficked to? And they're like, no. Why is that? Because one of them's me.
Well, look, this is the problem I have. I hate where, like, look, this is a horrible crime that happened, but we can't talk about the other people involved because, you know, they don't want you to.
Scarface says FCI Tallahassee is a shithole. I have an ex who served time there.
Actually, I was going to point out there's a football player who had a really good weekend. And when he went to the podium to talk about his football game, he took a moment to talk about the horrible conditions of FCI Tallahassee for his dad and the other inmates there. And when I talked about this story, I'm like, your dad admitted to committing this crime. You're like, oh, my poor dad is in jail for this, that, and the other.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, your dad kind of like robbed and killed people. I don't know about killed people, but
kind of hard to feel sorry for.
Kind of hard to feel sorry for him when he committed the crime, admitted to committing the crime, all this other stuff. But now I'm wondering, on my way to the bathroom, when you're talking about FCI
Tallahassee.
Yeah, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Did somebody go, hey, look, we really need you to pretend, because you're a black person, people will feel bad for you. Pretend your dad, who happens to be in jail at this place, and it's a horrible thing, and the conditions are horrible. So just speak out about how it needs to be better for all of the inmates. And don't mention how one of them happens to be.
Yeah, right. Zen Rhino has a short. Let's check it out. What happened?
Boy, did I miss just being sweaty and covered in jizz. Yeah, but Boy, did I miss just being sweaty and covered in jizz. Yeah, but Boy, did I miss just being sweaty and covered in jizz. Yeah,
I don't understand. I don't.
Boy, did I miss
'Cause you're
just
gay.
being sweaty and covered in jizz. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure everyone saw it. You know, I wanted to make sure that everyone caught it and they could digest it properly. Thank you very much to Sid Saraf with $30. He says striking distance.
Thank you, Sid.
There you go, guys. Knock out that last 150. Thank you, Sid. 150 away from today. It's almost like no matter how worried I get, this show just kind of follows the same path.
They just want to see like how much they can make you shit your pants.
I guess. Well, hey, we still got 150 to go, so if you think my pants are free of shit,
there's a healthy deuce on its way.
I still got some shit in my pants. Don't you worry. Clean that shit out of my pants with some money. 150 away from today's goal. MSO says, damn you people. What do you mean you mean black people? Don't say that about black people. This is a diverse show. Jake Hudson says, Zen Rhino is a loser.
Uh-oh.
It's a weighty charge. It's a weighty charge.
You don't want that accusation from the Jake.
Yeah, you don't want Jake Hudson calling you a loser. Jake says, by the way, it's Thursday, not Wednesday. You know what? Jake actually caught me. Mine says Wednesday goal. I really am a dumb bag of shit. Jake actually got me on that one. So Zen Rhino's a loser, and I'm stupid. Look, when a guy's right, a guy's right. What are you supposed to do? There you go, guys. There's the links with the proper thing in it. Go for it. T. Jefferson says, Aaron misses Gino and being covered in garlic Alfredo. Jake in the Hudson says, throw me in the Hudson. Now, wait a minute. That makes me feel like there's two Jakes in here. I don't understand it. I don't really get it. There's no who's the imposter on this whole deal. Never doubt the skills of a professional beggar, says Daniel with $25. Thank you very much, Daniel. There it is, guys. 125 is the number. It's 125 away from knocking it out. It's creeping. Get in on that thing. Thank you, boys and girls. Getting closer and closer. So off we go to take a look at some of these pictures of Ghislane Maxwell. Gisele Bundchen ought to be in prison for what she did to Tom Brady. Here's some of the pictures. And again, if this was at like a school cafeteria, like an elementary school cafeteria, I'd go, these poor kids, this is fucking terrible. Somebody should be in jail for this. But if this is happening to the sex trafficking to powerful billionaires lady,
yeah, I'm not too worried.
I'm fine. You know what? Just rip that piece of mold off there and eat the rest of the bread. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
And I don't know, is that a breadstick?
No, that's a sausage of some sort.
Okay, that's a sausage of some sort.
I'm guessing the bun was for
the brat.
The brat.
This all looks cold, by the way. That's mac and cheese without the cheese. Those are cheap prison peas, and that's cake of some sort.
Cornbread?
Cornbread? Ooh. I mean, it does look like shit. I get it. That looks terrible, but it also is prison.
Yeah,
I do want it to look like shit. You know what I want in that macaroni? I want the worm that Brooks fed to Jake in Shawshank Redemption.
Again, you did something to get there. We shouldn't make. You know what? We need to make it more appealing. It seems almost like a punishment that these people are in prison.
I agree. You people run this place like a fucking prison. By the way, this is a picture of Johnny's dick. It's
not that white.
There you go. It's just it's seen better days. That's all. He's got it. Guys, don't feel bad for Johnny. If he would stop sticking it in such weird places, you wouldn't see that.
Hey, I wouldn't call her that.
This is what is this? Mayo
or jizz?
Or jizz.
Either works.
Yeah, it's mayo. It's jizz. It's pepper ranch. It's some sort of food stuff, I believe we could call it.
Oh, wow.
Warped food containers were found in storage along with a deformed can and an overturned jug of liquid that is leaked. Well, I mean, anybody die?
You know what? I feel really bad. All these people there, you know, they're just victims of what now? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Of making victims.
You know, I feel terrible for all these really, really rich people who are in this prison serving way less time than they normally would for a heinous crime that victimized lots of innocent people, especially children. Yeah, you know what? You can have some rat shit in your burgers. I really don't care.
Yeah, I quite frankly, I don't believe there should be like minimum security prison. Oh, you committed a white collar crime. You shouldn't be housed with everyone else. No. You should be housed with everyone else.
But where are you going to commit Jewish people who commit crimes?
The exact same prison.
That's not right. They're chosen people.
Yeah, they'll be very chosen in there, too.
These are pellets of rat shit that they found in Ghislane Maxwell's prison. There's her. She looks great. Yeah. Is Talk TV? Wait a minute. Was this her talking to Piers Morgan? Oh, no. Talk TV's Jeremy Kyle to complain about her 6 a.m. starts and boring prison diet of tofu and beans. Oh, you poor thing. Well, I mean, you fed 14-year-olds Bill Clinton cock. So, I mean, I don't think you're even yet.
You fed, children to Bill Gates. So
now, see, that can never be repaid. Ever. Spider webs, insects, and likely evidence of rodent droppings on top of and around bags of soy. Yeah, again, I mean, here's what I say, Johnny. Brush it off and go ahead and serve it.
Oh, wow. Cisco, you cannot be proud that your products are being represented this way.
Damage observed in boxes of dry pasta and other food packaging, likely caused by rodents. Broken stools in the cafeteria.
Fuck me, that's... All right, like I'll say the food thing I'm not too worried about, but the broken stool, like, oh my God, you're gonna be bleeding from the ass.
I mean, you got to make it as much like a male prison as you can, right? Why should they be the only ones having fun?
Oh, God.
There's the maxi pads on the window leaks so they can stop the water from getting in. All right. There's a bag of contraband. You got cigarettes, jewels, shit like that.
Oh, I thought that was a pocket rocket. This is a women's prison.
Where?
Oh, no, that's what I thought the green thing was.
I was going to say, no, that's vape liquid.
Yeah,
Like
I just assumed it's like, oh, it's a bunch of, they need something to tickle their, yeah.
A single-level housing unit was found to have a black substance pooled in an inoperable shower and a clogged toilet. Ooh. That, I don't know what that is, but I really want Ghislane Maxwell to stand in it until she tells us who's in that book. There's an idea. Wow, this actually makes me feel better because I think of this as like a club fed. Like I said, it feels like a luxurious prison. It's really good to know that it's an absolute abomination and bag of shit. This is fantastic. Good. Yeah, this looks like the Full Metal Jacket dorm.
Actually, this looks like the dorm in Orange is the New Black.
Yeah. You know what? I feel a lot better about where Ghislane Maxwell's staying. And if there's one dumb, gullible motherfucker who actually looks at this and goes, oh, that's just really terrible what she's going through, then we should put you in there with her.
They're called Democrats.
You're right. Oh, man, we can't treat these people poorly. I believe if you can treat anyone poorly, it would be these people.
We just need to understand that these poor people, they're paying their debt to society. Yes, and it starts with shit food.
Right. The least we can do is put some mold on your bread. By the way, Jeff L. with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Jeff. Guys, don't look now, but we're 105 away from hammering out our last goal of the week before Rumble Friday, and we got a little over 10 minutes until we bring this thing out. But since we're at 105, if this thing goes under, there's no offering plate, and it's a W today. Remember, if the offering plate comes up, in fairness, it's an MSO win. We've been using this less and less lately on the program. So I think every time it comes out, that means MSO wins.
April's saying, though, using it more in the bedroom.
Yeah, I just smacked the shit out of it.
Oh, I thought you were begging for money. Give me tips. You're supposed to give me tips.
Please let me come in your mouth. Please. Can I just come in your mouth just once in a while? Just that would be 105 away from today's goal. MSO says Johnny has a hooker waiting. Let him go. No overtime.
I can't afford the hooker unless we do overtime.
There you go. Johnny can't get a hooker unless that 105 is knocked out. So there you go, guys. There's the links in the chat.
I need overtime to drain my balls.
Go to work and see if MSO doesn't take an L today. It's still anybody's game. We still got 10 minutes to hammer that out. We got an Israel. We haven't done a single Israel-Palestine thing today, which I'm totally
I've been happy.
Yeah, I totally am fine with it. I'm one of these people who doesn't really have a side. Like, if you gun to my head, which I think those days are coming pretty soon, like you're going to have to take a side on this with a gun to your head. I'm probably rooting for Israel just because of what Hamas believes in. It's not conducive. Look, if I had to live under a government that would be better for me, it would be Israel. Right. So as much as I think that they're definitely a bit heavy-handed with the Palestinian civilians, to say the least, if you guys would fucking throw Hamas the hell out of there, they elect them.
Hamas?
They elect Hamas. There's a political wing and a military wing of Hamas. And when Palestine holds elections or referendums, they select Hamas. They want Hamas to take that aggressive stance with Israel. So I'm not saying you're complicit in all this, but I'm saying you're
not innocent.
Right. You had options.
The one I don't like to agree with, but someone pointed out on my show, the big difference with this, too, is a lot of people be like, oh, Israel's really heavy-handed with the civilians. Well, Hamas loves using human shields, like literally, literally carrying babies on their chest. So that way, if you're going to shoot them in the chest, you have to go through the baby. So at a certain point, you have to go, you know what? If we're going to fight them, we have to say F it for the human shields. We can't care because that's what they're relying on.
Well, apparently, Israel just destroyed a few miles worth of tunnels yesterday because they hit a weapons and ammunition cache in one of the tunnels, and it just like fucked up miles of Hamas tunnels because, I mean, if you hit an ammo dump,
Yeah.
it's going to go up.
Well, if you blow it out above the street, nothing happens. But if you blow it up in a tunnel, you're going to have Hamas opening your pickles for the rest of your life.
Steeled So Out of Context says, not sure if I would want to live under a government that thinks it's totally fine to shut off water and electricity to 2.2 million people just because a few terrorists are among that crowd. Yes, I think you're absolutely right, but I wouldn't want to live under any Muslim government.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
The other government thinks it's okay to murder a bunch of people at a music concert because, you have a point to make.
Yeah, I want my daughter to be able to go to school. That's all. That would be nice. So if and by the way, Israel doesn't just go, hey, I feel like a dick today. I'm going to shut off the water and electricity to these people. No, you see 1,000 of their people get murdered, and then they go, I don't care if you all starve to death.
It's kind of like a war started out in this region, and things kept escalating, and they went, you know what? Here's our next card. No water, electricity.
Right. You keep this up, we're going to shut your water off. Bigot on socialist media says, can't they both lose? I mean,
I've been saying all day that we need to pave over paradise and put up a parking lot.
Oh, that's very poetic.
I know. It's like it was in a song.
So John Kirby he's the NSC coordinator for strategic communications. He was he was being asked questions yesterday at the White House. And a person from the Saudi-funded El Arabiya news network asked him a question.
Okay.
And apparently John Kirby had it with the middle-of-the-road shit and decided to go full-on Israel simp.
All right.
In this clip, let's go ahead and check it out.
I want to follow up on the previous question. I have another question. So why not embracing this descendant?
Why are you not
for a balance between private and public message? And criticize Israel when actually it is in violation of international humanitarian law and the Geneva Convention. With due respect, John, some people think that you repeat what the Israeli army spokesman is saying. It's exactly what they're saying, you're repeating here. So why not these dissident voices, not just understanding them?
Well, America, you should know where we're dropping the bombs. You bought it. So she's not showing a bias here at all.
No.
She's like, why don't you call out Israel for the horse shit they're doing? You never say anything bad about Israel, blah, 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 this and that.
We have a channel because we're a democracy. Why not? What's wrong with them? What's wrong with standing here and say when Israel do something wrong, because you're the best friend, you have leverage on them, why not criticizing them?
Your question presupposes that we've made some determination that the law of armed conflict has been violated, and I don't think we're not at that point.
So you disagree with the UN?
I would just tell you that we're not going to react.
By the way, don't try to guilt me by asking me if I disagree with the UN, because usually my take will be, yeah, probably.
Fuck the UN.
Yeah. I'd like to actually see it dissolved. Their opinion? No, the UN. Just the whole thing.
In near real time to every event. Israel has a right and a responsibility.
They just put Iran in charge of the Human Rights Commission. So I'm sorry if I don't take the UN very seriously.
Yeah, that's my other big problem with this for the people like Palestine or whatever. You guys realize I have yet to see a Muslim country where I'm like, that's a good country. I really have I'm sorry, I have a real problem with the rights, the way they're given to women. The fact that in a lot of, because my brother, I don't mean to brag, I have a brother in the armed services. Whoop, big deal. And he's gone over to those areas a couple times, and he's explained to me multiple times that there are whole groups of people that are considered second-class citizens to the point of treated like fucking dogs.
Yeah.
Stray dogs. Only because of the way they were born.
Right.
So wait a minute. So this is a horrible country because of all of our white privilege and our racism, but they've got Saudi privilege over there?
You understand if the average American with like conservative beliefs went to a Muslim country, they're instantly one of the most liberal people in that country.
Yeah.
Instantly one of the most liberal.
Well, just because you think a woman's face can be shown in public.
Yeah.
I mean,
fucking wokey.
Ability to defend itself. And we're going to make sure they have the tools and capabilities to do that. Again, we're 1 month after this. And we ought not forget what happened 1 month ago. 1,400 people slaughtered in their homes at a music festival. And when Hamas...
That number does keep going up. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's the accurate number. But it did. I mean, it's been jumping.
Hamas decided to
It'll
conduct
be 6 million
operations.
eventually.
It was with the intent of killing people. You know, I heard this word genocide.
What's so funny? Did I do something?
Hamas actually does have...
I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
Johnny said it'll be 6 million eventually. Why did the concert have wooden doors? That doesn't seem very acoustic.
Genocidal intentions against the people of Israel. They'd like to see it wiped off the map. They've said so on purpose. So that's what's at stake here, and we're going to keep making sure that.
I always wonder about people who are pro-Palestine and pro-Hamas. I always wonder how they process that part where you're like, yeah, Hamas's stated charter says they'd like to kill all the Jews and push Israel into the sea. Comment. They always dance around that one like, oh, so you think it's okay for Israel to kill babies? I'm like, no, we'll circle back to that, but I want you to answer the whole murder all the Jews, push them into the sea thing. A comment?
Oh, by the way, for the big ups on the killing babies thing, you realize Hamas wants to do that to all the Jew babies.
Yes. My grandpa called me a Jew baby.
Israel has that ability to do
Hamas
that. As for the voices, of course we respect all
It's
the
one misunderstanding over my first name, and I'm gone.
different voices and perspectives on this, and we know that there's a lot of there's a lot of high emotion here when it comes to what's going on. We have never shied away from criticizing our friends and partners when we believe it's warranted, and we'll continue to do that. We also
like if they say that Trump would make a good president, we'll cut off all their funding and their hands.
Believe that the best diplomacy, the best progress in diplomatic pursuits is to do it privately and outside the public eye, and we'll continue to do that as well. We'll continue to have those tough conversations with our good friend.
Yeah, so she kind of got put in her place a little bit. Like, I guess Biden is asking Netanyahu for like, hey, will you stop bombing the shit out of them for like 3 days so we can get aid in there? And he's like, I have a better idea. Why don't you guys play bomb slalom and give them water? And then you know what the U.S. does with Israel? They go, okay. It's kind of like Ukraine when we said, hey, we're not giving you these billions of dollars unless the Azov battalion takes the swastikas off their uniforms. And they're like, yeah, we're not doing that. Can we still have the money? And we're like, all right. Veldrain with $5 says, Allahu Akbar, to quote Jesse Lee Peterson, was what Israel heard before Israel reacted. Yeah. Well, thank you for that $5. Guys, we're an even hundo away from hammering out this final goal of our YouTube week. 100 away, and we're busting out the offering plate right now. So, MSO? Oh, wait a minute. Did we... Jeff with another $20 says Johnny's Hooker Fund.
All right, I better make that call. Hold on.
80. Oh, I'm sorry, I fucked that up. 85 away.
Save me a black one. All right.
$85 away from today's goal. Are you guys ready to gift memberships and Super Chat and PayPal and Streamlabs and Rumble Rants? Are you ready to knock out this last $85, call it a W, and start overtime? MSO, congratulations. I think for the second time this week in 6 shows, we're bringing this bad boy out. Are you ready?
Here we go.
Fire up the music. It's a good old-fashioned throwback e-bag day for Steel Toe. 85 away. Make this go quickly. It'll be quick and painless. I always tell April that. And then we can go back to the show.
Well, it's always quick.
Here we go. Let's kill this music. I'll pass it down each row. Maybe we've got good attendance in the church today, and we don't have to worry about it. 5 gifted memberships already coming in from Thermodyne Diesel, putting us at $75 away. And he's getting the memberships to Joe the Toe, Patrick Stool Servant, Vander Van Zander, Chandler Can't Swim, and Sika, all getting memberships. That looks awesome. $5 from Veldrain says, I like the piece of headphone hanging there. It looks like an earring. It's kind of fitting for you, Aaron. Oh, do I have? These are old.
Yeah,
they're falling apart.
I ripped mine off.
It's probably not a bad idea. All right, Sad Boy says, yes, we're doing it. Things are happening.
Indeed.
70 away from hammering this thing out. You guys are already on it. Finish it off, and let's do the rest of the show fully supported and funded. Union Jack says this is the best email begging music. E-begging music, I think is what you mean. All right, we had a nice little start there to it. Let's go down the other rows. Let's pass it down the other few rows and knock out that last 70. This is a good team-up exercise. All the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are in the chat. Otherwise, go ahead with Rumble Rants, memberships, and Super Chats. We've got about 4 minutes to go. and only 70 away. April says, come on, friends. I need entertainment for my workout. That bitch is at the gym already. Oh, I guess, you know
she
what?
was hunting.
She has to drop off the kids today, and I have to go to the gym. You know what? That's fair. Adam says, take my money. Look at a new listener throwing in a couple of bucks.
Thank you, Adam.
We take 7 of that. 65 away from it today. Keep her going. We're almost there. A couple of minutes left. 3 to be exact. And just, where are we at? 65. That's pretty close. Sad Boy says, I saw it this time. The earring on the right side of the screen by the court. I got it.
We got it. We got it. It's gone.
April says, I'm not capable of hunting today, unfortunately. Shut the F up, Karen, with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. That's going to put us at 55 away from today. And we're getting ever closer. Just a nice, steady march to 0 and 30 minutes of overtime for today. So we're going to have to put another 2.5 minutes back on the clock because we got 2.5 minutes left. And off we go for that final 55 away from today. Jake says, wait, you're bending somebody every time you play that song. They're banning somebody. Oh, yeah, it's the old Blockamania music.
Oh, yeah. No, we're not doing that.
No, we're not doing that anymore, Jake. Don't you worry, buddy. It's been a while, I suppose. All right, coming down the rows, the offering plate's coming. Just like old Catholic church. You get the guilty stare at you if you don't throw a couple of bucks in the offering plate. We're putting a new steeple on top of the church. $55 is all it's going to take. You missed 10 from me on Rumble earlier. Oh, shit. Well, let me go find it. No, we did the... Oh, no. Boogie is so fat. We didn't do that one. You're right. So I missed 5. I just missed the 5. You are right, though. I did miss the 5. $50 away from hammering this thing out. Thank you very much. And we've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining and $50 away from today's goal. Jake in the Hudson says, throw me in. Now, why? Why? Mr. St. Caesar says, Bubba the Love Sponge loves this music. See, I would think it would be traumatizing. All right, guys, final minute. $50 left. Let's do this thing. Let's hammer it out and call it a day. 50 away. Everybody team up. There's 500-600 of you left with us. You got to have a handful of you that can knock out the last 50. Offering plate empty. Or not empty. I'm sorry, not empty. Offering plate $50 away, almost full. Let's top her off. What do you say? We got about literally 50 seconds left. We'll time it up. See if we get there. 45 seconds away and $50 away. The suspense is killing me. We're going to let the rest of the clock play out. Then I'll hit refresh on everything and see if we make it there today. It's the last one.
Suspense is killing you. My pimp's on hold.
Tomorrow's Rumble Friday and $5 links, $10 immediate links. And we can talk about all the shit you can't talk about on YouTube. We can talk about that manifesto in any way we want. We got 15 seconds to go. Let's see if we're getting the rest of the way there. I'll refresh all the pages afterwards. 5 seconds left. 2, 1, 0. All right, there we go. Let's see if we got the rest of the way there. Ooh, nothing there. Did I miss more from you? Scarface is insisting that I missed it way earlier. Well, then, you know what? I'll throw another 5 at it. I'll take your word for it. I mean, you listen all the time, so you would know. All right, so the number is 45 because of that. Let's hit our refresh. Let's see if we got there. You are inside of $50. Uh-oh, nothing over on the PayPal end. Uh-oh, this ain't good. This is the last one for the week, too. We got $20 from Luke.
Thank you, Luke.
Over on Venmo, he says, sorry, Johnny, we only have Portuguese. Fuck. Does that work for you, brother?
I mean, I guess if we turn the lights off.
Well, yeah. I mean, they can talk in a black scent if you want.
I mean, bent over the table, it's still the same, I suppose.
You know, I say when you're staring down the barrel of a loaded gun, what's the difference? By the by, boys and girls, that puts us at 25. So you know what? I think we're going to hit the rest of that 25. Enjoy overtime. Everybody throw in a couple of gifted memberships. Everybody throw something in on the PayPal end of things. And we'll get that last 25 taken care of. And even though we did a considerable e-beg session today, I think we're going to get that last 25 all handled by this very, very generous audience. So go ahead. Thank you, Lab Glass. Oh, that's who that was. Your pimp.
Yep.
Lab Glass. We got a few stories left. We are going to keep an eye on that last $25, though. So please throw in, and then it's all done being mentioned. I've been watching, speaking of the Israel stuff, I've been watching these videos of like the people tearing down.
I've been watching these Jews.
I've been keeping an eye on these Jews. You wouldn't believe the shit that they're up to. No, I've been watching the opposite. I've been watching these people who like tear down the missing people things that they put up in like New York. And it's interesting because I understand both sides. Like, I really understand the side that says, you fucking assholes, like, quit being dicks.
Yeah, quit trauma dumping on us.
Yeah, quit tearing down these missing people posters. It doesn't make your side look good. It doesn't give you a better point when you talk about this shit. You're just being an asshole.
Yeah, I'm sure some fucking homeless person in Jersey knows where your cousin is.
However, well, see, now I'm going the opposite of you. I was saying the person tearing them down are being cunts. But then on the other end, yes, I agree with you. It's like, okay, you're doing this for show because it's not like we're going to find this person in New York City. You know, it's not like...
yeah. You're not accomplishing anything. You're just putting up a poster to be like, oh, poor me.
So really what we have here is kind of a hate situation, as they call it.
There's no good people.
You're putting the missing person poster sign up to try and grift and, get attention off of a traumatic situation. Meanwhile, the other person is being an unreasonable cunt who's vandalizing something that shouldn't bother them.
Right.
That should just be left to stay there. So
you could ignore it just as easily.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with going, oh, that person's kind of a cunt for putting it there. They're just trying to get attention for themselves. It's not actually doing anything. And that shouldn't really bother you because isn't that basically what all American activism is now anyway?
Oh, God, all activism in general.
Yeah. Like, it's all just performance art that doesn't accomplish anything. So if anything, these little flyers are like the least intrusive cunty protest I think I've ever seen.
I'll say this. I'm against the flyers unless they leave a way to contact them. If you can like leave this person a voicemail message where you can be like, hey, I think I saw your cousin. And where? In the ground. Like, it just like you could be weird or mean or whatever. Like, if you're opening yourself up to people being assholes, I'm like, all right, you know what?
Yeah,
fair enough.
I want to do one where you go, hey, I found your, I found your cousin, and they're like, really? Like, yeah, is it this guy? And you send a text picture, and they're like, no, that's not him at all. I'm sorry, I just think all Jews look alike, and that's, you know what? That's my fault, and I apologize. Thank you very much, Tim, for $25. Guys, it's over. You did
fucking
it.
Harvey Levin. It's not my cousin.
You son of a bitch. What are you doing?
I think I found your cousin. You just send him a picture of a nose. Like, what is that? Well, isn't that what you were looking for?
That's just someone with a really big schnoz. Well, yeah. I mean, what were you looking for? Not that. Oh, well, then you and I are just on different pages.
I'm sending him a picture of Steve Martin from Roxanne.
Meanwhile, I missed the point, and I sent them Rocky Dennis from Mask. Is this your cousin? Like, no, that's Eric Stoltz. That's not even a Jew. And then I Google, and I'm like, I'm going to the early life section and check it.
Well, let's not be sure. He was in Hollywood.
So let's watch one of these fat whales. And, the other thing about a lot of these people that take down people's flyers and posters and shit,
they're super happy people.
I think Sam Hyde did a short on this where he's like, it's amazing that all these people on the internet are big fat pigs and angry and hate everything. And then when they go to the gym and they start working out and they lose some weight, all of a sudden they're not as angry and people can tolerate them more and be around them. It's almost like maybe the fatness was causing some of this self-hatred and loathing. Just a little. Boogie, just throwing ideas out there. Are you going to watch that documentary?
Yeah.
It's It's good, man. Like I said, it's
I'm
good.
going to keep my bucket next to me, but I'm going to watch it.
You might want to.
Yeah.
I did show you the most disgusting physical part.
Thank God.
They don't show him fucking.
Well, thank God for that. I still personally, I have trouble believing when you're that big, your dick can actually get, like, doesn't it just feel bad for its existence?
I don't even know how it gets out.
Like, I imagine you still have to go in to find it.
Right. Because it can't, like, there's so much.
I mean, it's just.
Like, where he pulled that second amount of flab out, that's where your dick is.
Yeah.
So it's like a carport for your cock.
I really hate that I'm now picturing this, but I think, like, if you're a lady that he's paying and you're going in, you're getting hit in the back of the head by belly fat.
You've got to go in like Andy Dufresne under the poster, tunneling under the wall in Shawshank.
And every couple 100 feet, you got to puke.
I got bad news for you. That ain't Rita Hayworth resting on your neck. You poor bastard. So let's go to this person.
She blew her way through a quarter mile of the most foul-smelling shit I can't even imagine.
Oh, Boogie, who got a blowjob from a hooker and came out obese on the other side. Let's go ahead and watch this troll person tear down flag. Again, I can't think of something that hurts you less than this piece of paper hanging on a utility box.
Yeah.
Just leave it alone. Yes, we get it. They're looking for attention. It's cringe, whatever. Leave it alone.
And if you wait 5 minutes, someone else will come over and post their new looking for attention thing on top of it, probably for a cat.
Right. Roommate, cat, whatever.
Either way, it's a lesbian.
Why are you taking down pictures of missing children? Why are you taking down pictures of missing children? Why are you taking down pictures of missing children?
Why are you insufferable?
Why are you taking down pictures?
Honestly, we've become children. Because, again, talk about a hate story. I don't like either of you. I have a feeling that if I had to talk to either of you, I'd be in an argument. Because I don't like what she's doing. She's a fat, depressed whale who's projecting herself loathing onto people. But I definitely don't like people who stick their phones in people's places. Go, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? What is it about this thing that makes us de-age by about 30 years?
I don't even think it's that. I think it's just now we're so caught up on, like, I'm going to catch you in a moment. I got you. See, you're a piece of shit. And it's just, like you said, it's a bunch of self-projection. Like, they don't want to face the fact, oh, I'm a piece of shit. No, that's a piece of shit. I found a piece of shit, guys. Yeah. Not me. It's that one.
She's the cunt. I'm not the bad person. I'm confronting the bad person. It's like, yeah, but when I hear both of you make noises out of your face, I hear bad person. Like, I hear the same person.
See, I would be on this lady's side if they're like, why are you doing that? Because I know I'll never have kids, and I hate that these people are using this as a victim-shaming thing. We're not going to find their kids in this country.
I need an identity, so therefore I can't come up with an interesting personality, so I just do this instead. Well, I mean, it's honest. By the way, Timothy says, probably the last one before my child is born. Now shut the fuck up, Loaf Piggy, and dance for me. There you go. Thank you, buddy. That did knock out that 25 for today. Greasy N-Word says, I would have donated more if you kept up with the Rumble chat during the segments. I had some real bangers to fire off. Well, I'm sorry. I try to keep up with Rumble. I think what we're going to do is when Rumble has that streaming service that they're coming out with, that combines Rumble, YouTube, like all the chats into one place, all the listener data, how many people are watching in one place.
Wait a minute, they're doing that?
Rumble's doing that. I'm on the waiting list for it. When they do that, it's going to be a lot easier to keep track of all that
Yeah,
shit.
because that's one thing I like about my Streamlabs is it puts my Twitch and my YouTube chats together. But it is hard to keep track of them both because then they move faster.
Yeah.
So I've found that I also like having the chats separate. I don't know. You'd do a world of good with a third screen.
I agree with that. I thought about that the other day, where I don't know if I put it over there, up there, wherever I put it. Yeah, to have one for OBS, one for the stories, one for the chats.
Mm-hmm.
That would be good. I still just hate that Restream doesn't, like, Rumble's not on Restream, so I have to manually enter it so it doesn't go into the chat.
Yep, it's the same with Streamlabs.
Yeah, it won't show you the Rumble chat. And honestly, literally half of our audience is on Rumble. So if we're at 400 on YouTube at the peak of the day, we're at 400 on Rumble. Like, they're right there with each other. So it's not like YouTube's our number one, Rumble's our number two. It's, if anything, we do more views on Rumble, seeing as we only do Rumble on Friday. Like, Rumble's our primary service, if you will. It's just the chat moves slower because you can't do it with Android.
Yeah.
Chatting with Android is a bitch on Rumble. But thank you, Greasy N-word. So when they come out with that software, I'm excited. We'll be able to keep up with both the Rumble chat and the YouTube chat at once. Because I know the Rumble people feel unloved. I understand. I'll get better.
They get love on my channel, just saying 2 p.m. Central.
Isn't Locals on Rumble? You have Locals, Boca Bradley says. Yes, if you go on our Rumble, right below at the bottom of the stream, the link to our Locals is right there. I did put the members only show up on Locals this week, and I put the clip. I think it was Chrissy and I talking about the Wuhan, the Batcum bit.
The Batcum bit.
Yeah, the Batcum bit is up on Locals this week, along with the members only show. We usually put a couple of clips up every week if space provides, and the members only show. So become a member on Locals.
I just think it's hilarious that you're part of Locals.
Why is that?
Because it sounds like a swingers thing.
I hope not. Are they?
No,
trying
it's
to,
not.
Are they trying to slow roll me into something?
It's not. I'm saying it sounds like it. At least from my experience, it sounds like, hey guys, I joined Locals. Yeah, that sounds like local people meeting local people to have a little local fun, if you know what I mean.
No, it's
just throwing some balls around on the golf course.
How dare you? Zen Rhino says Israel is 5,700 miles from New York City. Those missing children are nowhere near the United States. Besides, all of those flyers are asking money for a fake charity. Oh, well, that's shitty.
Like I said, I want ways to contact people. So I could just be like, hey, I found your cousin. You want to talk to Jeffrey Epstein? Oh.
Union Jack says, do any Rumble clips ever make it over to YouTube? Yes. We do sometimes take Rumble Friday clips and put them up on
It's
YouTube.
not a lot because there's a process, a screening process. A lot of them get stuck at the first door.
Look, Rumble Fridays are good for two things. Community guideline strikes on YouTube, copyright strikes on YouTube, and for some of you, hate speech strikes on YouTube. So Rumble Friday is definitely a show worth checking out.
It's hilarious.
Oh, by the way, that woman that we saw that was ripping down the posters?
Yeah.
New York City public defender, Victoria Ruiz. They fired her. They got rid of her. That's... I don't know if that's a fireable offense. See,
It's not.
That's another thing I really hate. Again, hate on this story is that, yeah, she's being a cunt, but you shouldn't lose your job for being a cunt.
I just really, I'd like those super woke people to go to the, let's be honest, the disenfranchised minorities, and go, hey, I know you'd really like a public defender, but I got yours fired because I caught her removing paper.
Right? Yeah, it's not like we have a plethora and like an overabundance of public defenders. You know, we could use them.
But remember, public defenders are only something that rich, privileged white people use.
What kind of white people?
Privileged.
But privileged ones.
Privileged.
Is that now, if you rip down those posters, is that a peachable fence?
It might be a peachable fence. You're definitely executing some privilege.
Yeah, you're at the very least very privileged. Oh, man, I miss this guy. Let's take a call from him. Ready, guys?
Call from.
It's Mickey.
Mikey, Two Milks, miss you, buddy. What's going on?
Jay, I want to bring up a point about the flyers that I haven't heard anybody else bring up yet.
I'm excited.
Who's printing them off and distributing them? Because I've seen videos on Twitter of these posters being torn down in Europe and in Scotland and Ireland and America. And they're all the exact same poster, the same font, the same format, the same red block on top with the same lettering.
Really?
Who's printing them and distributing these things?
The Jews.
That's what I want to know is who is doing that.
Johnny just answered you.
I feel like it's pretty obvious.
Johnny just said it. Go ahead, tell him again, Johnny.
They're Jews. That would be the ones doing it.
Oh.
There you go, Mikey.
They really want to rub out.
Now, Mikey, I have a feeling you were wanting a more specific answer than what Johnny provided.
Yeah, I was looking for something like Soros or...
Well, you just
Clinton.
said Jews. So, I don't know. Mikey, I got to be honest.
Jew, is he?
What?
Soros isn't it? Is Soros a Jew? I thought he was German.
No. He's the devil, but
Mikey
he is technically Jew.
Mikey, I don't want to ruin your day. I don't want to make anything worse.
Is he?
I don't know if you were in a good. I don't know if you were in a good mood before this call. I don't like being this guy.
Check the early life profile.
I don't. Yeah, go to Wikipedia.
Don't do it.
Yeah, why don't you just Google George Soros, and if you want to read the early life section,
Yeah,
you can.
I'll just live in my reality.
You know what, Mikey? That
And,
sounds like a swell idea.
And we'll just call it fact.
All right, thanks, buddy.
All right. Goodbye.
That's a heartbreaking question to hear someone ask.
Yeah.
When they go, wait, Soros is Jewish? And you just want to look at him and go, just don't tell him.
I mean,
just let him live the way he's living.
He is. I'm not saying what he's doing is on their behalf. I'm just saying he is.
Uh-oh. Jake Hudson says, Zen Rhino, watch this over on the Rumble chat. Zen Rhino is on my list. Oh, boy. You guys might want to settle.
You just made the list.
You guys might want to settle that beef. Oh, boy. Here's a video. Somebody said, was this Egg Picker who sent this into the Rumble chat?
Okay.
Yeah. Egg Picker sent this in. Glad we have that guy back. Says it appears that someone got creative in Miami and placed razor blades behind signs of the kidnapped Jewish children. I'm on the fence about whether I support this, but the video definitely made me... No, I don't support this. You shouldn't be slicing people's hands because... Look, tearing down the poster is a dickhead move, 100%, but they don't deserve to get, lacerations on themselves for doing it.
This is a brilliant analogy for this whole, in my opinion, this whole situation, though. There are no good people. Because, again, I'm using a poster talking about a missing child that if it plucks at your heartstrings, great. What the fuck are you going to do about it in Miami?
Exactly. How's this going to get handled in Miami? I'm waiting for an answer.
What's going on right now? Tell me who the fuck the real terrorist is. Who's the terrorist?
Okay, time out. Again, hate. I hate everybody in this story. Not the person who just put some razor blades behind a piece of paper. That doesn't make them a terrorist, ma'am. I mean, you could argue that the terrorist is the person who rips their property or their hard work off of a light post. This is a great microcosm, you're right, for the Israel-Palestine thing in general. You're both pieces of shit.
And everyone who gets involved is an asshole. Because the whole thing you could do is fuck off and go about your day and you'd be fine.
Right. You could just walk past this thing or you could not hang it up in the first place and we'd all be good. Like Zen Rhino said, that guy, if he's still alive, he's 5,700 miles away. Ain't nobody here helping. But that's Israel and Palestine both. They go, no, we're the good guys. It's like, this isn't a movie. There doesn't have to be a heel and a baby face. This can be a heel program.
You can both be total pieces of shit.
And you are.
Who does this? Who puts razors on fucking papers? People are snatching them out because we know where the terrorism is coming from. 6,000 dead kids. Okay?
Oh, see? So it's okay when they tear the signs down, you understand. It's not, it's not their fault they sliced their hand on a razor because they were ripping something down that they shouldn't have. And this is the problem with religious conflict. This is the problem with anything that, throws God on top of the war. It's that John Goodman line in Red State where he goes, people do the strangest things when they feel they're entitled.
Yeah.
But they do even worse when they just plain believe.
The thing is, everyone on this situation, like you said, thinks their God's the right one. That's why I'm saying, how about we just let's settle this argument. Which one of your religions is fake? Because apparently one of you is the real religion, the other one's a fake one, right? So how about the fake one leave? And then they'll never do it.
How about we let God settle it? And then maybe a meteor will just hit the whole area and just go, you know what?
We should do.
I never really liked either of yous.
We're kicking everyone out until God comes down and tells us once and for all, finally, who, not you guys on behalf of him. Literally, we're waiting for God to show up.
Right. Johnny, before we go today, we do have another Me Too.
Oh, no.
We got, and this is a pretty big one. This is a big Me Too, at least in the music world. L.A. Reid, have you ever heard of him?
No.
L.A. Reid is a music mogul who discovered Usher and Pink and a bunch of people in the late 90s, early 2000s. Really big deal. Antonio L.A. Reid has been sued for sexual harassment and sexual assault by a former colleague. Now, this is always tough because...
He got Pink's pink.
When you start talking about sexual assault from 20 years ago, and you go civil case instead of criminal case, I hate to be this guy, but it does raise red flags.
Yeah, mostly how much money are you asking for?
Yeah, I mean, when you go to I want money before you go I want this dangerous man in prison, I start to go, what's this all about? And then when you're talking about a music executive, there's also two ways to think about it, because you can go, oh yeah, I have no problem believing that a music industry executive fucked somebody and made him promises.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. However, I also can see the side of this person desperate for a record contract was willing to suck and fuck her way into it, and then she thought she was going to get something out of it, and then when she didn't, she cried.
Well, she did get something, a hot load, but she was expecting more.
Yeah, it was more for L.A. than it was for her, I think. Drew Dixon. Wait a minute. I did not expect. Okay.
Oh, no, her.
Oh, Drew Dixon, who worked for Reed during her employment. Okay. Okay, guy's name. At Arista Records, claimed in her lawsuit that she was assaulted twice by Reed in 2001. Again, I know there are no perfect victims, and I've watched enough SVU to know that you shouldn't ask questions, but 22 years later?
22 years later, and by the way, this happened in a private plane and in the back of his private car. So you had situation happen where he got you alone and behaved inappropriately. You volunteered to be alone with this man again after that?
Dixon, who rose to vice president of A&R during her employment at Arista and has previously accused Reed of misconduct, claims Reed impeded in her career and prevented her from signing and cultivating artists such as John Legend when she rebuffed him in other instances. Oh, when she said no,
okay,
he didn't let her sign certain. Come on. If you would have got John Legend, would you have really made that much money? She departed the company in 2002.
I mean, it's just another gay guy.
And would return. You're not fooling anybody. And would return to the music industry, but her career failed to reach the same trajectory it initially received. See, I want to be, I don't want to get yelled at, obviously, but there's some red flags here. You missed out on John Legend. You left the business. You came back. You weren't as successful as you were before. And now you're going to accuse L.A. Reid of groping you in a plane and in a car.
I'll just say the one thing that she has in her defense so far is that apparently you've been making these claims about his impropriety before. So I need proof of that.
So why are we suing now? Oh, well, you know what? We've got more. Dixon claimed the issues began shortly after Reed joined Arista as the CEO and president in 2000, saying almost immediately Mr. Reed began sexualizing and harassing Miss Dixon. Dixon, who previously accused Russell Simmons of rape, which he denied, alleges the first assault occurred on a plane bound to Puerto Rico for the company's retreat. I mean, look, I'm not saying she's lying. I'm saying this chick is made of red flags.
I'm saying, at the very least, so wait a minute. Every guy
Hold on, Johnny.
Not now, Charles.
Oh, do you want to take that?
Oh, go ahead.
You sure?
No, I'm positive it would cost me about $1,200 at this point.
All right, well, all right, fine. It's your money. But, yeah, no, I really have a big problem with someone like, oh, I was sexually harassed by this guy, sexually assaulted by this guy, and sexually assaulted by this. So you keep running into dudes that sexually assault you, and at no point do you think maybe I should start having like a chaperone or a guard or a body camera. I mean, you didn't do anything to protect yourself from this at any point?
And she's accused multiple powerful men in the industry of this. Again, it's red flag
I'm not
city.
saying that those guys didn't do it. I'm just saying you're the only one coming out here with all of them.
I'm saying you're a terrible witness, is what I'm saying. She was set to fly out on a private plane with Reed and other senior executives, but instead found it was just her and Reed when she arrived. Reed allegedly started flirting with her right away. All right, here's where I'll give him a pass. You're single, she's single. You're on a private plane together. That's a real power kind of thing to be on. You might try to get some pussy while you're in the air. You might try. Now, if she said no and you kept going, then you're a piece of shit. Yes,
right.
So we should bring this thing forward. But Reed allegedly started flirting with her right away as the two waited for the other travelers. Reed allegedly asked Dixon to sit beside him to go over work. However, he allegedly started playing with her hair, kissing her, and digitally penetrating her without her consent.
What do you mean digitally penetrating?
Fingering her. Started finger popping her.
Oh,
You thought she like sticking a cell phone in her cunt?
Yeah, no, I mean, I like digitally penetrating her. Hold on, I'm going to use this app. You have no permission.
You're about to get fingered, you whore. That's why they switched it to Blue Stem. The name Finger Hut had been bought out from under them.
Oh, no.
Dixon claims she ensured her assistant was with her for the rest of the trip to avert Reed's sexual advances. After the trip, Dixon claims she attempted to navigate the treacherous balance between maintaining a working relationship without succumbing to his sexual advances. This included not answering his late-night phone calls, rejecting suggestions to have meetings in hotel rooms, and wearing unflattering clothing that Reed disliked. The second assault is said to have occurred in Reed's private car. See, now I wouldn't be alone with this guy ever again.
Yeah, if you literally are saying there, like, I made sure I wasn't alone because so you got into his private car.
He offered her a ride in his vehicle. She agreed, as Reed's driver would also be in the vehicle. Stupid. Shortly into the ride, Mr. Reed, again without Miss Dixon's permission or consent, began to grope and kiss her. She squirmed away, so it was like a Pepe Le Pew thing. When Mr. Reed complained and became visibly irritated with her lack of compliance, Miss Dixon froze. Mr. Reed again digitally penetrated Miss Dixon without her consent. Not with a cell phone, Johnny.
Oh.
Dixon claims her career continued to be impacted by Reed after the alleged assault, with Reed directly responding to the rejection by interfering in her work in a variety of ways. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, she's accusing Russell Simmons of stuff. I mean, look, I get why he maybe groped her. I mean, I get why he maybe tried to. Yeah, I get why he maybe tried to get. Oh no, that's Mariah Carey?
Yeah.
I'm a fucking idiot.
That's why I was like, wait a minute, is that her? No, that's Mariah.
Oh, so they don't even have pictures of these two together.
Yeah, we don't have. Why do we not have any pictures? If this man can't contain his libido for 5 fucking seconds, because God knows you're the only vagina in this country, so it's not like he has any other places to park it. So why can't we see how hot she is? Is it that dangerous? Are we going to start furiously masturbating the minute her picture's on the screen? Just go full monkey on our dicks? Like,
yeah. Well, hey, with the guy we're talking about in the story, do we really need to?
No, I meant the dance. Why are you?
I mean...
What are you saying?
I'm just trying to, barely hit the goal today. I'm not trying to get racial strikes. No, I'm just kidding. Do you think he did it? What's your gut? I mean, obviously we don't know.
No, I don't think he did it just because, like you said, we've got someone who's routinely accusing people, and like you come out 20 years later, my career got hampered, this, that, and the other. Why weren't you doing anything about this before? Like, I feel like there should have been some HR appointments or something.
Yeah. You've accused Russell Simmons. He denies it. I mean, either you were like a trafficked piece of ass in the music business, and as the vice president of, a company, I don't think that would be the case. Or the career went south, and now you're looking for someone to blame. It just strikes me as weird. Probably why she's gone with a civil suit rather than criminal. She probably brought it to police and DAs, and they went, there's nothing here that we can do.
There's nothing here. There's no evidence. And again, the continuing to work with him for 20 years part.
Yeah.
That part becomes a problem for me. Like,
that's iffy.
I navigated the difficult world of a work business relationship with someone who continually tries to assault you. And then after you got done working there, you're like, well, I won't stand for letting him get away with this.
Right.
You did for 20 years.
You did for 20 years. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Johnny is going to be live this afternoon at 2 o'clock on Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. So go to Just Kidding LLC on all of those platforms, subscribe, set the reminders, all of that stuff. And at 2 o'clock Central Time today, go hang out with Johnny in the afternoon. Thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome.
Another great week. Tomorrow's Rumble Friday at 6 a.m. If you're hunting today, thanks for making us a part of the whole experience. We will talk to you again very, very soon.